What is up? It's so weird to start the stream without any music, but until I get my sidechain ducking straight, I probably should avoid it. I don't know. I think I got too much of that DJ sound. You know, like when a DJ comes in, you're like trying to dance or something, and the DJ comes on, and their voice makes the sound go quiet, and you're just like, we were trying to dance, but they were trying to tell you that it's last call for alcohol. I don't know. So we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that this early in the stream. I gotta be on my best behavior. I gotta be wholesome, family-friendly chick in the very beginning. Oh my god. Speaking of wholesome, that is some good tea right there. Kind of surprised. You like this tune? Yeah, me too. Somebody was telling me in the comments. Oh, I feel bad about this now, because like once I mentioned something that somebody said in the comments, and they were there in stream, and they were like embarrassed. They thought I was like calling them out, and I wasn't. I like reading comments, most comments, right? Unless they're bigoted comments, I generally like reading them. What a sad life Taekwondo has. Yeah, well, especially considering the guy can't spell Taekwondo correctly. And also, oh my god, I'm trying to try not to get catty. Chat, there is a beef, an age-old beef between Muay Thai and Taekwondo, right? And I would say, from my perspective, a very one-sided beef. Although I try not to paint with too broad a brush, because I know that Taekwondo, like any other fighting art, can be taught in different ways. And there's every chance out there that there's a form of Taekwondo that's actually effective in fights. Yeah. But I didn't want to say that, so I'm glad Zara got there with a ban hammer before I got nasty, before I made things nasty. Destiny has been mauling over the Majority Report. I can imagine, oh wait, let me switch over, there we go. I can imagine what he's on about now. Yeah, he can't stop talking. I don't know how much it is. Like, he does a good job. If he's not really angry at them, and this is like a clout beef, this is like, you know, him trying to get something started, wanting to get something started. There's every chance that that's true, but he does sell hating Emma's guts in a pretty major way. You gotta go use the litter box. Oh no. Wait, when people have, what do ducks use, Donald, instead of a litter box? What's the aquatic bird alternative? What's up, Morbius Dragon? Destiny just wants algorithmic drama pushback. Yeah, see, that's the thing. There's a very likely chance, Midi Doctors. Knowing what I know, I think you could be right. Hi, Jules. How come I'm a mod? I don't know. That's a good question. I think you just seem like a mod. I'm used to seeing you. If you don't want to be a mod, you don't have to. I know you mod at a lot of other places too. I love that. Yeah, that Ryan Grimm face. That's a great way to start out with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? This is not a new thing. This is not fresh beef. This is beef jerky, okay? This is dried, smoked, old beef. Because from my perspective, Destiny's been throwing out that bait, and the Majority Report time and time again do not take it. Now, they do mention him, you know, occasionally. I think the Majority Report Twitter account responded to Destiny. That's what the Vanguard boys were talking about the other day, right? Vanguard covered what happened on Twitter, and I started taking a look into it, right? Because I wasn't aware of what had gone on Twitter, and I found out that it's so much deeper. It goes so much deeper than just that tweet. It's been a thing. Like, Destiny is just nasty, right? They did this thing. This is wait, I'm so confused, because there was VidCon, and then there was also this roundtable with Rokana. Um, I think this was the one that was sponsored by Progressive Voice, but it was right when Brianna Wu had a scandal, and so she was off camera. Brianna Wu was supposed to be in the panel that they did, right? They were supposed to, maybe not this Rokana one, but the other one. Yeah, the VidCon panel, I think there's a VidCon panel. That's the one that Brianna Wu was supposed to be part of. That's the one where Vosh, Emma, everybody was up there at the same time. And then there's there's this one, which is I don't know. I mean, like, this is the whole, this was the situation where they were supposed to get access to the White House, right? They're they're somewhere here on Capitol Hill, meeting and greeting and talking to Ro Khanna here. But there was also supposed to be a tour of the White House. What happened to the tour of the White House? Does anybody remember? He's always upset at them. I think he wants a fight. You accidentally banned Donald? Oh no. Which Donald? Wait, are there multiple Donalds? Oh, you unbanned Donald. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's like MIDI Doctors doesn't know you don't know your power. Sometimes you're more powerful than you think, and just a flick of your pinky can do a lot of damage. But it's good that you can take your pinky and you can put that damage back. Will Destiny run for president? Oh, Destiny for Prestony? It doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? It was only a second duck. We have a second duck? We got, I mean, I'm glad that we have like a primary duck and a secondary duck, like a backup duck. Ducks poop where they swim. So in other words, if you have a duck and you like keep it in your bathtub, it'll poop in the bathtub like Cuffles. Oh my God, chat, you might not know this lore. It sounds like I'm saying Cuffles actually poops in the bathtub, like I'm trying to make fun of Cuffles or something. No, I don't need to make, nobody needs to make fun of Cuffles. We'll leave that to Cuffles. I think someone who called in Friday said Destiny was a clown at the end of their call. I wonder if that's partly the reason. I mean, this may have, like the thing that we're going to look at today, I think might have been before this, but you're going to have to help me some because I haven't been keeping up. Okay, let me, full honesty, right? I gave up on Destiny a long time ago. As some of you may or may not know, I had two conversations with Destiny, and neither was particularly productive. In fact, the second one was even more unproductive than the first one. Destiny didn't even engage in the conversation. Like, he didn't want to, he loves to talk about cancel culture, but he doesn't want to ever consider that maybe he is not the like primary victim. Maybe people like Destiny are not the primary victims of cancel culture. And when he's talking about cancel culture, it sounds a lot more to me like scapegoating, and scapegoating is not a new thing. It is not part of the new woke world, the woke mind virus. Scapegoating's been going on for a long time. But yeah, we should look into that. We'll see if we can find that. If anybody can find that, right? Friday's show. Are we talking about the fun half? It would have to be the fun half, right? They only do calls in the fun half, so we got it narrowed down to the fun half. Friday's fun half. Supposedly, there's a caller who talks about Destiny, but I mean, like he would pick up on that for sure. We use bidets like civilized beings. Yo, I need to get one of those. That sounds like that sounds like where it's at. I was battling Destiny fanboys in Sam Seder's Twitter comments. Yeah, yeah. So they had a little dust up with Sam's Twitter comments. Yeah, because like what happened was the Majority Report account, who is, I mean, like, I don't even care who's running it, right? Somebody's running it, probably not Sam. And they made a comment just basically on a still from Destiny's debate with, what is that guy's name? Somebody Kane. I can't remember. There's some guy on Fox News that Destiny debated, and then they made a comment. They essentially did like a caption for what he would have been saying. Yeah, Kane. Was it Will Kane? I'm immature, I would say it was cocaine, but no, it's not what I'm talking about. Either Thursday or Friday. Oh, so it could be Thursday, it could be Friday. It sounds like a bit of an operation to find it. It's like a Fallout mission. Chat, will I ever get to play Fallout? I've been teasing you with this for days and days, but every single day, it seems like I end up covering way too much. Even yesterday when I had a perfect excuse to like, just kind of like end the normal stream and go into like a gaming stream. Instead, we like listen to Moist Critical talk about buttholes. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I had to figure out if Moist Critical was going to cover this litter box thing, because somebody was like, yeah, Moist Critical is going to do the litter box thing. And I was like, Penguin Zero is not going to do the litter box thing. Penguin Zero is not the same as Asmongold. Some people say that he is, though. Some people say they have essentially equivalent politics. And look, if you're out there saying that, I can't say that you're wrong. I'm not sure. I don't know the most about Moist Critical, and I definitely don't know the most about Destiny. That's what I was trying to get at, right? I gave up on Destiny years and years ago, right? I tried to talk to Destiny, could not get through to Destiny, and just kind of decided like this guy is not worth talking to, is not worth talking about, is not worth wasting my time on. I had another chance to talk to Destiny about Jesse Singal, and I wanted none of that. I wanted exactly none of that, because I know that if I am on Destiny's stream debating him, especially if I end up in a video on Destiny's channel, I'm just never going to hear the end of it from the fanboys. And I want none of that. I want zero of that. There's no upside to that whatsoever, right? So as a result, I have been somewhat ignoring the realm, the fiefdom, the kingdom of Destiny, the petty tyrant known as Destiny. I've been ignoring his Persona 5-esque mind castle has been completely off my radar. So, I mean, I don't really know who everybody is, and there's this guy in a lot of his videos that looks like he's got like a Crocodile Dundee hat. I swear to God, the dude has a hat that's like crocodile teeth in it, like he's gonna go, like he's the crocodile hunter. You better watch out for stingrays. I gotta say, if you're gonna hunt crocodiles, that's your actual biggest enemy is probably stingrays. But he's always upset at them. Yeah, he's always trying to start some shit. When will I be modded? Oh, June 27th, 2057. That sounds like a Fallout date. I will always defend Emma. I hope they continue to largely ignore him. In general, I don't know. I don't know. What do you think they're, because they don't, there's some people they don't ignore, right? Tim Pool's definitely not on ignore. Dave Rubin, a little easier to ignore. Managing mod is a very important position. Oh, yeah. That's right, Shaxby. That's right. Here, let's take a little trip back in time for just a sec and remember why exactly and how Vosh got banned from the White House. And what little bird it was that told us. I feel like it was me.
If we're getting in there on that,
I feel like this is a Irene deal. So yeah, just to put us back in the right time frame, right? Where's the VidCon panel? I hope I got this all saved. Oh, there we go. We got the VidCon panel. This happened. Terrible audio.
And bridge divide.
Thanks to Brianna Wu, who sucks at everything. Yeah, this happened. We got Vosh, Emma, we got Destiny. Who was the other seat? Did anybody come in and fill this seat ever? I think that was the Brianna Wu seat. And like, look, officially, Brianna Wu was sick, but I think we all know that Brianna Wu was was toxic at the time. Brianna Wu had like the thing about the transphobic group chat had just come out, and I think they didn't want to have anything to do with So yeah, this is the VidCon panel here. There was also wait, I'm missing something, aren't I? There was a debate between Sam and Destiny. Now we're not gonna have time to watch all that today, but we might watch a little bit just to remind ourselves. There's something about buckets of a certain substance, a certain white and creamy substance that could fill buckets theoretically if there was enough of it to fill all the buckets. But I feel like we gotta find there was a Sam Seder versus Destiny debate. Heated Rittenhouse debate with Sam Seder. Wait, there's 2 debates? No way. No way. And look, I was like legitimately worried when Emma, signed up for this this panel thing, right? I did not want to see Emma get pulled into the Brianna Wu orbit, right? And given that the Majority Report does not have the time to like go into everybody's background, everybody's backstory, everybody's lore, there's every chance that they wouldn't have time to really know what was up with Brianna Wu. But I think that they correctly read the room and haven't really had anything to do with these people afterwards. Obviously, Vosh is not someone that the Majority Report is trying to have anything to do with, and I think they know Destiny's kind of fucked too. So like, yeah, the progressive voice as, oh my god, I always say it wrong. That's the Heels channel. Progressive Victory, I think Majority Report is probably not going to have a lot to do with in the near future. So here we go. This is how did Vosh get banned from the White House?
Event. It's because nobody looked into it too closely, right?
That's a self-report.
Hassan's treasonous horseshit.
How is this Hassan's fault?
I heard there was supposed to be an event at the White House. Also heard that Hassan was somehow involved.
Yeah, chungus of substance. Wait, what is Vosh talking about?
Oh man, I'm like actually angry about this one. Okay.
Okay, so
there were I
posted 5 hours ago.
Did get to meet with some White House staffers outside of the White House, and that was pretty fun. But there was a White House event that was planned where
there was a White House event that was planned.
We were going to go and get an influencer tour and meet with staffers in the White House. And apparently, I don't know this for sure.
I don't want Vosh having access to the White House. He's going to do all of Hunter's coat.
One of the people who was supposed to be there was Hassan. And the whole thing got canceled when Hassan's recent comments on letting China take Taiwan made their way up the chain. Like,
so yeah, apparently it was Hassan's fault.
The whole thing was planned. And then Hassan's treasonous horseshit ended up getting elevated to a point where it was like
treason, my dude. This is like, what is this
dingus gambit
all about? Okay, so Vosh's take on China was treasonous. What is their confusion here? Why would Hassan saying anything have any? God, my audio was bad. My hair was bad. This is not a good day for me. Let's see if we can get any more insight here.
PR background check, right? Like if we're getting in there, Hassan, Destiny, myself, nobody is passing a PR background,
especially Keffels, right?
Check, right?
This was going to be Keffels too. I don't know. I guess somehow at the time, like I feel like Keffels would not even be thought of for this now, but at the time, I don't know. I don't know. Actually, it is really weird because the Keffels that they're talking about is a Keffels who hadn't been even doing political coverage, anything to do with trans rights, anything to do with politics. Anything to do with anything other than harassing people for the last year, right? Why was Keffels picked?
Like, if we're getting in there...
And the answer is Brianna Wu.
Event, it's because nobody looked into it too closely, right? It's because we got security checks, not PR checks.
It's because you made friends with Hunter Biden.
So now everyone gets a PR check. And wouldn't you know it, Keffels did 9/11, Hassan did 9/11, I did 9/11, Destiny did 9/11.
Hassan did talk about the intercourse with the eye socket of a member of Congress. But okay.
There was a White House event.
The official stance of the U.S. State gonna let you come up into the thing. He didn't say anything other than what that's not what he said.
And then Hassan's treasonous horse ended up getting like elevated to a point where it was like,
that's not a concern. What do you think that Hassan said? Like, he's a streamer. He had to take strategic ambiguity that and investigate those streamers.
We can't, we have to be like way more scrutinous now. And then, obviously nobody, Hassan, Destiny, myself, nobody is passing a PR background check, right? Like, if we're getting in there on that event, it's because nobody looked into it too closely, right? It's because we got security checks, not PR checks.
That's a self-report.
So now everyone gets a PR check. And wouldn't you know it, Keffels did 9/11, Hassan did 9/11, I did 9/11, Destiny.
I mean, if you've done 9/11, I've probably done 1812. I don't know, 2 times 9/11. Who's Hassan of 9/11? You accused Hassan. Wait, where is the treacherous traitor? You accused Hassan of being a super meanie butt and a weasel. You accused Hassan of some sort
Dingus Gambit.
And you said that
I did everything right and they indicted me.
So I don't. Yeah, we're really going hard on the. It was really going hard on the soundboard that day. I want to find the cookies part.
Fun, but
we got the staffers. The staffers are good. Okay.
There was a White House event that was planned where we were.
He didn't get to eat his cookies.
Going to go and get an influence.
He said we're going to give you cookies, and then at the last minute they said no. Hassan didn't say, like, Hassan repeated the United States. Wait, I can't even find the cookies. There was like cookies in here somewhere. I can't even find the cookies. It doesn't matter, chat. We'll find the cookies later. But yeah, this thing happened between Destiny, Vosh, Emma, and it was supposed to be Brianna Wu on here too, but I guess, she's not there. And then this thing happened with Rokana.
All right, we are back. I'm Ryan.
God, and throughout the whole thing, the overarching theme was just bad audio. Bad audio. But yeah, if I reload this, I think I'll find that that Sam's not so erudite was there. Not so erudite. Yeah, we got this debate between Sam and Destiny.
Everybody on my
oh my god.
base knows who you are, but if you want, you can introduce yourself just for people that might not go for it.
My name is Sam Seder.
What a nightmare.
He now is going out and monetizing it. It's gross. And you and I can disagree on that, but nothing I'm saying is factually incorrect whatsoever.
It's not just
my opinion, Stephen.
It's not just. Hold on, Sam. This is such a.
You pretended. You came up with a hypothetical accusing me, if it was a different race, that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling their buckets of cum.
Excuse me? Extrude me?
You came up with a hypothetical accusing me, if it was a different race, that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling their buckets of cum.
I would not recommend. That seems like, look, gargling is great. Gargling is healthy. A little mouth rinse, some gargling, right? But I feel like that particular substance that Sam is describing there, a little too viscous, right? When you gargle, you know, your mouthwash, you don't have like giant bubbles forming. And I feel like you would definitely have giant bubbles with cum. There would be cum bubbles, and we can't have that. Oh my god. Everything is status quo. Everything is copacetic. Donald was banned in a moderator involved wrench incident, right? Guzzling buckets. Buckets of cum. It sounds like a song. What is that one song that's like guzzling buckets, buckets of cum? Is that like Foo Fighters? I'm pretty sure that's Foo Fighters. Chat will correct me though if I'm wrong. A second duck has hit the World Bird Center. Oh my god. A second duck has hit the wind farm. I haven't been in MR chat as much lately since... Oh wait, what was the welfare queen shit? Who can consider themselves a leftist with that kind of talking? Or that kind of thinking? Yeah, I don't know what this is. I missed that incident. I used my shower hose as a bidet. I mean, bidets are great. I don't know why we don't have them. For some reason in the United States, we can't have nice things. And a bidet sounds like a nice thing. A very as long as it's warm. It is warm, right? It's not like cold water. I don't think I would like the cold water up there. So if there's no reason to concoct rumors. Oh my god. Is there a plumber in the house? Good question. A garden hose also works. When it's warmer outside. Good point. Good point. Destiny is one of those most sensitive and easily triggerable debate bros. Sam Seder barely says boo, and Destiny... I know, he's worse than Crowder. Oh, this was like something that happened in chat? You sent me the majority FM tweet about Destiny. Thank you, Natalie. I'll take a look at that now. Yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's like a screenshot, right? And it's like a caption for the screenshot. Good one, Destiny. And this is where Vadim got involved. This is how Vadim got... This is Vadim. Does everybody remember Creationist Cat? That is Vadim's... was what Vadim's channel was called earlier. And I think we talked to Vadim a couple of times on stream way back. Allow me, Mr. Dipshit, to explain why there is, in fact, substance to the wisecrack majority FM posted. Oh my gosh, you don't need to defend them. So yeah, this is the majority report. It's somewhere here Sam comes in. Mr. Bababooey. Mr. Bonarcello. Wait, doesn't Sam come in here somewhere? With buckets of cum? Sam, buckets of cum. Oh, there's the bucket! There's the bucket right there! No! There's the bucket! I still don't know what the fuck were the buckets of cum about. Wait, maybe chat knows. Maybe chat knows. There's also, yeah, there's like a Sam Seder tweet, you know, like it's all snarky and sarcastic, but not particularly mean. Like he's not going for blood. He's not going for the jugular. It's Will Kane. Elon should run. What is the ECB? Gave up on Destiny a long time ago. I didn't watch much of him. but his fans just say, you need to watch more of him in context to prove, oh god, yeah, they're saying that about the Nick Fuentes thing. Like, right, Vadim brought back the fact that Destiny has brought on, not, I mean, he's bringing up Nick Fuentes, but I'll also say, like, Lauren Southern, right? And his essentially resurrected the careers of two right-wingers for his own clicks and views. Centrism is a fanatic position now. Yeah, seems like it. Sent you the tweet about Destiny, yes. All my panties are strung up for panties for peace? Wait, is there something else on Discord, Natalie? Look at how far behind I am. Look at how far behind I am. Chatter's just now reacting to me saying I need to play Fallout, which I do. We'll see if we can do it today. It's a Sunday. It seems like a good day to do it. Which Fallout are you looking to get into? New Vegas. New Vegas was the overwhelming NCC fan favorite, so... Ah, there's Sam Seder. Natalie's on this. Natalie is on this. Okay, so where did this come from? Oh, I see. So Sam, I should have looked in the quote retweets. Yeah. No, wait, this isn't a quote retweet though. This is like a it's a picture retweet. Oh, Sam's quote retweeting Destiny. So here we go. This is the story. Right? Majority Report account. Ha, good one, Destiny. Destiny. Oh, hey, more commentary without critiquing anything of substance. Just a signal. Look, just because he didn't fucking, like, pull your testes out through your throat doesn't mean that he's got nothing of substance to say, Destiny. And yeah, you should consider yourself lucky. You got off easy on this one. Yeah, so he's saying that this is just a virtue signal. This is just Sam or the Majority Report or somebody being like, yeah, Destiny bad. Destiny, by the way, chat, Destiny bad. And chat's like, arf, 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 arf. That's how he thinks of you. That's how he thinks of any MR fans. Barking seals. Bucket guzzling intensifies. I feel like the until I've proven otherwise, the buckets of cum are kind of gratuitous. It sounds like Destiny just had cum buckets on the mind, which, I mean, is great, but why does it need to be buckets? So Sam responds to Destiny, I have been informed that Destiny is very angry about this tweet. I've interrogated the person who tweeted it. I don't tweet there. Claims he was mocking Kane's expression because I thought it was funny. I have reassigned this person and am considering further disciplinary action. Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to be, like Matt definitely, I mean, whoever it is, definitely needs to be disciplined. I want to make it clear, I did not watch this video, and I don't care about this video. However, I am aware that some people and their audiences can get very sensitive if they see their image or internet handle used in such a way. If asked to delete, we will happily oblige. Let's see if we can find the Vadim stuff. Here, I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna bookmark this. Vadim, and Destiny. Okay. There it is. So yeah, Vadim kind of did a little bit of a mega thread. Look, Sam doesn't have time to go into the substances. Sam doesn't have time to get into the buckets and into every single bucket, and it's the viscous substance that's filling it up, right? But Vadim will play. It's not really complicated. Right-wingers love Destiny more than anything. They love him because overall he makes them look fun, friendly, and cool. It's kind of what Destiny's doing. Who was the late night host who's had the great idea to bring Trump on and to muss with his hair? And like Like seriously, that might have been the election right there. Considering how close it was, that might have been the election. But yeah, no, it's not helpful. It's not helpful. Serving Destiny peanut butter sandwiches, is not really, I mean, all you did was kind of just bring this guy's career back, give like left-wingers a reason to watch him, make him like a pro wrestling character in your universe until you got tired of him. And you didn't do the pump and dump, right? Because a lot of times with Destiny, like, if you know who Mr. Girl is, this person that got famous for his review of Cuties, which his comment on Cuties, that yes, the Netflix movie Cuties, was that he found it hot. And this guy became a micro niche celebrity thanks to, in no small part, to Destiny. Yeah, so like he's done this before, but at least with Mr. Girl, you know, when Destiny was done and everybody in the orbit was done doing content with Mr. Girl, they were able to kind of scrape him off their shoes in a way that I feel like Nick actually scraped Destiny off of his shoe, right? Nick is back in a big way, and it's scary, and it's bad, and it's not cute, it's not funny, it's bad, right? And this is also, yeah, don't forget the chicken and waffles that he had with Fuentes. Came off super staged, and so I gotta say, it's really wild to plan out to trigger the libs style publicity stunt with a freaking Nazi. So Destiny gets to say, I'm one of the good libs, right? Because I'm you know, treating him like a human being, whereas the rest of you know, the left don't want to have anything to do with him. And then Nick gets to be like, you know, gets to present himself as like as somebody that deserves to be, like, you know, platformed, as somebody that you can fist bump with, you can eat chicken and waffles with, right? Pre-planned or not, the entire conversation, with its polite company approach, served to make Nick seem harmless, funsies, and defang his evil BS. You still want the left to be a hostile, debate-free space. Wait, make up your mind, right? Are we too tough? Or are we too much of, are we too weak? Right, it's both for Destiny, I guess. Oh no, dummy. There are plenty of lefties out there who are perfectly civil, even crack good jokes now. And oh my god, there is so much like lefty self-hate, even in Vadim. I gotta say, it's kind of cringe. Destiny's slight defense, maybe he doesn't think, he doesn't always project the vibe to rightoids. He didn't used to. Oh god, so Vadim's like remembering the good old days. Remember when he did debates with all those Nazis and dunked on them? And the proof is in the pudding, people. He wouldn't have a huge right-wing portion of his fan base if he didn't, because, well, there is simply no way in the year of our Lord 2024 for lefties to have a huge rabid right-wing audience without coddling them. And that is why this MR tweet was taking the piss out of. That is what the MR tweet was taking the piss out of. This goober's shit-eating grin. Look, you can buy this. This is a stock. Shit. You can buy stock in shit, apparently, or shitcoin. I don't know. Shit-eating grin says that they... Look at what Elon did! Look at what Elon did! Now putting a dollar sign in front of something makes it clickable. The Scoober's shit-eating grin says it all. They're cool bros, and more on the same team than not. Yeah. Yeah, they're you know, they're fist bumping, they're the arm wrestling meme. So while there are issues, various takes as such we could point out, which when making the right word I can't talk. Making the right word I can't talk. I need more tea. When making the rightward drift case, we really don't need to look that far. The pronounced right-wing streak within his audience simply wouldn't exist without it. Oh, there's more. I see the rightward drift part got cut off in the screenshot of Destiny's response. I'm getting the who asked responses so far. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Destiny quote retweeted, I guess, this one. Wait, how did rightward drift get cut off? Anyway, chat. Twitter's boring. Do you find Twitter boring? I find Twitter boring. I hate Twitter. I low-key hope that Elon succeeds in killing it. Although, I don't know. I guess it could be fun. Oh my god, I got so much chat to get through today. What's up, Disco Wolf? It's like when Sam Seder talks to Tim Heidecker, they pretend to disrespect each other. Oh, you're talking about the interaction between Fuentes and Destiny? I mean, look, they don't like each other now, right? I do think that Destiny has finally turned on Nick Fuentes, but mainly because Fuentes was perceived as having won a few debates against Destiny, right? So look, that's feeder behavior, right? If you want to be this big, strong debate bro, who's willing to take it on the chin, who's willing to, you know, get down and get dirty with the right, whereas the rest of the left refuses to engage, refuses to debate, and that's why they fail. You've got to not be such a clown. You got to not have a skill issue when debating Nick Fuentes, right? Because what you do is you just end up feeding him. And especially when you're talking about somebody who had a dead career, which Nick Fuentes did, which Lawrence Southern did. He has resurrected 2 careers of right-wingers. Now you compare him to like Dylan Burns, right? Who, you know, I've criticized in the past for having created a right-wing ecosystem on Twitch where none existed. At the time when Dylan was doing the Hippy Dippy panel, there wasn't really a strong strain of right-wing content on Twitch. The right-wingers who were there, they could not help from getting banned. And so it really didn't exist. He had to make critically thinking veteran a star. He had to, by giving him a platform, he had to make Rob Noor a star. Rob Noor, might I remind you, is recently on Tim Pool. So yeah, Rob Noor, BPF, there's all kinds of people, there's all kinds of right-wingers that Dylan kind of helped get off the ground. But I never saw Dylan oh god, he did try to debate JF Garapi that one time, but that didn't end up happening. But yeah, you know, you got Dylan, you know, kind of, you know, creating a right-wing ecosystem where none is there. I feel like what Destiny does is like more harmful, because the idea is this, right? Nick Fuentes is kind of notorious, is kind of famous, right? Especially people who follow the lore of like 2015, 2016, the blood sports debates and all that kind of stuff, like this sort of seminal time for both like debate bros of the right and of the left, right? Nick Fuentes was it's like he's a boss, it's like he's a monster, right? And they want to have that feather in their cap. They want to have that, you know, trophy on their mantle of like, I have slayed the monster. Same thing with Lawrence Southern. The problem is that when these people debated Lawrence Southern, when these people debated with Nick Fuentes, right, they weren't currently monsters. They were has-beens. They were in the dust heap of history. And having a prominent debate with somebody like Destiny is a great way, you know, like just like the hero's blood that Link spills on Ganondorf brings him back every time, right? And that's what he did. That's feeder behavior. That is feeder behavior. He's such a fantastic moron. Is that literally a quote from Norm? Oh, wait, there's another tweet, maybe. Another tweet has hit the World Trade Center. I don't know all the lore. Yeah, I've missed a lot of the lore, so I'm going to have to ask for your help today, chat. I mean, I always ask for your help. I always ask for your support. And there's a ton of different ways that you can support me, including one that might actually help you out if you're on Twitch. Twitch. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, right? It's an ad break that that you can avoid, possibly for free or possibly for $5, right? If you use a Twitch Prime sub on it, you get it for free. You can also spend your hard-earned money if you have money to spend. I don't want anybody ever like trying to support me with money that they need to use for themselves. So, you know, just gauge your own ability to contribute, gauge your own ability to help out. But yeah, it does help me out a lot when people become subs. It also helps me out when people gift subs, and it also helps out other people in chat. So if you want to be one of those people who benefits from, like, let's say that you don't have the $5, you don't have Prime, you don't have anything, and you still want to avoid that top of the hour ad break, best bet, be active in chat. And here's the ad break now, I think, right? Yeah, you can help me out on YouTube too, as you know, through super chats, through super stickers, through spreading the gift of weasels, right? That's the gift that keeps on giving, and weaseling up yourself, right? If you become a member, if you become a sub, there's the ad break now on Twitch. If you become any kind of you know, supporter, then you will get weasels, right? If you know, if you donate memberships, if you gift memberships, if you gift subs to people, then you will give the gift of weasels. Either way, you increase the size of the weasel army, which is actually quite big. I recently took stock of everybody who is a member, and it was a long list. It was a really, really long list, and that's impressive. And I want it to grow longer because I want the weasels to take over the world, right? I've also put in some extra links down in there, since like kind of running into more financial issues than I anticipated. If you want to donate through PayPal or through CashApp, those are down there too, as well as my normal Stream Elements donate link, as well as the Patreon, as well as the Throne, which, you know, if you want to help the make a better seat for Waluigi. As you can see right now, he's kind of like, you know, it's not the most comfortable little notch that he's sitting in here on this USB mic. We're trying to make it an XLR mic, and if you want to help that out, help that cause, you can help me out over on Throne. Okay, enough pitches. I gotta say it now, or else I'll forget to say it. So it's out of the way. Yeah, we do have to sleep, BCAT K. Like I find that I have to sleep more than a lot of people. Do you ever have, okay, this is embarrassing, chat. This is so embarrassing. I do this thing where I wake up early, like too early, right? Earlier than I need to, right? I always do. Like maybe like as soon as the sun comes up, which, you know, in the summer, in the spring, it's pretty early, right? The sun's in the sky pretty early. So like as soon as that sun's up, I'm up, right? But I really need to sleep more. So what I do is I grab my phone and I start to watch something boring, something like Pod Save America. No offense to anybody out there that might watch that, but I find Pod Save America pretty reliably puts me to sleep. But yeah, this morning it like rolled over to Chud Logic, and like I fell asleep during, like, I don't know what I think I was listening to Pod Save America or something, and it rolled over to Chud Logic, and I had a dream that one of my roommates had invited Chud over, and they didn't know that we know each other, right? They didn't know that there was this like beef, right? They didn't know any of this stuff, right? And I had to play nice with Mr. Chud Logic while he showed us the latest intro that his video editor had added to his videos, right? He's like bragging about a new VHS effect that he's applied to his intro, right? And I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm not allowed to make fun of him. I'm not allowed to reference anything that, like, right? I just had to sit there and be nice. I had to be a good girl for once, and I'm not really a good. I don't know how much you know me, but I'm not a good girl. Oh, it was Mr. Borelli. With all due respect, you are such a fantastic moron. I mean, I think everybody can agree with that. Let's see. Why ask why when why isn't the question? Oh my god, I gotta scroll for, oh my god, chat. I just gotta like scroll through massive amounts of chat. Buckets of chat. Naz Reid definitely eats curry goat. Emma has proven that she won't get pulled into dramatic BS. Yeah, or get pulled into sushi with the boysh. No sushi with the boysh. Nay way, Jose. Oh, the flop of the subtitle words annoy you. Yeah, that's the first time I've messed with subtitles. That's the first time I was using CapCut, and like it's got a lot of functions, but some of them are paywalled. So I was using the free functions, and yeah, it's kind of a floppy way of doing captions, isn't it? Oh my god, chicken eggs, not duck eggs, lest anybody worry. Not all cum guzzlers. I'm still trying to figure out what is that going on. Oh no, that was not actually going on my soundboard. That was in the video. I was using the soundboard in the video too much, right? That was when I first got my soundboard. So I was really excited. Was it gargling? I mean, like guzzling, I think they said, right? But it makes me think of gargling, and I'm just thinking that like that's probably not the right fluid to be gargling. Destiny is such a knuckle dragger. Donald, I will let you know that I am not a fan of eggs. No offense, right? But it's like even smelling eggs is. I shouldn't. I'm gonna piss people off. Some people really like eggs. Has anybody had a vegan egg before? I don't think I've ever tried that. I've heard of them. Oh, that's a presidents of the United States. I said it was Foo Fighters. I said it was Foo Fighters, but it's presidents of the United States that sing the song about buckets of cum. Isn't it Millions of Peaches? Maybe? Maybe that goes with the bucket? Yeah, the parody of the song. Millions of buckets, buckets of cum. A longtime channel. Okay, so this is the lore behind the thing. Longtime channel member in Twitch MR. Oh, Twitch MR chat. Look, I can't say anything for Twitch MR chat, and it's not to insult anyone or any of the mods there or anything like that. I just don't know. I've never ever watched MR or I won't say never ever, but I'm not familiar with the Twitch version of the MR chat. Complained that they didn't want single moms getting the child tax credit. They would buy wine and Xannies? Oh my god, no, that's horrible. That's horrible, Resonate. Mild manner of Sam Seder really puts the fear of commie god in these fools. Destiny fans are a lot like Vosh fans. There's a fair amount of overlap. Really? Because whenever Vosh gets brought up in the... Maybe there's a difference between the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Because whenever Vosh gets brought up in the... Or Destiny, in the MR YouTube chat, I feel like it's in a negative way. He quote tweeted MR. Or D's tweet. What? In the Plankton voice. That's all it takes to make Destiny hopping mad. Oh, this is a two-parter. This is a two-parter right here. So to them, it's like a sporting event, and Destiny is their favorite team. Yeah, that is how it works. Same thing with Vosh, right? Almost doesn't matter what the issue is. And creating interpersonal drama with other creators is the easiest way to be relevant in the algorithm, unfortunately so. Unfortunately, we're all bound to that algorithm. And like, look, the one time that I try to go against the algorithm and I think I have a good plan, right? And it fails. I don't know how many people even noticed my video. See, I did a video on an anti-homeless YouTuber, like a YouTuber that literally goes in and tries to dehumanize homeless people. And I thought that because it was like a call-out video, that maybe the algorithm would like it, and it didn't. It's this weird thing. And I don't want to blame my community. I definitely don't blame my community. I think what it is that YouTube, it's not that you don't want to watch a video like that, because every time that we do watch stuff on you know, like on the problem of homelessness, right? People really react to that. People want to hear about that. But I think it's that YouTube doesn't think that you want to hear about it, right? So you don't even see the video. It doesn't even give it a chance. It's like, oh yeah, she's being like she's being socially conscious. Let's not show this to anyone. And it's sad. It's sad because feels like it really limits the subjects I'm able to address. It makes sense, of course. Vosh started out as a Destiny fan, which explains so. Oh yeah, so much indeed. Can anyone see me? I can see you, Karina. And Bad Lefty sees you too. Oh my god. At the same McDonald's, I sipped my tea. Oh, you got a fly from your tea at McDonald's? No, I always have the problem with, like, if I have, like, a soda out, like a bee crawls up inside there to get some sweet stuff, and I end up, like, this has happened to me once. The other time that I get bees or flies or whatever in my mouth is when I'm riding my bike. Like, right, if my nose is stuffy and I have my mouth open for whatever reason, you get the I ended up inhaling flies, and it's bad. Buckets of cum, Destiny, probably. The roots are on. Oh, it was Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, it was Jimmy Fallon. When I was talking earlier about the person that like did the messed with Donald Trump's hair, it was Jimmy Fallon. All the famous Jimmys are sus. Yeah, I don't know. Cuties has supposedly had some important commentary about child exploitation, such as beauty pageants, etc. But they had to use such a triggering cover photo. Yeah, and you know, it's like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is not even a blurred line. He's a self-described white nationalist, if I recall. No, you're not wrong there. Look, Nick Fuentes, like, probably the only clip that you need to see is the clip where he's talking about Cookie Monster, right? He's saying, let's say if Cookie Monster only had, 2,000 ovens, and yet somehow he cooked 6 million cookies. We do the math there, it really doesn't make sense. How could Cookie Monster, and he's obviously talking about Hitler, right? Like he's obvious. It's like the numbers that he used. Like, right, he's using Sesame Street to be a Nazi. Like, that's how gross this guy is. No hole shaming. Oh my god, we had some hole shaming yesterday with the Moist Critical video. I still can't believe that. Like, I thought I'd seen all of the shock videos. All of the, the two, well, not all of them, but like there's ones that I avoid if I know about them. But I did end up seeing the ice cream one. The 2 girls, 1 cup. Horrible thing. But yeah, Moist Critical's like mentioning one I've never heard of, the Harlem Shake poop. And yeah, I'm glad I never saw that. That's horrible. Never bothered with Twitter. I find Twitter depressing. Yeah. I just find it boring. Like, I mean, I it's not that I don't like to read, but I don't like to read tweets that much. I feel like Twitter, it kind of wants to be a visual medium, and it never quite makes it. The Doors and Destinies are a safe place for mindsets averse to ambiguity. Can be conservatives hiding in faux progressivism. That's what we're dealing with. That is what we're dealing with. Nazis don't have legitimate opinions worth debating. Him debating Nick at all is a win for Nick. Yeah, especially when Nick's career was in the toilet at the time. Joe Biden is 78 or something like that, but at least he's not farting, right? Biden is 7 years old. Wait, what's going on? Biden age. Oh, God. Duck age. Eggs won't stop that madman. Yeah, there it is. That's the quote. Oh, Stream Elements won't let you time somebody out for 1 minute. Oh my god, chat. I hate having to scroll fast and not read. Like, I like to at least read every chat. There's a book coming out soon that is going to talk about non-traditional sexual minorities, including furries. Nice. Mr. Fanelli. Mr. Wait, you made me think of Phantom for a second there. Mr. Phantom Tax. I would have played cards with the boysh. I wouldn't have been able to pass up the opportunity to take their money. Yeah. Yeah, but you gotta wonder, is it veg? Veg? The vegan egg? Is that what it is? I like eggs, but I hate when people make egg salad. It stinks up the place. That's true. That's true. But honestly, like, my food stinks up. Like, when I make beans, I'm sure, like, if you're not used to eating beans and you smell beans cooking in a Instapot, Insta cooker. I like an egg. I used to eat that variant. I used to, yeah, but like not anymore. Not anymore, Donald. Not anymore. I don't eat eggs anymore. Not for a long time. And it's the weird thing because I used to love, like breakfast like that. And then it's like cigarettes, right? Well, actually, maybe it's not like cigarettes. Some people say that cigarettes, like once you get into them, once you like become part of your life, if you never get to the point where you're just like, that's disgusting, I don't want to have anything to do. There's always some little bit of kind of smells nice, kind of would like to take a little inhale there, right? But for me, cigarettes, when I smoked them, like, did not smell bad, right? When I was around people that smoked them, they did not smell bad. But when I stopped smoking them, it's just, forget about it, right? An ashtray is like the nastiest thing in the world. Bosch used to be a Destiny fan, true. I've never eaten there. Autumn Leaves is talking about Five Guys, burgers and fries. I have never eaten there. Overpriced garbage? Yeah, I know some people swear by it. You've had bees in your soda too? Yeah, it's scary. You've been assaulted on a porta potty by a bug before? That's dangerous, right? Because the big danger with a porta potty is that it's going to get knocked over. And I feel like one of the only ways to knock a porta potty over from inside is if a bee starts attacking. Oh, a frog? Wait, there was a frog in there too? Like in the toilet? That sounds like a JoJo episode. It sounds like something Polnareff would run into. Wait, Richard Spencer cut a full HHH angry promo after getting punched? Wait, what is HHH? Fuentes was also in Charlottesville in 2017. I had forgotten. Thank you for reminding me, FTW. Imagine giving birth to your offspring without a hard outer shell to keep them safe, right? And to at least give you the Blippy guy is the one that made the video. Yeah, Random Talkovic, you are correct. It was the Blippy guy. But I think it's Blippy with an I, if I remember right. And now he's doing kids videos. He's like, please don't talk about my gross out videos. I'm doing kids videos now, and I don't know what the point of was. Moist Critical just wanted to remind us all. This guy used to poop in other people's butts. How could you let him make kids videos when he poops in other people's butts? And he's like, that's a long time ago. Wait, what's that, Bad Lefty? Beans have a smell. You don't really notice? I mean, if you're opening a can, maybe not so much, but if you're cooking them, yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I eat beans, so it probably doesn't smell bad to me. I'm just saying that I know that, like, I'm sure there's something that I cook that is as smelly to my roommates as like eggs are to me. So I try not to, you know, complain. They are good for your heart. They are very, very good for you. They're good for so much, right? And it looks like I'm gonna be eating all beans this week because I'm kind of don't have money for tofu anymore. So I'm trying to live cheap, as cheap as I can. Cigarettes give me a headache too. Yeah, when I was in Europe, I noticed that anytime that somebody wanted to smoke a spliff, anytime that somebody wanted to smoke some green, some CBDs and some THCs, they never wanted to smoke just the CBDs and the THCs. They wanted to blend it with a whole bunch of tobacco. And THCs and CBDs, the green plus the brown, if you know what I'm saying, that shit makes my head spin. I cannot stand, I can't deal with that, right? A spliff, like give me like a Pinter or something. I'm totally fine with that, right? But you give me a spliff and it'll make me so dizzy. I won't know which way is up. Yeah, I'm traveling well, I'm not traveling, but I am living, I'm living off the beans. The beans are the only thing I can afford to eat. Five Guys is all right. It's not a bad burger. Sloppy ingredients, like they're Cajun fries. Hell yeah. I like curly fries. I like seasoned curly fries. Bacon smells like burning soap to you? Ooh, huh. I used to love the smell of bacon, and I definitely don't like it now. But I've never noticed burning soap. HHH, I was referring to Triple H, a WWE wrestler who cut the same angry. Oh, you're saying that he did like a Triple H promo, like right? He did a promo, like he did like a wrestling promo. All green is a bit expensive in the long run. You know, that's true. That's true. I don't have that problem though, because like my tolerance is like I just never got into anything strong, and it's probably a good thing. Because yeah, I know what you're talking about. All green. Oh, but if you're in the UK, that probably makes all the sense in the world, right? So in the US, I think all but 2 states either have it decriminalized or legalized. And as a result, a lot of places, unless they're just like taxing it, you know, at the wazoo, you can get it for pretty cheap. But I'm guessing that's not the same. Yeah, the UK does not have that, as far as I know, is the UK legalized, decriminalized anything? A blunt would destroy me. A blunt would absolutely annihilate me. But yeah, it's probably a good thing, because like that I keep my tolerance low. Otherwise, that would be another expense that I couldn't handle. Okay, I think we're ready. We're ready to go. Yeah. So we got Destiny. He's falling asleep. We got Sam Seder. He's wide awake. We got the Harlem Shake poop. It's disgusting. You should never look up that video. It's quietly decriminalized. Nice, nice. Okay, well that's good. That's good. That's like I was worried about people from the UK, because I know they like it, but they usually like they would have to go to Amsterdam for stuff like that. Platypi are poisonous. I'm wondering, chat. Okay, so we'll get this going. What do we want to watch first, though? Should we dip back into this 1 year ago, 2 years ago? Let's see if we can figure out where the buckets of cum come in, because that's the one thing that nobody in chat answered. So we gotta do this. And if we have some time, chat, I'm gonna go into this too. Speaking of chud logic, yeah, this dude needs to stay in his lane. He's talking about trans issues. What the fuck, chud? I thought you weren't a chaser anymore. Anyway, if we have time, if we hit some numbers as far as memberships and stuff goes, we'll dunk on chud too, because I'm here for some chud dunking.
Everybody on my fan base knows who you are, but if you want, you can introduce yourself just for people that might not go for it.
My name is Sam Seder. Hello. Nice to see you all.
Gotcha.
I wonder if Sam knows what he's in for at this point. Like, right? How much does Sam? Because Sam will debate anybody. Sam will debate literally anybody. I mean, maybe not anybody. I bet he wouldn't debate a Nazi like Destiny will, but he'll debate a lot of people. Let's see, buckets. No, we can't find the buckets. I need my buckets. I thought maybe this debate was where the buckets of. Can somebody please tell me where the buckets are coming from? Wow. I thought we could figure out the buckets, but it's harder than I thought. Oh my god, Shakespeare! 5 gift memberships to Temporal Insanity, Sweet B Vixen, Angela Morales, Germ, and Ratboy Genius. You all got weaseled. You all got weasels. BCat K, someday we gotta figure out a way to weasel BCat K. We're dealing with like a legacy. Oh my god, FTW. Wow. Damn. Hitting those numbers already. JC Ramirez, Passing Wind, Lily Ten Shoes, Jake Leggett, Aksha M. You all just got weaseled by FTW all day. And 5 other people weaseled by Shakespeare. Thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you, FTW all day. That is a pretty strong and pretty quick combo. They're like 5 and 5. It's like an aura barrage. It's like a JoJo move. That is some goated. Yeah, there's some goated moves there. I'm trying to figure out where do these buckets of cum come from? Right? It's a reference. It's a meme. But there's literally nothing that gets said in here that's like buck. Where did they say buckets of cum? Oh, you're so sweet. FTW goat. Shakespeare goat. Dashing away. Oh wait, that's an emote. I'm always confused by emotes have the weirdest names. So wait, what are we doing here? We're trying to figure out the buckets of cum. I thought we could start out by figuring it's from the Rittenhouse one. Ah. Oh, okay. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, because I want to get to the Chud logic thing too if we can. I'm just not sure. Chud logic needs to be taken down a peg. A peg or two. Sorry, chat. I'm incorrigible. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about pegs and Chud logic in the same sentence. I should never use those phrases in the same sentence. That's just wrong. Okay? Look, chat, I got no special.
He's going out and monitor.
Okay, so where did we got they got mentioned here.
He now is going out and monetizing it. It's gross. And you and I can disagree on that, but nothing I'm saying is factually incorrect whatsoever.
It's not just.
My opinion, Stephen.
It's not just. Hold on, Sam. This is such a.
You pretended. You came up with a hypothetical accusing me if it was a different race that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling their buckets of cum.
If I said that George Floyd.
Wait, so, I mean, like, he's mentioning that here, but what is Sam reading this from? Oh my god, did this happen on Twitter? Cum. I love that I'm looking up buckets of cum. Guzzling buckets of Steven Crowder cum live on stream? What? Where are the buckets of cum? Like, Sam's reading something. God damn it, the Destiny fanboys post this too much. Anytime Sam gets mentioned, I guess they talk about buckets of cum. I just can't find the original reference. Let's see if
died after being arrested for trying to buy something with counterfeit money with fentanyl in his system. Do you think that that's okay to say? Even though factually everything...
422 mark? Thank you, random topic. Let's check that out. All right.
There. And when you look at the Supreme Court, I mean, people have been wanting to reform that for a long time as well, but it's, I think, particularly problematic where you have those two presidents who didn't win a majority of the votes have placed the six Republican or Supreme Court nominees on there. So
yeah, and I would even point to Garland as like even a more egregious example of like a destruction of a process to get another conservative justice on the Supreme Court. I absolutely agree. Like I said, I'm not saying that any of these institutions are infallible or beyond change or intractable. We can't do anything about them. I think that all of it should be open for conversation. But would you agree that we are historically, as a people, independent of our institutions, like divided more than we probably...
Wait, random topic. Do you mean in this video? It's at the 422 mark in this video?
Presented by the 50 Democrats, then the 50...
Because there's also this video. Okay, oh my God. I'm so intent on... I gotta know where the buckets come from. How did they get filled with cum?
I don't think that the government should be in the business of making money. I mean, we both agree that the government should provide an option of free college, to be making money off of college loans. I think also that we've seen the debt itself, just in terms of like what the drag that it acts on the economy, I think is highly problematic. And in addition to that, although you could probably...
Oh, your link got eaten. Yeah, Twitch chat does that. If you can give me the title, then I can probably find it. If you give me the title of the video, that's probably the best way to get to it. So, okay, that makes more sense.
Now he's going out and monetizing.
I think that all of it should be getting rid of the electoral college. Like these are like where all the focus is, and we've kind of just like given up on like there's no way that we're ever going to agree on certain things anymore. So I guess when I have conversations with people, especially people that I disagree with, conservatives, I usually try to start from a point of like common understanding, like, okay, what are some things that we do agree on that are real? And then from there, we kind of like move to other conversations, I guess. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't necessarily agree with your characterization, the premise to do that, but I mean...
Wait, what? I'm just like the whole time, I'm like that Sam Seder soundboard meme, like, what happened?
There's a really big fixation on changing processes and focusing on processes as being broken to kind of effect change legislatively or whatever. And it seems like people have kind of given up on ever having like a cohesive United States where we can kind of agree on some things again. So like, for instance, people will talk about like getting rid of the filibuster, completely changing how we gerrymander, rebalancing the Senate, making Puerto Rico a state, getting rid of the electoral college. Like these are like where all the focus is. And we've kind of just like given up on like, there's no way that we're ever gonna agree on certain things anymore. So I guess when I have conversations with people, especially people that I disagree with, conservatives, I usually try to start from a point of like common understanding, like, okay, what are some things that we do agree on that are real? And then from there...
Okay, the video is called He Killed Two People, Destiny Challenges Sam Seder to a Debate. Okay.
We kind of like move to other conversations, I guess. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't necessarily agree with your characterization, the premise to do that, but I mean, it's not. I mean, the filibuster's been changed before. I think probably 3 or 4 times at least. more. It was changed a year ago to raise the debt ceiling. I mean, so I don't think that's as dramatic of a process change. And people have been talking about getting rid of the Electoral College for at least 25 years. I mean, I remember talking about it in college. That would have been 35 years ago.
Yeah, I don't mean to say any of those ideas are necessarily bad. It feels like people feel like that's where the 100% of the fight is on changing those institutions rather than, and then like the whole media landscape has kind of been given up. We've all kind of like dug into our holes, and those guys aren't going to be convinced. We just have to figure out how to change the process enough to get whatever we want legislatively done.
I think the reason why we're hearing a lot more about that is because I think it's inarguable that we are as close to minoritarian rule as we've ever had in this country. If you look at how many people are represented by the Republicans in the Senate versus the Democrats, you're going to see tens of millions of unbalance there. That in a 50-50 Senate, you have literally 40 million, I think, more Americans represented by the 50 Democrats than the 50 Republicans.
Oh crap! Let me change this.
2 out of the last 3 presidents.
Sorry, weird screen having the other screen up. Okay, so this is supposedly where the 50 gallons of cum arrive.
Against horrible white nationalists.
So quiet.
Preserving the character of the neighbor. Blah 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 blah. If the races were reversed on just the shooter, because obviously all the people shot were white, you would actually be guzzling buckets of his cum like every day. But we can pretend like it wouldn't be otherwise.
Oh my god, random topic. You got it. You got it. This is the origin. Oh my god, I was going to have to put out a tweet for this. I was seriously going to do a blast off tweet, but we don't need to. We got it right here. This is the origin story of the beef between Sam Seder and Destiny. We got to the bottom of it. Random topic. Thank you so much. And if anybody else said this too, because like sometimes I don't I don't read I'm not able to read all of chat. If anybody else said it, thank you as well. I don't know who came up with it first. But yeah, random topic. I saw what you said, and here we are with buckets of cum.
Why the fuck? Now,
so this is a Destiny reacting to Sam Seder. Sam's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Destiny, I think, used to be a fan of the Majority Report. I swear to God, I remember Destiny saying like good things about the Majority Report. Or I don't know, maybe it was from a business sense. Maybe it was more of an admiration of how he had, I don't know, but sort of a pioneer in terms of digital political media. Maybe it was like that, right? But like I think that Destiny used to kind of admire Sam, and of course, Destiny got a bug up his ass about the Rittenhouse thing. Thinks that lefties are just delusional when it comes to Rittenhouse. And oh no, there's an actual Justice Warrior video on this too. Destiny crushes Sam Seder on Kyle Rittenhouse. They fucking love Rittenhouse. These motherfuckers love Rittenhouse. They got Rittenhouse written on their soul.
If Kyle had the ability to do this, that'd be great. But why the f do you expect any normal human being to throw themselves on their sword for you when you spent the entire time calling him a white nationalist, black person murderer? If you act a certain way towards somebody, like it's pretty predictable which way they're gonna go. It was pretty obvious the second everything happened what side Rittenhouse was going to be on at the end of the day for everything, which is to be like basically a puppet for the insane conservative losers.
Insane clown posse.
Oh boy.
All this play again now. I wonder like if Kyle is getting all this play again now.
Also, thank you, chat, for being patient for me. I just I get this. I probably just have... Like, when I want to find something, I gotta find it. But we found it, thanks to a random topic and probably some other people in chat.
Because of this shooting.
Possibly.
Like he's turning up all of a sudden on various programs. He was on Charlie Kirk's show yesterday or the day after or day before.
So Sam's talking about Kyle here.
He's on Tucker Carlson's. Sometimes, somebody just needs a guest and they get him. And then, one of these shows, they say, he got good clicks. Let's have him on. But I wonder if it's not also because in the wake of this shooting, They want to present their hero with the gun. Here's the good guy with the gun who killed people, but it was okay. And let's be clear, he killed them with a gun.
Thanks, Sam. Indeed he did.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam. You freaking lefty brain rot.
Here is Tucker Carlson talking about Kyle Rittenhouse versus big tech.
Kyle Rittenhouse is the founder of the Media Accountability Project. Todd McMurtry is his lawyer.
Pause it for 1 second. Just remember, Media Accountability Project. That's going to be an important thing to keep in mind. Hold the media
C-SPAN Stan found it too.
To account for their misinformation and fake news.
Is his lawyer. They join us now to explain what they're doing. Thanks to you both for coming on. Tell us, Kyle, good to see you. What action are you taking against the tech companies that made this defamation possible?
Well, we're going to make the media pay for what they did to me.
I just want to say, okay? Dude, nobody believes in anything they talk about, okay? If you're a conservative and you're visiting my channel, you have to be cognizant of this, okay?
Coolstony.
And then you guys actually give a fuck.
What's up with that laugh?
Okay? How many of you motherfuckers for fucking years, okay, made fun of that fucking autistic Swedish girl? What the fuck is her name? The climate change one. Fuck, what's her name?
Greta? That's how he refers to Greta. That's... Wow.
Somebody tell Greta Thunberg or whatever, and you're like, oh, you can't have children representing important stuff like this. They're just kids. What do they know? But like, throw the fucking 19-year-old Rittenhouse out there. Soy, yes, King, lead us into the new movement. Yes.
Okay, so for the record, he's making fun of right wingers here for making fun of Greta and for not thinking that Kyle is also ridiculous.
New age of media responsibility. Like, bro, this kid is 19.
Also, whatever happened with this? Did this actually... He's talking about suing people for what? Defamation or something? Suing like media companies for defamation? I feel like I would have heard about it if he'd gotten any money back from anybody. So this must not have worked.
18 years old. Why the fuck would I give a fuck what he has to... Not to say that he wasn't wronged by the media. He was. And not to say that, like, he's worth covering. But, like, that dichotomy is very funny.
Wait. Oh my god. FTW might be... you're making it more complicated, but more true as well, possibly, right? And I want to get down to the truth, right? Destiny has hated the Majority Report purely out of spite ever since Michael Brooks spanked his ass red. His video complaining got ratioed. So wait, did he actually debate Michael, or did Michael, his video complaining got ratioed? Was this just on Twitter? Destiny is, yeah, kind of a weenie, a bit of a weenie. Mr. Beanie Weenie. Why does Destiny even pretend to be a liberal? Mr. Bonarelli face planting everywhere he goes, kind of. Destiny fully supports actual Justice Warrior statistics. Oh my god. When he uses them, sometimes he doesn't even... Sometimes it's more convenient for his argument just to focus in on a anecdote, to find one situation and like, they chopped these people up and they flushed them down the toilet. There was blood in the drains. There was blood everywhere. And like just the horribleness of a incident will be irrefutable proof that wokeness is wrong. You just woke up? Well, I'm glad you did. We're having kind of a epic stream today. We're gonna try to find the truth, right? And FDW may have just led us there. Like, what the truth that I want to find is where and when and how did Destiny become a hater of the Majority Report? Because it seems like this has been going for a long time. I don't think that it's entirely just a clout beef. I don't think that it's entirely just Destiny trying to bait engagement by attacking, lefty fan favorites like Emma and Sam. I think it's like there's some real hatred here. There's some real hatred. The only time Mr. Bonarelli can get a win is when he's debating absolute monsters. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, probably one of his better debates.
Okay.
It made it hard for me to live a normal life. I can't go out into public. I can't go to the store. It's hard for me to go anywhere without security. Shoot, doing basic things like taking my dog to the dog park is difficult. So
pause it for 1 second. So
Do we believe this? I mean, this was a while ago. This was like more than 2 years ago. Wait, let me see what I'm talking about before I say it. This was one year ago. Okay. Wait, oh my God, he put this up. Oh, now I'm confused. Okay, I think I get it. So yeah, we need to do a timeline. Chat, I need like timeline software. This is 1 year ago, debate about Rittenhouse, right? This is 1 year ago, reacting to Sam talking about Rittenhouse. This
college to be making money off of
is 2 years ago.
College loans.
The first debate with Destiny, primarily about college loans. Might have touched on some of the other topics, separate political question, wealth versus household wealth disparity, who holds debt, targeted stimulus, student loan debt is, what is wealth? Okay. And then a post-debate Q&A. So I think we got the timeline a little bit better. We still don't know, and what we're missing is like what FDW mentioned was that there was some kind of incident, there's some kind of blow up between Michael Brooks and Destiny that maybe predates all of this stuff.
Of unbalance there. That in a 50-50 Senate, you have literally 40 million, I think, more Americans represented by the 50 Democrats than the 50 Republicans. You've seen 2 out of the last 3 presidential elections that elected a Republican on not without a majority, without a plurality of the votes. You're seeing, gerrymandering that leads to a disbalance in votes and
yeah, and apologies to anybody in chat that I'm not getting to. I've got like so much going right now that I've got to keep attention to, and I'm unmedicated ADHD.
Places like Wisconsin and
but I'll try to read your chats.
Actually have been fixed because of the state Supreme Courts, but in the past where more than 50% of people vote for a Democratic candidate and the Republicans have 65% of the representation there. And when you look at the Supreme Court, I mean, people have been wanting to reform that for a long time as well, but it's, I think, particularly problematic where you have those 2 presidents who didn't win a majority of the votes have placed the 6 Republican or Supreme Court nominees on there. So
yeah, and I would even point to Garland as like even a more egregious example of like a destruction of a process to get another conservative justice on the Supreme Court. I absolutely agree. Like I said, I'm not saying that any of these institutions are infallible or beyond change.
I think I found it.
We can't do anything about them. I think that all of it should be open for conversation. But would you? I
think we found it.
We are historically, as a people, independent of our institutions, like divided more than we probably ever have been due to the acceleration of like technology moving us into different groups.
I wouldn't say ever. We did have a civil war with 500,000.
Yeah, that's a pretty extreme statement there, Mr. Bonarcelli. Let's take a look here. So FTW mentioned this. I think that this is the spanking that Destiny got from Michael Brooks, quote unquote. This is how I used to do thumbnails. Like, I wonder if Destiny used Canva for this. Right, this looks like an Irene job here. We got an outline in white of both of the people. We got a nice background here. I don't know why Destiny is becoming transparent over on this side, but and then we got a nice little drop shadow. No, it's actually not a drop shadow. It is an outline. It is a outline with, oh my God, I know how to make these thumbnails. But yeah, this is old 4 years. Well, I mean, it would be 4 years ago, right? We're talking about Michael Brooks. So is this the first? This is where the beef came. Do we find the origin? Do we have the origin of the beef?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm fucking exhausted, to be honest with you. Oh, can I swear on Twitch? Because we can't swear on YouTube anymore.
You can
Destiny did more than swear on Twitch, let's just say. Yeah, but he did finally test the limits of what you can do on Twitch, and apparently the limits somewhere around advocating violence and dehumanizing people will actually get you clapped on Twitch. He did finally reach that limit, but no, cursing is not an issue. Cursing is actually more of an issue on YouTube.
Is there any of that crazy brocialist stuff I know you guys are so fond of? But no, as long as you don't have any like
That's, by the way, if you branded my show somehow as using a bunch of racial
No,
slurs,
I'm just messing with you. Don't worry.
It's the most brilliant out of the gate move you could do.
I would never do that to you guys. Yeah, no, but as long as there's like no racial slurs or anything like that, like we're fine. I wouldn't expect you to, but yeah, that's generally fine.
I don't anticipate any of those. Are we live now?
Yeah, I'm live on my channel now.
Hi, everybody.
All right. So I'm a big fan of yours.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We are growing, chat. We are growing. Welcome in.
We've almost talked in the past.
Love to see it.
I think we just kind of missed connecting in a while. I'm generally a pretty big fan of what goes on with your show and everything you and Sam Seder talk about. I think my favorite conversation I've heard of you is you on Sargon of Akkad, the regressive left. That conversation was a lot of fun. And yeah, so you're here today probably because a lot of mutuals are poking the fuck out of you guys because a lot of people get mad at my Twitter stuff.
So is this it? Is this where it all came from?
And somehow we ended up on discussing the TPP, which I imagine will broaden out to our general ideas about like neoliberalism or protection.
Do we have timestamps
around those lines, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, sort of.
No timestamps.
I'm just curious. I mean,
Unless we go down here.
I'm assuming. Do you have like familiarity with my work on both shows? Maybe TMBS might be a little bit more where there's like some sort of more clear divergences, possibly just in terms of topic selection.
So yeah, we're starting out unbelievably friendly, considering how deep the hatred is, mostly on Destiny's end. Like my perception of it is that MR doesn't hate Destiny. They don't really think about Destiny, but Destiny definitely thinks about them, and it's not good thoughts. It's not good thoughts. Oh my God, do you remember the Resident Sleeper? These are some old Twitch emotes here.
I'm familiar with you because I get linked a bunch of stuff, but I mean, I'm sure you know it's impossible to listen to keep up with anybody else. It shows so much time, But like, I mean, my general idea of you is that you would be like a I think a democratic socialist at least, like somebody left leaning more than like a.
Oh, you're insulting Michael. You're insulting him.
And that all of your views
are you though?
Kind of line up where I would expect to for that, like anti-imperialist, pro-worker, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
And these are old school Destiny sounds, by the way. One thing that I will compliment, though, like the only compliment that you're going to ever hear me throwing Destiny's way probably is the fact that I feel like these stream alerts, and that's what they are. They're letting you know when somebody follows him on Twitch, when somebody's like becoming a sub or whatever, right? That's what those are, those little sounds, right? I think they're really good. I think they're really nice. They're like, you know, it makes for like a comfortable listening, watching experience, basically.
And maybe you know, if this is productive, maybe we'll have more conversations / debates or whatever. Because let me just say how I kind of perceive like why we're here too. And one is that my impression of you has definitely been positive, and we've had.
Remember, chat, this is 4 years ago,
and it's been funny.
August 4th of 2019, NCC was not a streamer at this point.
Because it's been mutuals who several months ago were like, oh yeah, like you guys are both great, and you know, you'll have some disagreements, but you guys should team up to destroy X, Y, or Z person.
Yeah.
And in the last couple of weeks, it's been like, nah, you gotta like, you know, hold this guy in check or whatever. And I guess what I'm honestly trying to figure out is, so I feel like there's three things going on with.
Wait, are there people speaking positively of Hassan? Yeah, I guess so, right? This was before Destiny and Hassan hated each other's guts.
Like with what you're putting out, I'm trying to think of, because I'm just a value neutral way of saying it. So like one is, I think that you are reacting to certain annoying social media habits that you
This was before the N-word manifesto. This was before N-word Andy.
might associate with a certain ideological tendency, right?
This was before Destiny hated Lance. Wow.
And so for me, first of all, I think that that is true of every.
So just so you don't think, if you just got here, that we are going to be spending too much time in a time capsule, I'm just doing my due diligence of looking for the origins of things. If we're going to talk about the beef between Destiny and Majority Report, we got to go back to the very beginning. And I think we might have found it. I think this is what FDW suggested that we look at. This is Destiny's debate with Michael Brooks. You can see it starting out really, really friendly. Now we're going to move from that to Destiny reacting to Sam Seder's take on Kyle Rittenhouse, which is obviously not very friendly at all. This is where the buckets have come. This is the origin of the buckets and cum. So, you know, this is where the debate where we get buckets of cum. Then we go here to Sam Seder. Now, there was one debate before this where they talk about student loans. I don't think it's particularly relevant. I think that we're gonna have to be real selective about what we watch. So don't think that, you know, we're gonna sit here watching too much of this. I mean, it is nice to see you know, Michael Brooks. I'll be honest, right? it's nice to remember Michael Brooks, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of get a sense that we're not doing this to walk down memory road. What's it called? Memory lane. Yeah, we don't want to walk down memory lane listening to nostalgic music or anything like that. We are trying to get to the origin point of Destiny hating the Majority Report. And FDW has suggested that there's something in this debate that maybe explains that. So I'll skip around a little bit. Then we'll go forward in time, and eventually we're going to end up at Destiny complaining about Emma in the worst way. Like, I don't know, should I give you a I feel like I need to give you like a preview of what Destiny has to say about Emma. I'm gonna look for that in the background here while we watch Michael Brooks.
Single ideological tendency.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a problem of social media. It's a problem of kind of brand creation, and maybe we could have some ideas together, some strategies for generally making that whole environment better. But I'm just not terribly interested, you know, in those kind of arguments. I guess partially because, I mean, to be honest, partially one is because one of the things I do on, I don't really cover much stuff like that. But to some extent on TMBS, like, there is a little bit of like, you know, hey guys, let's actually, you know, let's be more strategic and more thoughtful about how we promote, you know, the politics we want, essentially. Let's be a little bit more thoughtful about reaching a broader audience, right? So even like what you said before, pro-worker and anti-imperialist, 100%. And then there's like, you know, there's like a certain type of like trivial discourse version of that, which I wouldn't want to be associated with, just like I'm sure you wouldn't want to be associated with like some totally brain dead, you know, like, oh, like some economist.
We're thrilled to welcome back to the program.
You know, some type of like IDW, like adjacent, just sort of like, you know, ahistorical nerdery.
Okay, now that's funny. Do you hear what Michael just said? Tell me if you don't think that describes Destiny now, right? I won't completely compare him to any particular IDW figure, but it seems like his media strategy and a lot of his takes line up more with the intellectual dark web than they do with anything on the left, right? When when somebody's like, you know, even calls him a liberal, I kind of cringe, right? I'm not sure that's where Destiny is these days. You know, like maybe a liberal in the sense of some kind of classical liberal, but anyway.
So, you know, I feel like, but part of what I feel like is going on is that you're reacting to some things that can be frustrating, can even be misleading at times, but maybe you're falling into, and this is a danger that we all get into. I know, no doubt, I do this on Twitter, but like, you know, someone like Nate Silver is doing that same thing for a different team, right? Like,
okay, so let me give you the preview of whoa. Okay, that's the wrong button to. Oh my god, I don't know how to. I don't know how to be a streamer, chat. Help me. No, I think I'm good. I think I'm real good. I think I got just the right thing. So let me give you, oh my God, come on. There we go. We're just having some skill issues, some tech issues, etc., 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 etc. Let's get rid of that. Wait, how do you get, oh, you just got to go like that. Oh, there we go. Much better. All right. So let me give you what we're going to be building up to, what Destiny said most recently about Emma Vigeland. And just let you know why you need to stick around. Why you need to stick around to see how we get here. Now, the first question I want to ask, if anybody in chat knows, who is the man in the Crocodile Dundee hat? Who is the man in the Crocodile Hunter hat? Who is this guy with the copper mug and in the alligator teeth in his hat? Because this is some Destiny orbiter that I don't even know who this guy is. I haven't been following D.
Emma Vigeland is probably one of the dumbest people in media.
Why?
She's done more to set back women's representation in politics than any other horrible person that's existed in real life politics or on the internet in the history of all of.
Okay, so low key, Destiny's giving me flashbacks, right? Substitute trans person for woman, and you've got what Destiny told me about Demon Mama. What he's saying there about Emma is very similar to what he said about Demon Mama. And you know how the thing with Demon Mama worked out, right? Part of the reason that Demon Mama is so deep in the Vosh network is because she got attacked for having, I won't even say having won a debate, right? She debated Destiny. She came out the gate really hard at him. She embarrassed him. She made him look bad. I don't think she won the debate. I think the debate was a draw overall. Destiny, obviously, is a skilled debater, and over time he was able to kind of catch up and make it a draw. But the fact that, an inexperienced, Humegalol like Demon Mama gave Destiny this much of a run for his money was really embarrassing to Steven. He decided at this point that she needed to be wiped out. He went after her in a big way. And that's what's got me worried with Emma, right? That's what's making me worry that this is a personal thing. What he tried to argue about, the point that he tried to drive home when I talked to him about Demon Mama was that she was like the worst thing out there. She was this like horrible, bad faith person. She was dangerous and she needed to be stopped. And I was just like, wait a minute. Like, I'm not, I know Demon Mama. I've dealt with her before. She's kind of a pain in the ass, to be completely honest, like having, had her on debate panels and stuff like that. She's kind of a bit of a diva, right? But I mean, she's a debater. She's got an ego on her, but it's not that different than Vosh's or Destiny's. Like, she's not that different than any debate lord. So although personally, like, I might, I do see her, like, personal shortcomings, right? But I don't think that she's some kind of like horrible person that needs to be, wiped off the map. But Destiny obviously did.
Political
anyway, let's get, like, that's what we're going to get to. This is what we're going to get to. We got to start in the past to get to the future. This is like one of those movies, like what's the movie where they go to the future and they go to the past and he almost fucks his mom? What is that movie called? I think it's something future.
He's
Futurama. Yeah, it's Futurama. That's the movie I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Very shaky on his poll methodology right now. He's extremely ideological.
Oh my God, Chris, thank you so much. That's Dan, Destiny's longtime friend. Are we talking about Hark Dan? He was a millionaire before Destiny was. Interesting. Are we talking about Hark Dan? Is that the same Dan? Dan, okay, Prodigy Gamer X also has this for me on Twitch chat. Dan is Destiny's longtime friend. He created Tiny Chat. When you say Tiny Chat, what do you mean? And Prodigy Game X, the Demon Mama thing that Destiny, this was before the bathtub DIY HRT thing, right? He hated Demon Mama before then. And understand, Demon Mama's been horrible to me, right? I defended her against Destiny, even though I had no reason particularly to do that. I just didn't think that she deserved to be characterized the way that Destiny was characterizing her. When it came Demon Mama's turn to do anything for me when I was getting attacked by Dylan Burns, she was not there for me, right? So I got no reason to try to, support Demon Mama or make her look good or anything. I got every incentive out there is for me to bag on her. And yet I don't think that Destiny's characterization of her is true. I disagree with that, right? She's got, you know, she's not my favorite person, but she's not as bad as Destiny says, right? And you know, the things that he was saying about her are kind of like things that could be said about him or Vosh or any debate lord out there. So it just seemed really weird, is all.
Logically motivated. And he's
okay. So do we have a? Remember Dan saying he made Tiny Chat? I think it was a chat room thing in the early internet days. Okay, so there was some early internet thing called Tiny Chat. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Interesting. Is it Hark Dan? Oh, Back to the Future, not Futurama. Thank you. Oh my God, OG Goblin, you saved me. Sort of. I mean, you're right, and I'm wrong, but you still saved me. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're right. It's Back to the Future. It's not Futurama is like the Simpsons in space, I think. Do they have Simpsons in space? I feel like that's the thing. It was a chat room thing in the early days of the internet. Yeah, who sold it for a lot of money. Never heard of it, but it's interesting. Is this Hark Dan? Is that the Dan that we're talking about?
Got an axe to grind against certain, one particular candidate. It happens to be Bernie Sanders. But I mean, I'll end in a second, but I just want to say as an example, I'm someone who said out of the gate, if you ask me ideologically and programmatically, what do I think of Joe Biden? I am, his absolute ideological opposite. But I also think that a lot of people are underestimating the resiliency of his appeal. So we shouldn't.
Yeah, you're right, Black Urameshi. It was indeed Back to the Future. I got it wrong.
Confuse objective and subjective.
I got it mixed up.
Yeah, I think I agree with
and I guess
that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, and then I think like the next.
Before going through all three, just to respond really quickly.
Yeah, go.
So, yeah. Definitely, I react to positions that people take on social media. I think that's somewhat understandable considering that's kind of my life exists in this space. I do agree that you have to be careful that reacting to social media or reacting to toxic fan bases is one thing, but you can't let your reactions define your ideology. And that is, even though it doesn't come off that way sometimes, like that is, I'm very mindful of that. It's not like I'm sure you've heard the person like, I used to be in favor of Democrats or something, but then I heard this one guy was an SJW and now I'm literally anti-immigration, anti-black people. It's like, what? Yeah, I would never let, I don't let people.
I saw some annoying person trying to cancel Dave Chappelle and now I support kidnapping children.
Yeah, or letting them die at the border. Yeah. I try not to define my personal beliefs like I'm pro-universal.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome to the stream, communist invading radicals.
Healthcare. I'm pro-immigration. I'm pro, LGBT rights. So sometimes I think people get that impression of me that I'll get really annoyed with certain progressives on Twitter because those tend to be the loudest right now, especially the Chapo trap house flavor of like lefty kind of people.
Okay, now I know the fucking and also if you have beef with Chapo, you're very close to having beef with Michael, right? They're similar flavors. They're similar. There's a lot that Chapo and Michael Brooks have in common, especially at this time, right? But I don't know. I know about the Chapo beef with Vosh, right? I know about the Robert Evans beef with Vosh. I don't know the Chapo beef with Mr. Botticelli. At the time, Michael is a friend. Yeah, was friends with Chapo. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was.
But it gets a little annoying when I react to people like this, and then I get now you're a conservative, and it's like I don't think that's how that works. But okay.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, and I don't read you as a.
You don't have to be a conservative to be reactionary, right? Not everybody's like the simple, clear-cut thing. People are complicated, and you can have like reactionary takes on something without being, being Matt Walsh.
Conservative, but as I say, I did mention Nate Silver because I do think
Talia says, what is Chapo's deal? What is their deal at all? Like, what is their deal with Destiny or like just like, so when we're talking about Chapo and Michael Brooks, I guess, you're talking about, this is like 4 years ago. This is 2019 when they're having this debate. But the emergence of Chapo was the emergence of the Dirtbag Left, right? That is what they are probably most associated with, even though I don't think it completely describes them. And even though there are elements of the Dirtbag Left that are very different than Chapo, right? So like when we say dirtbag left, you could be describing anybody from like Michael Brooks to, I don't know, like Peter Coffin, right? And it's a certain, so at its inception, it was about being a leftist without the, what is it called? Like not tone policing, but, there's another word that's similar to tone policing. I can't think of it right now. But essentially, there was like a politeness to leftists, right? There was a, and by leftists, I shouldn't even be saying leftists, because at this time we're talking about Bernie bros. We're talking about liberals who are flirting with social democracy, right? Not necessarily leftists, but you know, the phrase becomes like dirtbag leftist. And if you hear a lot of right wingers talking about people on the left, especially anybody that's even tangential to social democracy, they get called leftists, right? Like in the minds of a lot of right wingers, a leftist is like a hardcore liberal, even though we're talking about two different philosophies, right? Liberalism being a pro-capitalist philosophy, and leftism being the defining feature being it's anti-capitalist, right? So you know, you gotta be skeptical of capitalism, interested in changing the mode of production, to consider yourself a leftist. Now, does this mean you're revolutionary? Not necessarily, right? There's examples of leftists who you know, think that they can get to a better world by some sort of reform. There's a lot of people who don't feel that way, right? But in general, that's where this distinction between leftist and liberal actually breaks down, even though it's really squishy, especially at this time, because this is right after like Bernie. This is right when there's an emerging consciousness that this ideology that's been taken away from America since like the 1930s, right? Since like the 1930s, like America's been anti-communism for a really long time, going back, and that's been just out of the question, right? The consensus, the Overton window is between like conservative, you know, capitalist economics and liberal Keynesian capitalist economics. So whether your strategy is let's make sure to throw the poor some crumbs to make sure that they don't go into any sort of revolutionary fervor, or whether your thing is like, I believe in the free market and I feel like the rich are the job creators and we should be cutting their taxes, right? And you're a supply side Reagan-esque kind of person there. But yeah, so the dirtbag left is you know, kind of arises in reaction to Hillary Clinton and her attempt to use identity politics in order to tamp down the movement, the energy around Bernie Sanders, right? What's Hillary's you know, response, right, to Bernie Sanders? I mean, the correct response is that if she was being honest, she'd be saying that I am to the right of these people. These people are crazy leftists. But at the time, the energy was with the crazy left, right? People wanted that. So what can she say instead? She's got to figure out a way to characterize them in a way to make them unpalatable to something that's been burbling up for like a really long time. Ever since the financial crisis, there's been this realization on the left in America that the answers, the policies of the Democratic Party are insufficient, right? And with Bernie, you do have the first time that somebody who's touched socialism, that's got that socialist doo-doo on them, right, is like a viable candidate, has a chance of winning. And that scared a lot of people in that third positionist, you know, Democratic consensus, which the Democrats had been in, you could either say since the 80s, like since Reagan, since they got their asses kicked, you know, with Mondale and Dukakis, and Carter, or you could even go back further and say it goes back to like 68 with Gene McCarthy, right, being like too left to possibly defeat Richard Nixon, right? The left, by which I mean the Democrats, has been scared of its own shadow for a long, long time. And only with Bernie Sanders do you really see the reemergence of what was the Rooseveltian consensus. But remember, Bernie's not a radical, right? As much as Bernie has called himself a socialist at different times, as much as Bernie has policies that, you know, kind of put people before property a lot of times. He's not a radical. He's not saying we need to have a, you know, when he says our revolution, he's not talking about revolution in the streets. He's talking about a revolution in terms of policy. He's talking about reform. So Bernie's like a very mild form of leftism, if that. But, you know, you've got all this sort of tone policing from Hillary Clinton. I'm trying to think. There's a different word for this than tone policing. It'll come to me. It'll come to me at some point, right? But the Dirtbag Left had enough with that. And they didn't try to be like, oh no, Hillary, you're wrong. We value all identities in our coalition. And instead, they were like, you know, yeah, I feel like we can work with the Hillary Clinton people, maybe, but they need to bend the knee. And of course, she turned that into, well, the sexist Bernie bro, douche bros, right? Sexist, let's see, they want us to bend the knee. Like, right? Hillary Clinton is able to present herself as somehow being more on the left than the Chapos of the world, than, you know, the Bernie coalition, by saying that these people, without really saying this, because I'm not convinced that Hillary Clinton knows what a class reductionist is. Hillary Clinton is kind of signaling that that's what these guys are. And look, I will be honest with you, some people in the Dirtbag Left, some people who are called Dirtbag Left, I mentioned Peter Coffin earlier, definitely, you know, class reductionist fits, but that's not what Chapo was actually about. That's not what a lot of people in the Bernie coalition was actually about. The characterization of Bernie supporters as being like male frat boys, right, is bullshit. Is bullshit. But it's bullshit that, you know, won in the polls, and, you know, we've been paying for it ever since, right? So, I mean, that's what you got with Chapo Trap House. That's sort of where they came out of. Now, people took this thing, they took the fact that Hillary Clinton was disingenuously using identity politics to shore up her reactionary takes on economics, right? In other words, Hillary's big thing is that she doesn't really want to do very much for workers, right? Because she's part of the Democratic Party that has sold out unions, sold out workers, sold out everything. And they try to use identity or a virtue signal to identity, right? Because I don't think Hillary Clinton, I mean, if you know anything about Hillary Clinton, like, I mean, she for all we know, she's a TERF, right? Chelsea had to kind of shut her up in her program that she had a television show, and you know, she started getting on to what could have been a conversation about like sex and gender, and Chelsea Clinton smartly like kind of shut up mom, right? So Hillary Clinton is nobody's, like, I don't know, you know, radical woke social justice warrior or anything like that. She's reactionary on that stuff too, but she can at least signal that these, you know, dirtbag leftists are these Bernie bros are terrible on issues of identity. They're without, like I said, without saying it, without knowing it, she's like signaling that they're class reductionist, and enough people bought that, you know, allowed her to win the election. So that's kind of where that comes from.
Who are potentially like, and I just want to, you know, I have to just do the disclaimer that when you say Chapo, like, obviously, you know, I'm friendly with some of the guys on the show. It's a very diverse fan base, and their content, which I don't keep up with all of it because we can't keep up with all content. So that's just the truth. But they're smart guys and everything else.
Yeah,
but it's like,
to be very clear, I'm only referring to the subreddit, not the actual.
Oh God, didn't the subreddit get banned?
I'm sorry.
And I gotta be honest, there's gonna be some of these.
Okay, and let's be real about Chapo, right? Even with Majority Report, they didn't 100% like, you know, lock arms with Chapo at the time. Their take was that they liked what Chapo was doing. They were encouraged that there were people out there that didn't sort of fit into the mold of this, you know, crusty old third positionist liberal that were getting popular, but they never really signed on to maybe like Chapo's to what Chapo was doing on Twitter, right? Chapo would get in a lot of fights with a lot of people, including people you know, that perceived them as being the class reductionist douche bros that Hillary Clinton painted them as on Twitter. And because of that, you know, there's a lot of toxicity there, and MR was never really trying to embrace that. Was never trying to embrace the Twitter stuff, to be fair.
like,
Yeah.
and this is one of the reasons why I said, like, you know, kind of to avoid social media drama, because it's like, I don't know.
For sure.
I'm not on subreddits.
Yeah, I
I'm
understand.
not.
The other thing too is if you want to support Chapo on Twitter, you kind of got to read through their feed. You got to see what the controversies are. You got to see what people they're fighting with. You don't necessarily want to sign on to anybody's Twitter beefs, especially people that are as active on Twitter as Chapo was. But yeah, Destiny's mentioning the subreddit which actually did get banned, and I'm not entirely sure why.
That's not what it's I mean, in fact, if one of the like subliminal messages of my show in particular is like, you know, let's translate this into real shit. I mean, that's one of the reasons I really do admire Bernie Sanders and the campaign so much, right? I think regardless of where you fall on the policy set, that is a serious presidential campaign of really committed people who have serious visions across the board, right?
Yeah, kitchen table issues, right? Yeah.
Kitchen table, but also global, and even also, you know, on civil rights, right? Like but it's a policy set, and it's a, you know, it's a serious effort. So the next two things that I think are like, okay, and then maybe, you know, and this could lead into trade, is one is like, are you saying,
Edward, and are you suggesting another debate? Please let me respond. Destiny debates Michael Brooks.
At times like, well, actually, let me stick with the flowing out of this sort of like reaction economy. Are you saying like when you tell people like the, you know,
Experience says Michael even acknowledging him was like giving him a little brother pat on the head while he went about his big boy business. Michael Brooks always about being as charitable, being as kind as possible to people, and being as ruthless as possible to systems, right? Michael was never about like destroying anyone. Even like somebody like Tim Pool, who at the time was still representing himself as like a mixed bag, as a centrist. You know, Michael was a little uncomfortable with the dressing down, the absolute carnage that Sam did to Tim Pool. So yeah, you know, very, very, you know, compassionate individual, Michael Brooks.
Such and such policy isn't as popular as you may think, as an example. Are you suggesting that, like, I guess this is where it gets really complicated. I just want to
look at the video after that conversation. Destiny complained about Michael Brooks rolling him. That video ratio is in the dislikes. So wait, is this the one that you were talking about, or that somebody else mentioned? Please let me respond. Destiny debates Michael Brooks. I'll take a look at that. Wow, like this is the thing, is that all these there's so much going on here, right? There's so much that feeds into like what we getting to the point that I showed you earlier of Destiny just being an absolute ass to Emma Vigeland, right? There's so much that explains really like how he got there that we're trying to unravel and get to the bottom of.
Be clear with you, and I'm sorry that I'm fumbling here.
Yeah,
but are you saying that do you actually support, let's just get to TPP. Do you support TPP as it is currently constituted and written with no modifications, no changes, no understanding of the subtleties of the problems, which we can get into? Or are you saying, hey, people who are laymen should just outsource their opinions to so-called experts? So like if certain economists say it's a good deal, we should do it. Or three, are you saying you guys don't understand how popular this is with the general public? Because those are three really different positions. So I just want to be kind of clear generally of what I'm sort of, you know, where you're coming from.
Yeah, hold on, let me write these down so I'm not losing track of these. Okay, so just kind of like disentangling a couple of these and then looking at some of these. So so sometimes I talk about things where I say this policy isn't as popular as you may think, and people hear me say that and they might think like, oh, well, you hate universal healthcare or something. So something that I push back on a lot, and this is kind of like a frustration that I had in 2016. My biggest frustration with the Bernie math or whatever, like that type of thinking, wasn't that like I hate Bernie and I hate Bernie bros and, you know, Hillary's the queen is going to take over. It was more just like, hey, I don't think we have a realistic assessment of where the electorate is right now, and man, it's going to be real shocking when.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome to the chat.
you know, our candidate gets steamrolled because nobody knows what's going on. And sometimes I see people get a little bit too lost in their own circle jerks where they say things like, oh, Medicare for all with all private insurance removed, that's like 88% popular with the American people. And it's like, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I think you're right, C-SPAN Stan.
I don't think that's true at all. I think that removing private insurance when you're going to cover like vision and dental, you're going to get a lot of pushback on that. And that's something to consider. Not saying that I don't approve of that. Obviously, single payer or...
Why does Destiny hate Lance? Lance represents like a true outgrowth of BreadTube, right? Because he was on YouTube before Twitch into Twitch, right? Lance is maybe even just like the first example of that, right? You have other examples of that in terms of like, you know, non-compete in terms of myself. Like, I mean, that's very much the content atmosphere that I came from. Some of my first raids, some of my first shout outs, some of my first appearances on, you know, other people's programs were on the Serfs, right? And at some point, he got Destiny's attention. Destiny offered a debate, and Lance debated him. And I just remember people calling Lance a jellyfish. That somehow Destiny's frustration with Lance is that Lance was trying to find too much common ground with him. And he wanted to have a knockdown, drag-out fight because Destiny, even back then, hated lefties. Lance was not somebody that let Destiny, you know, wanted to... That was not Destiny's plan to be like, okay, well, you're a little to the left of me on this, this, and this, but we can work together on that, and that. So, yeah, they had a debate that I think Lance just wanted to be like a calm exchange of ideas. And Destiny basically called him a coward for not going harder.
Multi-payer would be infinitely better than what we have now, but I think it's good to be kind of aware of where the general opinions are for these types of issues. Sorry, go on.
So do you think, but that's interesting, right? Because, and I don't want to retread ground you did with Mike yesterday.
Sure.
And it's honestly, I watched some of it, and I mean, Mike and I's read of the electorate based off of the empirical data and what I've been saying for years. Like, this is something you could definitely see any number of videos where, as an example, I'll say, okay, guys, like, there's sort of three facets of the electorate. And one is that so-called moderate voters are the absolute opposite of what your average pundit will call them on CNN, right? That's empirically true. So-called moderate voters, I'm sure, are probably somewhere to the right of you and me on so-called social issues. And they are...
Yeah, Isaiah, compared to Emma Vigeland, it's a weird thing for him to pick out Emma as saying that Emma's the worst for politics, but this is how he speaks about people that he really hates, right? And this is how I speak about things that I really hate, like the top of the hour ad break that I would rather do without, considering how little money I actually make on ads, but yet I'm forced to serve to you every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. And if you don't want to experience that ad break, there is a way to defeat it, right? You can get rid of it for free or for $5 by using a Prime sub. If you have Prime, you got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you no longer see ads in my chat, or you can pay $5 to Twitch to get out of the ad break. That also works. What also could work, possibly, sometimes works, is chatters helping chatters through gift subs. That can happen. That does happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. And there's that ad break now. No, wait, am I wrong? Did I totally? Oh my God, I probably didn't even. The ad break was probably like. Yeah, the ad break was like 30 minutes ago. How far behind on chat am I? Yeah, oh my God, I am so far behind on chat. I'm so far behind.
Are very much in the ballpark on economic issues, whether we're talking about trade or wage increases. And then there's a middle circle in politics, which makes these debates really hard, but it's inescapable, which does have to do with, like, yes, how you ask a question in a poll does matter. If you poll people and you say, government is going to take care of it, your tax increases will be lower than your premiums, and every single thing is covered with no bullshit, and all of the most successful programs in the world do this, yes, it does have off-the-charts approval ratings. If you go to them and you say, it's going to take away your healthcare plan, and, we don't know what replaces it next.
Yeah, that's a good point, Gaius. That's a really good point. Considering the Democrats absolutely giving up on on immigration. And like, it's so frustrating too. It's so frustrating too how quickly they throw a constituency under the bus. And you even wonder, like, given some of the polling data that's coming, showing certain demographics, that traditionally had supported the Democrats pretty strongly, sort of starting to split their support, and more people supporting Trump. If this is like some kind of strike back in the minds of Joe Biden and the Democrats, or if this is just them being the cowards that they are, which probably that's the Occam's razor answer. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to JT. JT's got the weasels. We've got a lot of people getting weasels today over on YouTube. See if Twitch can catch up with that. It's always a friendly rivalry between the two platforms.
Yes, that's going to freak people out and change the results. So I feel like the debate, like pointing out how a poll question is phrased, is really only useful if you are either debunking a pure partisan talking point or you're trying to devise a campaign strategy. Like, I think for conversations like this, if you and I both generally agree that, like, say all things being equal, there's a consistent trend that shows most Democrats support single payer. There's a plurality of independents.
Okay, so we got more information on Dan. Dan co-founded TinyChat. TinyChat raised 1.5 million in funding, sold it to Paltalk in 2014. He started Everyday Carry, assuming a holster company. Oh wow! So that's why he wears the Crocodile Dundee hat. I don't know. He apparently has multiple startups. See, I know a friend of Destiny's named Hark Dan, but I'm not sure if this is the same guy. I don't want to guess wrong.
Amount of Republicans. And the reason that you might want to not just have it be pure single payer has actually more to do with...
There was one hidden comment and then it disappeared. I don't see it.
With actual policy issues and the efficacy of the implementation, which I'm happy to get to some other time, but that's a different question than the polling.
Yeah, I agree.
So could we kind of be on the same page?
Yeah, I
on
definitely
that?
agree with that. I think it's good to have an understanding of where people are so that you don't get too lost. So like for instance, because anytime I have a conversation on stream, if I say something that's wrong, I'm gonna get 20 people emailing me like why. And one of the impressions that I'd had, and just because I don't research every single point I'm talking about, sometimes I take things for granted. I've heard this a lot. I kind of assume, for instance, like, oh, a lot of Americans hate their healthcare. I mean, our healthcare outcomes are worse than other countries. I know that. We spend more on healthcare than any other country in the world. I know that. So it makes sense to me that Americans hate their healthcare, but then I get linked to a whole bunch of like KFF health.
Yeah, if anybody's confused about the term virtue signaling, right? You hear right-wingers use this a lot because they don't believe in any sort of virtue that might be embodied on the left, right? So they think it's all dishonest, it's all fake, it's all, like the same way that right-wingers think that like they're racist and you must be racist too. You're just not admitting it, right? It's that kind of thing. But a true virtue signal is a meaningless gesture towards caring about something that you don't really care about, right? So it costs you nothing. There's no investment that you have in it, and you are signaling. You're just trying to perform something, right? You're trying to perform, caring about something generally with a virtue signal.
80% of Americans are happy with their private insurance. I had no idea about any of this. And now it's like, oh, fuck, like maybe I need to reconsider like how the average person views an issue, because it's part of my job as like a public, speaker is to understand how people engage with these issues rather than just kind of preaching to an audience that already agrees with everything I say.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good instinct. And I think in general, again, I think it's a part of the problem of the economy of social media is that reaction cycle. Now, the dialectic of it is, on the other hand, people put out a huge amount of lies and bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's good to call them on.
Good question, Jules, but I think it's more likely that you've got people who don't, like Vosh, who have misogynistic baggage that they don't unpack. They have like a community that never forces them to look at it. Right? If there's enough kind of misogyny baked into the cake already, and in other words, being a leftist doesn't mean that you're necessarily not a misogynist. Being a leftist doesn't necessarily mean that you're not a racist, right? Those things, you know, can coexist, especially when we're talking about implicit bias, right? Which is a huge controversial subject. Some people don't want to, like Destiny, don't seem to even want to acknowledge that it exists, but it's very clearly a factor, especially in terms of difficulty forming bonds of solidarity on the left. We find that a lot of that comes from you know, people not thinking of themselves as sexist, but like legitimately they think that, like, well, no, actually it's guys that are, you know, it's actually more about misandry. The left doesn't cater to men. The left doesn't cater to gamers. The left doesn't cater to white people, and we would be so much stronger supposedly if we would. And they don't get the point that that's not how you form solidarity.
On it. So, you know, but I guess generally what I'm so even like if you framed it, you know, and I'm not telling you what to say, obviously, but I do think honestly, like, if I'm understanding you correctly out of this conversation, this would get a radically different reaction from probably like 90% of the people you're dealing with. And then maybe the people that would still go at you are just like, you know, whatever, fuck them, right?
Sure.
If you said, like, you know what, I think that, yes, if you poll this in any way fairly, Medicare for all is actually the most popular option that we have that is pollable. However, if you inject other variables into it, it could scare people because, as an example, and this is actually to me is another great reason for having Medicare for all. Like, yes, Americans are fucking petrified about anything happening to their healthcare. I mean, that's one of the reasons that John Delaney really did disgust people so much, right? Is because he was distorting the policy efficacy and really misleading people on the technocratic aspect, on the technical aspects of it. But he's cueing people's terror about their healthcare, which is totally justified. And I can tell you, as somebody who, like, I've had years without healthcare.
Do I do song reacts? I wish, but I get in so much trouble for playing anything that's copyrighted. And it feels like even things that I don't know are copyrighted end up. Like, I get in trouble more for music on stream than for anything else.
Seeing people struggle with various forms of this and that.
But I love music.
So if you said, like, this is the right policy, insofar as I could see, it does poll well, but let's also be really thoughtful on the horizon about how it's going to be propagandized and campaigned against and not be complacent.
Yeah.
That's just an absolutely correct and true statement. And anybody that would object to that would be being ridiculous. I think the objection is when it's like, oh, now it's, you know what it is? It's almost, again, that's why I use the Nate Silver example. It's like, oh, wait a second. Destiny's a smart guy. Now he's carrying water for the opposite propaganda base. Because, to be honest with you, it's not as prevalent today on social media, obviously. But there's a whole infrastructure of John Delaney's who are giving you the same hysterical half-truths, except they're in fact promoting a policy that is...
The Delanyiacs. Do people remember John Delaney? I think we're talking about the 2016. Wait, is that right? Yeah, would it have been am I remembering this correctly? Was Delaney a Democrat running in the 2016? I'm trying to remember who you had. You had like Klobuchar, Delaney, and yeah, like I feel like Delaney didn't really do much of. Am I remembering this correctly? I remember the Delanyiacs. I remember Delaney, but I can't place him in a year, unfortunately.
On net, going to leave millions of people without healthcare or underinsured.
Sure. Yeah. I don't think I disagree with any of that.
Okay.
Do you want to jump in?
Yeah. So then
to the TPP. Yeah. You asked me a couple other questions.
No, this is. I think this is actually. I mean, if you're cool with it, I think this is useful, and we can definitely like. I've got to a little.
So I mean, this just gives you a little insight about who shot first, right? Destiny or the left? Pretty sure it was Destiny. Right? Who's looking to build bridges? Michael Brooks. Who's burning them down? Well, let's see. Let's see. There's a little bump right here. So people, apparently there was a clip right here that people watched.
For investors. If an investor says country X is violating my terms on foreign direct investment, and it is not just expropriation. There have been any number of cases brought on it. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but I'm talking about the structure.
Okay.
There is a structure that values investors over worker and environmental concerns.
Wait, so when people say that Michael rolled destiny, are we just talking about that he was not able to keep up? He was not knowledgeable enough to really meaningfully,
That's the reality of those agreements.
Wait, how does the structure favor them?
No, because they're the only ones with internationally enforceable standards for their interests. I mean, come on, that can't be complicated.
I don't understand what you mean, though. The ISDS panels have people chosen from both parties that can represent them. And
No,
also,
they don't.
what do you mean, no, they don't? Yes,
But
they. Wait, okay,
what
hold on,
basis
but I don't even agree. Firstly, I don't understand what you say when you say that only an investor. Hold on. When you say that only
what basis do you say both sides?
Because that's
where do you get?
It's literally in the provisions of the TPP for how they nominate the panels.
You mean both countries?
No, for an investor and a country, both of them.
For anybody keeping track at home, ISGS is the Iowa Swine Jackpot Series. The purpose of the ISGS is to encourage young people to learn about all phases of the swine industry by making an educated buying decision. I'm kidding. That's International Subcommittee of Jurassic Stratigraphy? I don't think that's the ISJS we're looking for. International School of Jane Studies? Anybody know what the ISGS is? I thought I could figure it out. I'm pretty sure we're not talking about the Iowa Swine Jackpot Series, but I kind of like that one.
Nominate people to panels.
And that's the country. Nobody from environmental or labor.
Okay, but I don't understand. Right. Okay, I don't. When you say that these things favor,
I just want to be really clear. No. Slow down.
I have to go fast because I haven't said anything.
These are but these are the points.
No, but I don't know. I disagree with so many things that I haven't got to address.
But there's nothing. I mean, I don't know what's your disagreement. But
let me tell you then. Wait, can I tell you one disagreement?
So but you got to stay inside the parameters of what is actually happening in reality.
Okay. So, there's like a million things. The most recent thing you said, that the TPP only favors like investors bringing suits to other countries or whatever. This is what I would expect to happen. Why would a country sue another country for something related to business going on in that country? That doesn't even make sense. Like if I'm making a trade agreement, I want to protect any firm that originates in my country doing business in another country. I want to protect them from the other country enacting laws that make them non-competitive. That's part of the trade. But why would my country itself, why would the United States want to sue another member of the TPP? It doesn't make sense that you would have like.
Wait a second. Why? Okay. So now, right. Why would they do that? So why would Congress deregulate derivatives? Why would the Trump administration relax laws on mining pollution? Why would they do that?
What is deregulating derivatives or things related to the EPA have to do with our trade agreements?
Follow the logic.
Okay.
Think it out.
I'm guessing that we probably deregulate them because there's. I mean, it depends on the provision. Trump will do EPA-related stuff because it plays well to his base, derivatives because we want...
Keep it simple. Why would the Republican Party, let's just be super generic.
Yep.
Why would they strip environmental standards on mining in West Virginia? Why would they do that?
Because they think it'll make the businesses more profitable?
Why? Okay, yes, and maybe because they also get donations and support from those businesses.
Probably, yeah,
Why?
sure, yeah.
Wait, did you say ICGS or IS? I thought I heard ISJS. I'm here looking at the Iowa Swine Jackpot Series, but
why would
it's related to the TPP?
In this case, leaders in the Democratic and Republican parties, both of whom do in fact get quite a bit of money from pharmaceutical industry, go to bat for an agreement that would favor the pharmaceutical industry patents over global public health.
Because
I believe that I have a hypothesis at this point. Right? Now, this is a hypothesis. I'm not wedded to it. And if I see something like, I'm not trying to steer us in a direction that might be incorrect, right? But my hypothesis is this. He debated Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks is a legend now, right? Michael Brooks, no longer with us. This debate can never happen again. This is like the only way that a debate bro can get rolled where he can't at least like challenge the person to do a rematch or something like that, right? This is my theory. I could be wrong. Insane clown posse? Yeah, maybe. Stephen always goes full manic and his ego, when his ego is threatened. Yeah, and it's threatened in a way that there's no way for him to regain his, honor, his like debate, prowess, ego, right? After like you lost to Michael Brooks, you can't debate him again.
You generally would want to fake.
That's my theory.
For your firms going to other countries to do trade agreements. Like that's a totally fair point.
Sure, you can make that's a totally fair point. And
sure.
Other people would say that global public health and pandemics are far more important than that. That that the trade agreements provide actually a very limited value. They only favor very small geographies and sectors relative to other ones. That's why there's not just partisan disagreements on these trade agreements. There's also geographic ones. So you could say all of that.
Okay.
And you could even be occasionally narrowly right. But what you could never not say, and this just reflects the disproportionate power, like, again, would you agree that pharmaceutical companies have more power in our society today, writ large, than labor unions, right? That's pretty obvious,
I would say it seems to me that...
Wait, what is the chat saying? Something about... There's somebody in chat comparing him to Fuentes. Michael Brooks canceled. Brooks is unironically worse than Fuentes. What? Really?
Again, would you agree that pharmaceutical companies have...
Now, look, Destiny always, in fact, in the Twitter kerfuffle that happened recently, Destiny's essentially like implying that the majority report is virtue signaling dislike of Destiny to please their crowd, to please their audience, right? I don't know. It looks like the audience maybe is more antagonistic towards Michael here than Destiny was at this point.
Power in our society today, writ large, than labor unions, right? That's pretty obvious, right?
I would say it seems to me that all capital in Western society has more power than anything related to labor right now, of course.
Right. So they have the most power. They have the most influence to throw around this, and I really hope you don't think this is conspiratorial. They can write and influence legislation and agreements to benefit them at the expense of other sectors, whether or not that is a domestic piece of legislation that deregulates or an international agreement that has unenforceable, toothless environmental.
Okay, so we'll just watch the last 6 minutes of this debate and try to see if we can find any clues. We had a little blow up here, and indeed, like the other little blip on this here. Let me look at this really quick.
Because it is actually true, and I think these arguments are very tricky because I can read like. I have a friend and a guest who works at the Council on Foreign Relations, and he's totally brilliant. And I learn a ton from, right? And when people say like, oh, like you're a fucking Marxist, but you have someone from the CFR on, you're a sellout. That's just like moronic and actually missing a lot of like valuable education about how institutions actually work. Now, at the same time, there is no question that if you are part of a certain, like the foreign policy apparatus in DC, and this is not like conspiratorial, this is a combination of how people have been trained, what, underlying assumptions there are not that many boundaries. Like this is why as an...
Okay, so here's what I'm getting, right? Without watching the whole thing, because I know we don't have time for that, right? And I've seen Destiny behave like this before. When he doesn't understand an argument, when something goes over his head, he gets quiet, he gets passive. That's what's going on. Now, when he does it with a interlocutor like myself, he can just say, she was boring. She was talking about SJW shit, right? Rather play piano, whatever. You do this with Michael Brooks, and it doesn't quite work like that. Michael Brooks is not as easy to just kind of sweep away as no comment chick. And so, you know, he's wanting to have a conversation with Michael Brooks, unable to engage it, missing some crucial knowledge to even be able to, you know, really keep up with the conversation. Tries to kind of, you know, right around here, he's like, let me talk, but he doesn't really have anything to say. Okay, let's finish this debate out.
Of corporations, but that wasn't at all what that case was. Canada only outlawed the only.
Let's give him a
destroy our. That firm brought a. They had gas stations or something. Thing that you referenced. I don't know if people talk.
We should do this again.
Okay.
But I have to in a minute.
The very first example that you gave is a great example of a lot of the problems that I have when people talk about the TPP, or they talk about the disproportionate amount of power investors have when it comes to overriding these sort of environmental things. So the first thing that you referenced, I don't know if you made this up off your head or you were referencing the real case, was when Ethel Corp was a company that did gas delivery, whatever. They had I think they had gas stations or something in Canada, and Canada tried to make it illegal for them to use a certain fuel additive. And using ISDS, that firm brought a case against the Canadian government, and obviously
ISDS is what we're talking about here.
Obviously, the way that this was put out in the news was, look, there's a firm trying to bring a court case here. They're trying to destroy our environmental regulations. You know, they're just doing horrible things to ruin the environment. This is a good example of corporations. But that wasn't at all what that case was. Canada only outlawed, the only party pushing to outlaw that specific additive was doing it because they were the only company that was using it. It was only to make that company non-competitive. That was the whole point of that law. The Canadian, wait, the Canadian government itself, but the Canadian, to be clear, for me to be really clear, the Canadian government
is really clear, though. That's great, but that is irrelevant.
It's not, because the Canadian government itself, a year prior to that, had ruled that additive had no negative environmental impact.
Well, and so even though that's your interpretation of that case, and that's fine, that's interesting, it doesn't hinge on the fundamental argument, the federal government still agreed to pay $130 million, settlement, right?
Which they should.
So they want. Okay.
Wait.
Great. So you support that. Again, there's no analog with labor or with the environment. In 2012, there was a U.S. pharmaceutical company, Eli Lilly. They launched a suit against a Canadian court. I'm quoting now, rejecting monopoly patent protections from 2 other drugs after finding insufficient evidence that they could deliver the promised results, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say this again?
Okay, so I think what what they're talking about here is the investor estate dispute settlement. Is an investor estate dispute settlement, or also known as investment court settlement, set of rules through which countries can be sued by foreign investors for okay, so this was part of the TPP. For certain state actions affecting investments of the investor by that state. So it's a way that countries can take other countries to court over state actions, is what it says here, but I would assume that includes laws. I feel like this was part of the TPP. I mean, this is going a ways back for me, right? But I feel like this was a part of the conversation around the TPP, was the idea that it gave like foreign investors an ability to take legal action against a state based on like laws that they have. So the reason that people didn't like this, the reason that this got a lot of pushback, was that imagine like an environmental law that a foreign investor finds inconvenient, right? If they can take the state to court over that, then you start to get to a situation in which the people, in a democracy, voting for these things, or more realistically, the whole, I mean, we know how it works, right? It's the apparatus of government, which is loosely, based on politicians elected by the people, but then, with a lot of leverage held by corporate entities within that state, right? So the idea is that there's a danger of a state sort of losing its autonomy through this ability to come after them through these investor-state dispute settlement procedures. I think that's what we're talking about. Again, this has been a while.
Multiple cases like this is the point, but I'm not going to go into like the rabbit hole of this.
I would, you say rabbit hole, but these are important, like real life examples for how these.
Absolutely not, because honestly, if your agreement held, and maybe again, it's just a framework difference, but if you said, look, Michael, if you go back the last 20 years, there are multiple cases where under WTO rules, a labor union in New York went to the WTO and they said, there's a rule in this side agreement that bans a certain type of labor organizing. Or it went to Colombia. It says, we're doing a free trade agreement across the Americas, and Coca-Cola is actually subcontracting paramilitaries that kill labor organizers. This is a violation of every rule we have on the book. And there should be a civil or criminal penalty on Coca-Cola and a penalty for the U.S. as a foreign direct investor, whatever. And the WTO said, yep, that's our labor committee, and we agree with you, and that's enforceable. And then later in the day, they decided, oh, that was actually just a sneaky move that was framed as an environmental move in order to just do a sort of blatant act of protectionism. Some of these cases you're wrong on. Some of these cases I'm right on. We have different interpretations. That's fine. But the broader argument about what this agreement is unavoidable. And that's the fundamental distinction. But I really do have to run. But we could do this again if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to go over some more specifics of this sometime. But
did they do this again? Is this the last August 8th of 2019? Yeah. So we got a interpretation of this from somebody that might be, they're definitely a blast from the past for me. Tell me if you think they are also a blast from the past. I have not seen. This is Sahil. I always say the name of his channel accidentally when I'm trying to talk about progressive victory, right? That's the Brianna Wu pack that I guess maybe she distanced herself from. But this is Sahil of the Progressive Voice. Nothing to do with Brianna Wu. I always get them mixed up because it's like Progressive V something. And
Okay, so this is one of the worst videos that I have ever seen. That I've seen in quite a while. I'm not going to say in my entire life. I know I use that phrase a lot, and it's just not accurate. This is one of the worst videos I've seen in a long time. This is such a bad video. I don't know why this was cut from Destiny's, 8-hour streams and posted to YouTube. He didn't have to do this. But my goodness gracious, is this video bad, folks. And again, I really don't. I'm glad that he posted it.
Wait, this is him losing. Okay, I thought it said lose it to after he loses to Michael Brooks, but this is Destiny's own fans turn on him after he loses it on Michael Brooks.
I don't know about Destiny. He used to be good, but it turned out he kind of revealed himself as like this centrist D-bag, essentially. He's done things like praise John Delaney and,
So this is November 13th or 30th, 2019.
Go after free college and Medicare for all, even though he says that that's an area where the market fails and he's supposedly for a single-payer system, but then goes after Medicare for all and Bernie Sanders, and man, he is bad. Like, he's really, really bad. And he seems to just kind of be out there just to troll left-wingers for some reason. So, he's really, like, bottom of the barrel, like, really, really trash. Like, heavy garbage. And so he's kind of taken this weird, like, turn. I don't know what happened, but communities is so that you don't allow the fundamental issue that Michael Brooks talks about. So I actually agree with Destiny here on that one. But after that, it really goes downhill. But I'm going to go ahead and play this now.
People from any community that are experiencing poverty and lack of social mobility, right? Let's say that's who he's speaking to. I would be shocked if it wasn't. I mean, this discourse was normal racialized across the board. I just heard a clip of Sam Harris saying something like this the other, like asking a guy if, doing it well at school was acting white or something. So the point is that the reason that people are having trouble at school and having trouble moving up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role models.
That's what it is. You fucking piece of shit. Oh, man, dude.
And man, if you're a minority, I would watch out for these slimy, snaky motherfuckers. I'm glad. Well, hold on. Actually, I will not call.
It's like 2 months after their debate.
Michael Brooks a slimy, snaky.
Sorry, 3 months.
Because at least he's honest about it. So if you're black, fuck off about your racial issues. It's not about race, dude. It's just about class. That's what he's saying. Does anybody remember being in high school and figuring this out? Or did anybody else go through that libertarian phase? I went through a libertarian phase when I was in high school. When I was like 16, 17, I was like, oh my God, dude, hold on. I'm actually so smart. Women and black people aren't discriminated against in society. It's just poor people, dude. Everything just comes down to money. I'm so smart. I figured it all out. I'm only 16, 17. I remember thinking this.
Wait, is that what Michael's saying, though?
We're the wrong level, not because they don't have positive role.
That's what.
The point is that the reason that people are having trouble at school and having trouble moving up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role.
That's what it is.
Not because they don't have positive role models. Wait. Oh my God, this is like
something like this the other, like asking a guy if, you know, doing it well at school was acting white.
No.
People from any community that are experiencing poverty and lack of social mobility, right? Let's say that's who he's speaking to. I would be shocked if it wasn't. I mean, this discourse was normal racialized across the board. I just heard a clip of Sam Harris saying something like this the other, like asking a guy if, you know, doing it well at school was acting white or something. So the point is that the reason that people are having trouble at school and having trouble moving up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role.
That's what it is. You fucking piece of shit.
Look, given nothing else, I could see how somebody might read, like, class reductionism into what he just said. But knowing what I know about Michael, and having heard him, you know, talk at length about this stuff, that's not how I'm interpreting what he's saying. Right? He's talking about material conditions being stacked against you know, marginalized groups, but he's not giving this whole thing of like, no, it's actually just, you know, poverty, you know, it's actually just that, like, like a class reductionist essentially says there don't need to be any policies to address structural racism, to address systemic inequality. What we need is policies that address, like, inequality writ large across the board, and everything will, you know, work its way out, right? That's not what I'm hearing from Michael Brooks, but you can see Destiny kind of doing the same, you know, sort of Clinton-esque move here. Little.
Oh man, dude. And man, if you're a minority, I would watch out for these slimy, snaky motherfuckers. I'm glad. Well, hold on. Actually, I will not call Michael Brooks a slimy, snaky motherfucker because at least he's honest about it. So if you're black, fuck off about your racial issues. It's not about race, dude. It's just about class. That's what he's saying. Does anybody remember?
Again, yeah, I mean, like, and this isn't necessarily Destiny's fault. I don't know. There might be more of this. I doubt, though, that the rest of this is not, like, I very much doubt that the rest of this is Michael Brooks, you know, saying that structural inequality is not a thing, that systemic racism is not a thing. I just, that's not something that Michael ever believed.
Libertarians, like, on the DL, or just totally brazenly, you know, have their own.
Well, yeah, he's like calling him a libertarian.
Beliefs. So I don't
up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role models.
So he doesn't give a fuck about, like, equal representation.
The role models, I don't know. I mean, like, it could be talking about, because essentially a lot of what Hillary Clinton's policy was like feel good in terms of you know, social justice issues without even really addressing the root cause, addressing, you know, the fact that it's more than just, like, you know, a lack of representation that's at the root of this stuff, that there are structural material inequalities.
Or having positive role model, because none of that is real to him. Probably because he's fucking white, right? Because all he sees is class. You're poor, you're rich.
There we go. He's a class reductionist, I guess.
There aren't, like, well,
I mean, it just looks like Destiny being opportunistic again. And you know, at this point, you know, he's gonna.
There's no way that Mike is that dense, right? There's no possible way. There's no possible way.
And by the way, not because also you don't go to a very wide variety of circumstances and background, and you don't actually meet incredibly well-read, highly educated people, because there's a whole other subtext, barely subtext, that we're confusing testing and accreditation with intellectual acumen. They might have overlap in some cases, but they're absolutely not the same thing. And secondly, and thirdly, education does not solve poverty. Poverty is a resource and distributional problem. And this is a scam that conservatives and neoliberals have been running for decades, which is that we can deindustrialize, we can totally hack the safety net, we can have no public provisions for housing and healthcare that are real, substantive, and sustainable. We can
One thing that I kind of wonder too, I don't know what the answer is to that. I just Googled real quick. What did I Google? Can education solve poverty? And the first thing that came up was role of education ending extreme poverty, taking a global leap. But I haven't read this. I don't know if it's possible. This is a 24.
What?
That is
Maybe
that's Destiny's method of researching.
This is classic Destiny. Anyway, so yeah, we see now. If somebody can suggest like another Destiny Michael Brooks debate, I haven't found more than this. I haven't been able to see more there. This is what we're getting to, right? This is our goal, right? But we want to understand where this whole thing came from. Destiny Googling instead of knowing anything about. Well, and also he's like, I just Googled this. I haven't read this yet, but you know, this means that Michael Brooks is wrong. Yeah, within the first page of Google search, we have the definitive answer. He should just press get. Do they still have the I feel lucky? Do you remember old school Google? You could hit I feel lucky and it would just take you to the first result that it came up with. Michael never debated him after the first one. Yeah, and so like, I mean, look, this is my going theory on what could be at the root of the hostilities that mostly the one-sided hostility that Destiny feels towards MR and Emma Vigeland, and also, you know, and I don't want to like nothing could and no one could replace Michael Brooks, but as in terms of, you know, being a co-host who comes to occupy like an equal place in the hearts of the Majority Report viewers, I feel like Emma, you know, Emma fits that bill, right? I don't know, like there might be some correlation between like Emma and Michael that Destiny's drawing. So we got the first debate, we got the Kyle Rittenhouse debate. I guess that's where we'll go. Maybe we can pick up right at the buckets of the buckets of cum is oh god, I'm trying to go in order. I'm trying to as much as I can. So here we got the buckets of cum.
For those of you at home who do not speak right wing, let me translate.
What's he playing?
My killing 2 people with a gun at a protest where I was a self-appointed protector of some, like a car wash.
So we're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Or some other stores has caused me to be infamous in certain circles around the country.
It's not. I think the translation was that irresponsible media pundits like Sam Seder, who covered this story disingenuously, probably helped to foment a fuck ton of negative sentiment towards somebody like Rittenhouse, who...
Was that a reaction to a reaction of a reaction? Are you worried I'm going to cross the streams?
If he was black and had shot white people at a fucking conservative protest, you would probably be on your knees filleting right now, talking about how brave he was.
Oh wait, are we going to get the buckets of cum?
He was protecting his property against horrible white nationalists, and he was preserving the character of the neighborhood, blah, 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 blah.
So wait, he's saying if there was an Antifa super soldier that was wandering around at some protest, like with an automatic weapon, and through some similar set of events, ended up in a situation where that gun was discharged against people that weren't necessarily like coming at him like in an aggressive way, that were, I don't know. I don't know how much, I don't know entirely what Destiny's like take like on like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was, right? Because you've got a situation where the first problem is that there's a dude with a gun at a protest, going around essentially like looking for trouble, right? And he found trouble, and the argument is that since like the people that he shot pursued him, right? And this is the part that's unclear, like, why, right? But possibly because he looks dangerous. You got a protest going on, and you got a chud with a gun just walking around like, like some kind of guardian, right? But he's saying that if the gun was on the other holster, right? If the gun, or holster, it's not a automatic weapon here. If the gun was on the other strap, right? If it was an Antifa super soldier. Now, first of all, right, he's missing something, right? Because your identity dictates how you showing up somewhere, like at a protest with a gun, asserting your right to open carry will be taken, right? Generally when right wingers do this kind of stuff, they don't face the same kind of consequences that a POC would face, like with that gun, right? Even like reaching for something that looks like a gun has been known to get you killed based on your identity. Even going to the glove box for your ID, right, has gotten people shot based on their identity. So right away there's like really something missing from this analysis.
Races were reversed on just the shoot.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's what he's saying. If the races were reversed, this is where the buckets of cum come in.
Or white. You would actually be.
I was thinking he was going to be like if it was an Antifa super soldier going around there with a
guzzling buckets of his cum, like every day. But
so this is where the buckets of cum come from, right? You hear that whenever Destiny fans encounter Sam Seder, like their first go-to is buckets of cum. I wasn't even sure like what it meant, but there's the origin. There's the origin story.
We could pretend like it wouldn't be otherwise, Sam. Okay.
The way people are talking about it, bro, it's what you did.
I mean, and to be clear, a jury found him not guilty of murder or any other charges. I think he just gets to walk free after killing two. This is
still killing.
Yeah, that's what an affirmative defense is, Sam. That's right. That is indeed how self-defense works. You can kill somebody and not be convicted for manslaughter or homicide, depending on how it goes. That is indeed how it works. Thank you, Sam. Crazy, huh?
But this is another example of where the Second Amendment ends up invalidating the First Amendment. When somebody can bring an open carry, a fucking weapon at a protest, you've got a situation in which you got a fox in the hen house sort of situation, right? The hen house being the First Amendment, the fox being the Second Amendment.
And let's be clear, found him not guilty of murder or any other charges. I think he just gets to walk free after killing two. This is
still killed people.
And let's be clear, he's obviously attempting to go after the defamers out there. So I want to be very clear. He killed two people with a gun. He killed two people with a gun because he was ostensibly protecting some businesses in a town, the neighboring town.
The neighboring town, says Sam the suburbanite, who probably doesn't even know what fucking city he's in half the time because 75 of them are all fucking crunched together.
This is something that he does with Emma too, right? And it's weird because I feel like I've heard him react to arguments like this. So in other words, the argument or the basis of the argument is like, this is a suburbanite, this is a white person with privilege, this is a fairly wealthy person. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I've heard Destiny react badly to people on the left making that same sort of argument where they don't deal with the substance of what the person is saying, but they rather, disqualify, right? Some would call this an ad hominem, all right? I try not to like, knee jerk to calling something an ad hominem, but yeah, Brooklyn is the suburbs.
And any fucking suburban area you're at.
And also, like, I mean, he's not, tracking with like the places that are, anyway, this is kind of like a old school view of where wealthy people live.
Fuck, in any metropolitan area in the United States. Like, Christ, dude.
When he does this with Emma, you'll see what I mean.
The amount of well poisoning. There's more poison than water in the well at this point. Oh my fucking God.
What are you doing though? Like, yeah, there is, because you put it there.
At least he didn't.
You put buckets of poison into the well.
Do the state lines thing. At least he said neighboring town. So I guess it's like a little bit better, you know? Jesus.
Self-appointed. Self-appointed.
Yeah, the chat's calling Sam the arsler.
Guardian of those things.
Doing basic things like taking my dog to the dog park is difficult. So they made it really difficult to be normal, and they affected future job opportunities to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to work or get a job because I'm afraid.
And that's why Kyle had to become the mascot of the Proud Boys.
May not hire me.
Okay, pause it for.
That's his job. He is the Proud Boy. He's like the big boy, you know. But instead of a burger, it's like an automatic weapon that he holds. That's.
Second, you know, here's the other thing. As he's trying to build his damages case against them on TV. You know who is not going to be able to get a job?
The people
or
you
walk
killed.
their dog or have really any sense of normalcy. Since Kyle killed them with his weapon, are the people that he killed.
Well, maybe they should have been trying to attack somebody to protest with a fucking AR-15, Sam. It's not that hard. I have ran at 0 people in
If you obey the guy with the gun, you won't have that problem. That's what Destiny's saying. If you lick the boot well enough, this will never be a problem for you.
Entire life with
like,
weapons.
yes, sir, Mr. Gun-toting chud at a protest, sir.
Never in my life have I ever thought, I'm going to go and try to fist fight the dude with the AR-15 while screaming that I'm going to beat the shit out of him. Never done that before in my life.
Or even the guy he maimed and shot his arm off, basically.
Maimed and shot his arm off? Was this the guy that ran right up to him with a fucking pistol aimed in his face? Is that the one, guys, or am I misremembering? The one whose arm he shot off, who still has his arm, by the way.
Yeah, probably can't have so much normalcy going forward. Continue.
I'm afraid an employer may not hire me.
You know, I think that's entirely fair because of the lies repeated for over a year by the tech platforms that are not journalists. They're soldiers in some sort of weird partisan war they're fighting. So what do you...
Digital soldiers.
Yeah, you know, I was going to hire the guy who...
Like, imagine if a lefty was telling this side of the story from the other end, right? Who was the first person that Rittenhouse shot? A convicted, pedophile, white man running around and screaming the N-word at a BLM protest. All of those facts are true, by the way, which is, I can't say the same for half the shit they say on this show, but all of those facts are true. We have them on camera.
All of those facts are not, like, excuses to fucking use deadly force on somebody. I'm sorry.
Saying the N-word, now it was with the soft A, but these dumb fucks never differentiate anyway. On camera, saying the N-word, running around being provocative, convicted sex offender. Like, it's unreal, dude.
Showed up at a protest as the...
Yep, straw man coming from Destiny. Jimmy Ramos and...
What is this game?
YouTube chat. What am I straw manning?
Vampire...
Please tell me.
Waygate.
The self-appointed defender of some of the stores there and ended up shooting, multiple people, killing 2 of them. I was going to hire that guy until I read on Google that he was not nice.
I mean, I'm glad Tucker and Kyle are coming around on how bad at-will employment is and the need for a state-provided job for those who can't find one elsewhere.
Yeah, he could have been a security guard somewhere.
Epic. Epic meme.
But instead, he's doing the media account.
Metal says Emma being associated with the with THR and Sam Seder and replacing Michael Brooks may have played into why Destiny hates her, but I don't think that. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think that's what prompted him. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just coming up with theories, right? Game theories.
Accountability project to hold people to account, because a lot of these media outlets present lies as if it's truth. They don't do fact checking. So people can come on there and make assertions and then find out that these assertions are not true. Here is Kyle Rittenhouse on the Charlie Kirk program.
He's ready to make. This is like he's ready to make it. Wow, everybody, it's a big deal. Right here on the Charlie Kirk show, Kyle Rittenhouse is announcing that he's an Aggie.
So I'm going to be going there. It's going to be awesome. Beautiful campus, amazing people, amazing food. We went to Dixie's Chicken there. Best burgers I've ever had.
That's why he's going.
Dixie's Chicken, everybody.
Now, you know what they say at A&M? They say gig 'em.
Gig 'em.
And you know how they say hello? They say howdy.
Howdy.
So there you go. And so are you gonna join the Corps of Cadets?
I haven't decided yet. I may.
You know what you should. You know what Kyle should do?
I don't want to watch any more of this. This is so absurd. So the guy's going to be an Aggie. What is it? He's going to what is the
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M. What did the Texas A&M say about that? Let's see. NBC News reporting Kyle Rittenhouse claims that he's going to Texas A&M. The university begs to differ. Oh, that is weird. Scroll up. What happened there? Okay, and however, a university official said he won't be attending the school. He has not been admitted as a student this summer or fall, the university spokesperson Kelly Brown said on Monday afternoon.
What was he thinking in that Kirk appearance?
Well, first off, maybe he needs to gin up some work for...
Is it possible that he meant he was just going to try to go to Texas A&M? Or maybe he hasn't applied. Is this the fake news that we're calling out here? This is what we're going to call fake news? Oh, he's going to a community college first. That's apparently a pipeline school. What a weird thing to call out misinformation over. But okay, Sam.
I mean, the university felt the need to call out the misinformation.
His Media Accountability Project, and the first case that they're going to get on is they're going to move against the Charlie Kirk show.
This was a test.
For misreporting and just letting their guest claim.
So I don't understand why a lot of my audience was pissed off when I had a discussion with Sam Seder. I don't know when you talked to him, Lewis. Sam Seder used to be pretty based. He was one of the few pillars that held the show together. Aside a bunch of, I don't mean to sound sexist, but for some reason, every woman that has ever been on the show is just fucking.
Damn, I don't mean to sound sexist, but I kind of am, so let me go off. Insane. Go off, King. Go off, Short King.
Jamie and some other person. And he used to be the person that kind of.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So he hated Jamie, too.
But I don't know. He's changed, man. They've all changed.
I mean, this is his big. When you ask him why he hates Majority Report, he'll first talk about other people other than Sam. He tries to kind of deflect that it's it's not about Sam, it's about Jamie, it's about Emma,
They've all changed.
They've all changed, yeah.
Have you noticed that every YouTube news?
That's right, Principal Skinner. The kids have changed.
Shows us this thing where they have set members laugh at all the jokes behind the camera. Annoying meta.
That he's going somewhere and he's not.
I mean, Media Accountability Project, media accountable yourself, please.
Exactly.
The Kyle Rittenhouse Accountability Project.
I wonder if it would be, that I'm surprised that there's not a school that was not impressed by a college essay that could have been one of the leadership moments I've had in my life when I was in high school was when I took my semi-automatic weapon and heard that there was people protesting police brutality and the fact that black people are targeted by cops on a regular basis.
That wasn't what they were protesting, Sam. What they were protesting was a 15-second clip of what appeared to be a black man getting shot 6 times in the back for no reason that was massively propagated by outlets like your own that didn't do their homework or their research first. There was a city getting torn up by...
He's trying to reduce, a protest that was part of a larger movement into a local event that he says that people misinterpreted.
protests that were inspired by fake news. Like, that's what was actually happening. They weren't there to just generally protest. Why would he lie about this? This is on the record. We all know why people were there protesting. People weren't protesting in Kenosha over random fucking police violence. They were there protesting over Jacob Blake. Why are you pretending it was just like a general protest? That's not the case.
And so I went down ostensibly to protect the Piggly Wiggly or whatever it was, some business, and ended up shooting 2 people dead and maiming 1.
Yeah, colleges, I think, look down on that compared to like Spanish Club or something like that.
Well, maybe they appreciate it, but maybe he's not a very good writer.
You didn't say how that.
So this is all the more cringe due to the fact that he's just going to a community school that's in the pipeline.
What I
so this
learned
whole segment is just fucking
that. I wonder what he did learn from that. That's probably
Well,
the
I
problem.
think that's really the problem that he's found himself in. Is like, what is the what did you do, and how have you reacted to that, and is that reaction the right one, or maybe like a contrary one would be like, I'm sorry.
Look, 64 Peter. I can't come down on you too hard, okay? I felt the same. I felt the same way at one point, right? About Destiny. I thought that, well, okay, I disagree with this. He's a net positive, right? I was a big fan of his early debates, and, when he wanted to come on my stream, I let him come on and talk to the other guests that I had on. I even wanted to follow up with him about something that had come up during the discussion, but there just is no reaching him, right? I mean, yeah, could he be a net positive? Like, does he look like that? And from certain perspectives, maybe so, but it's just not what I found to be true, right? I found that he's full of hate. He's full of hate, and he doesn't want to listen, and he's unwilling to expand, his like he's got a comfort zone that he rarely deviates from, even when there's somebody like in front of him trying to show him what he's missing, right? His analysis of cancel culture is lacking. It's sorely lacking. It's really lacking perspective, right? He's completely, taking this stolen valor that cancel culture affords privileged people to look at themselves as scapegoats, when historically we can see the people that usually are scapegoats and are scapegoats in a much more permanent, often deadly way, right? That this is, stuff that he's just unwilling to hear, unfortunately.
For what I did, I should have never picked up a gun and gone and take that into my own hands.
Why the fuck? Now, if Kyle had the ability to do this, Peace Coast's not here, right? Because he's gonna get triggered when I say this stuff. If Kyle had the ability to do this, that'd be great. But why the fuck would you expect any normal human being to throw themselves on their sword for you when you spent the entire time calling him a white nationalist, black person murderer?
No, I hate Vosh and love Destiny.
Is that a stream alert?
If you act a certain way,
it's a stream alert, isn't it?
Like, it's pretty predictable which way they're gonna go. Like, I don't understand why that would be shocking to anybody. It was pretty obvious the second everything happened what side Rittenhouse was gonna be on at the end of the day for everything. Which is to be like basically a puppet for the insane fuck.
Shakespeare says, didn't he get kicked out of his university too? I haven't been keeping up on the Kyle Rittenhouse beat. That's entirely possible.
Conservative losers.
Exactly. I've made some mistakes, and I regret that because 2 people died because I killed them.
Because they attacked him first, but, Jury verdicts are only good when they agree with our people. Chauvin, that was good. Rittenhouse, that was bad.
I killed them with a gun. And so I feel a little bit of regret. Or just like, no, I think this made me a stronger person.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what?
And
that was bad, but, Jury verdicts are only good when they agree with our people. Chauvin, that was good. Rittenhouse, that was bad.
Wow, how morally inconsistent of Sam Seder to say that sometimes jury verdicts are good and sometimes jury verdicts are... Wow. Wow.
I killed them with a gun. And so I feel a little bit of regret. Or just like, no, I think this made me a stronger person.
Can somebody tell me what this game is that he's playing? I feel like I've seen... It's not Path of Exile, is it? Wait, it kind of does. It's not... Does it? What's he playing?
A lot of these people like to portray me as a hero, and I like the attention I get when I go on Charlie Kirk's show. That's what I learned.
Yeah, what I learned is that one of the best ways to become a celebrity is to kill two people at a protest. Now, of course, that can go either way. White communists' opinion is that Kyle Rittenhouse did not go to protect a business. He went to intimidate left-wing protesters for Black Lives.
Any evidence of that whatsoever? Or can we make the same types of speculations against like black people that are victims of the police? I don't think there was ever a video ever.
Hey, Dawson, you're right. You're right. It is bad. No, that's okay. That's okay. They can say that. They can say that.
Shown where Rittenhouse was intimidating anybody ever. There actually, my bad. I just fake newsed you. There was one video that showed Rittenhouse intimidating people. It was about 12 pixels where the prosecution was trying to argue that Kyle raised his rifle in a threatening manner. That was the totality of evidence brought by the state to prove that. So Sam is actually just making shit up here.
John says, I used to love Destiny's debates. He was what led me to be a commie. It's just that, oh my God, that would break his heart. That would break his heart. He hates communists now.
It's completely and totally 100%.
But yeah, you're right. He was, there was a time where he was the bane of the alt-right. In his blood sports debates, sometimes taking on, I don't know, like what was that one debate, that shit show debate he had, where I swear to God, there was like 12 right-wingers coming at him.
The wrong.
This is what white supremacist paramilitaries have done since Ferguson. Rittenhouse was acting like a Hitler youth with a full confidence of a 1960 Mississippi Klansman policing a civil rights march.
True.
Let's not push the right strategic lies.
Absolutely. That sounds like a super
I mean, I
fair.
think that's, I was just going along.
He's reading a chatter, Destiny.
I understand your point.
God,
and that is,
okay.
that is a valid opinion.
Yeah, dude.
Was he actually on the kill stream?
In my estimate.
Like, was that a kill stream debate?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, like when we're talking about the source, the source of debate culture, right? The origin point, it does have a lot to do with those kind of spaces.
I mean, I buy that. I also think like just stating his explicit motivations was like, I killed to defend property. Like that's what he said. That is like, to me, like that's the formula for fascism.
Right.
He didn't. First of all, that has nothing. Killing for property has nothing to do with fascism. Number one. Okay. Number two.
I think Destiny's over literalizing what was just said.
That's not what he said ever. And number three, that's not what he did. He didn't kill anybody in defense of property. He killed people in...
He showed up in defense of property ostensibly, unless you want to just admit that he was there to like start trouble and have an excuse to fucking off somebody.
Self-defense.
But see, that would be me making assumptions.
Do you think he would actually... How do you...
Mash says Destiny is just a contrarian. He just likes to argue, yeah. Wait, what's going on here? There's a little kerfuffle. Oh God, so this video says 1 year ago. Let's see if we got a date on that. Sometimes when you roll over. July 7th, 2022. So yeah, kind of 2 summers ago. It's when he posted this. His debate with Sam, which we're going to watch after this, was, let's see if we can, that's Michael Brooks. There's Sam. 1 year ago, what was the day? Here, let's. July 8th, 2022. July 7th. So yeah, the next video, the next day, a video goes up with him. Hey, Sam Seder, would love to set up a convo and chat. Okay, so this is what set up the debate that we're about to watch here. Let me know if you're interested, Sam. Happy, but I suspect we won't have much to talk about. Email me. Oh, wow. Did Sam think that maybe they wouldn't disagree that much? Brian Thomas says, Destiny is a tool. John says his JonTron debate was a kick into the gut back in the day. Yeah, for a lot of people that did not want to, like, right, because you had the whole thing about PewDiePie prior to the JonTron thing, right, where people were just like, what are you talking about? This fucking, gamer, YouTuber? This is, you think this guy's a Nazi? And it was like, I don't know. I mean, just like, and like, I mean, this is all before my time, right? This is all before, in fact, everything that we've, well, no, okay. When we go back to the debate with Michael, somewhere here. Yeah, this is literally before my time, right? Everything else happened during the time that I've been streaming. But yeah, the original, maybe we think that this might be the source, right? He debated Michael. He didn't really have a lot to say back. It was a lot of Michael, sort of dog walking him. He did try to get feisty in a couple of spots, but he debates Michael and kind of looks silly to a lot of people, and he never gets a chance for a rematch, right? So he can't rematch with Michael. Now you see him sort of focusing on, strangely, like on people, not just Emma, but also Jamie. He's mentioned Jamie as like, whenever he talks about the Majority Report, he kind of like,
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He kind of minimizes any hate for Sam, and we'll sort of localize that with Emma or with Jamie or with Matt Leck or I haven't heard him go after Bender, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that.
Meet your bar for misinformation, you'd be comfortable to deplatform Majority Report. Well, like I always said that, like, it's hard to enforce misinformation because everybody's going to disagree on what misinformation is. But like, yeah, my perfect world, like this type of stuff is only making everybody worse off. There's absolutely no benefit to these types of like media outfits. Like
wait, so he's literally like saying that like Majority Report runs afoul of what kind of misinformation policy that he would have in a perfect world?
The discourse when you're just making up lies and shit. There's not like a valid.
Look, you can say whatever you want. You can still disagree with Sam, but I don't see where you're getting lies in what he said. I don't see where you're seeing an irresponsible content creator.
There's just not.
Maybe we can find what he means in his.
No, there's no validity to this type of stuff. It's just insane. But hey, what are you gonna do?
What we're going to do is we're going to watch the debate that he mentioned in that tweet.
For a long time as well, but...
So now we understand the buckets have come. Now we understand the origins of Destiny's debates with the Majority Report. Now we understand how he tries to sort of downplay any bad feelings he has towards Sam in favor of bad feelings towards Emma, towards Jamie, towards whoever.
It's, I think, particularly...
Chris Hart says, Destiny is the Dunning-Kruger effect in human form.
Problematic, where you have those two presidents who didn't win a majority.
How many debates does he want to lose exactly? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, he's had a lot of debates, and... of
the votes have placed the...
I've seen quite a few of those debates go south for him.
Republican... or Supreme Court nominee.
Oh my God! It's NCC Golden Hour. What do you think, chat? What do you think about the lighting that I'm getting from the
Garland is like even a more egregious example of like a destruction of a process to get another conservative justice on the Supreme Court. I absolutely agree. Like I said, I'm not saying that any of these institutions are infallible or beyond change or intractable. We can't do anything about them. I think that all of it should be open for conversation. But would you agree that we are historically, as a people, independent of our institutions, like divided more than we probably ever have been due to the acceleration of like technology moving us into different groups?
I wouldn't say ever. We did have a civil war where 500,000 people died.
That is true.
That I would say was a little bit more of a division. But I think certainly in the post-world...
Wait, are people in chat training? I'm jealous.
Without a doubt, we are as divided as possible. I mean, in 1950, the complaint was that there was virtually no daylight between the two parties. And that was a complaint. I mean, so yeah, we are, but that is the nature of politics, I think.
Sure. I kind of agree with the nature of politics, but I feel like the technological aspect and then the kind of the as much of a capitalist as I am, I think for-profit media combined with like the entertaining parts of it, combined with all the technology, has like accelerated these two worlds apart, such that like this kind of like urban-rural divide in the United States, really across the entire Western world, is pretty.
But he actually says, imagine if it was different, and supported my argument. Yeah.
Differences in beliefs between groups of people. Not just differences in beliefs in terms of what's right or wrong, but differences in beliefs in terms of like the reality of what's actually happening in situations. I think that's like my biggest worry, is it feels like we live in totally different realities now, completely.
I think there is no doubt that technology has exacerbated this. But, this dynamic, the rural, urban dynamic, I can tell.
Oh my God, Gaius. Look, there is one video that looks like it's Destiny reacting to a Michael Brooks video, after post Michael, passing on. I don't know if that's what it is, but it could be.
Tell you that 20 some odd years ago, I went down to Cuba. My then wife was doing a documentary, had a no-fact license, so it was perfectly legal. But at that time, what Castro would do is he would bring police in from the rural areas to police in Havana because of that rural-urban divide. And
yeah, D-Clams, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it is often misrepresented, but I don't think that Destiny's like exactly the exception to that rule, right? I think he's.
I mean, so, and I can assure you the technology, the communications technology there was not,
And the thing about with Destiny's misrepresentation of the Kyle case, it's not for lack of looking into it, right? It's like, he's still misrepresenting it, having read a lot about it.
Well, it was, first of all, it was 20 years ago, so we didn't have, but there was no internet per se there in the way that we understand it. And so, I mean, I think, but there's no doubt technology exacerbated it.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like Kyle did get kicked out of his university. His lawyer told him to change his name, move, and stay out of the spotlight.
It heightened the gerrymandering, I think, too, to make.
I mean, look, the other direction that he could go to is like literally enroll in any conservative university, would probably get a scholarship.
Efficient, but I would agree with all that. But
sure.
Yes, we are highly polarized.
Okay, so with the broader, the macro picture out of the way, looking at the microscopic stuff. So there are a lot of things that get brought up by mainstream and alternative media where I feel like the messaging can be okay, but it's poisoned because all of the facts beneath it are wrong.
I think I know what Destiny's talking about. A great example of this is, in fact, the top of the hour ad break. That's the ad break that comes along every hour at the top of the hour on Twitch and whisks you away into a magical world of advertising. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that great? No, it's not. It sucks. You'd rather not see it? Well, do I have an idea for you? If you have Prime, you can use a Twitch Prime to get out of those ads for free, right? You give it, you use it, it gives you a free sub, you give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. Another idea, if you've got $5 that's burning a hole in your pocket, $5 that you can spare, because I don't want you spending $5 that you need to support the stream, even though that is a noble thing to do, you can get yourself a sub. It is $5, right? And the other possibility is that, you might be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. Some people are very generous, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
And when those facts are wrong, I think you lose the ability to communicate any of your broader messaging to like a wider audience. I think a really good example of this is, I think Joe Rogan was highly irresponsible for having so much like bunk medicine introduced to huge audiences on his show, like ivermectin. But when CNN starts saying things like ivermectin is just a drug for horses, it's only horse paste, well, I mean, like one Google search away, we can see that's not true. And then all of a sudden, Joe Rogan is spreading bad information about medicine. That message, which is true, becomes undermined, I think, because people are getting some of the facts wrong. And then now coming more specifically, I feel like with the Rittenhouse stuff, I feel like Rittenhouse is pretty cut and dry a lot of different ways, but I still hear people get a lot of the kind of like facts or analysis, in my opinion, like really wrong. So I think the thing I want to talk to you about is there's like 3 main points that I'll see if I can move you on any of them. Number 1 is I think that the riots in Kenosha were literally propagated by fake news. They should have never happened. I think that...
Oh my God, John. Yeah, I should have a sponsorship.
Rittenhouse had just as much reason.
Look, I don't have a sponsorship, but you can support me in any number of ways, right? Through super chats, through if I can pronounce correctly, super stickers, through donations. The links are down in the description. I actually put some other ways to donate through CashApp, through PayPal, or through Stream Elements, whichever of those works the best for you. You can support the stream in those ways. You can support the stream through becoming a member, through gifting a membership, giving the gift of weasels, which we're trying to expand the weasel army as much as we can. Because I don't have a sponsor to plug here. I might as well like plug myself, right? Plug myself. That sounds wrong. I'm not exactly trying to say that, but I did kind of own myself there. You can also support me through Patreon and through on Throne, because we are trying to crowdsource a slightly better microphone for Waluigi to sit on. If that sounds like a noble goal to you, you can help me out by checking out the description below. And of course, as always, even if you're not able to support me in any other ways, those thumbs actually do help. Hitting that like button.
To be in Kenosha as any other person that was there.
And don't think I don't appreciate it.
I think that all of the Rittenhouse killings were the 2, and then the one shooting the guy's bicep were all in self-defense and had nothing to do with defending property. These are 3 points that I see repeated the opposite way by left-leaning mainstream and alternative media over and over and over again. I think that all 3 are like clearly wrong.
Okay. I mean, the first one in terms of you don't agree with the Kenosha protest seems to me to be, I mean, largely irrelevant in terms of Rittenhouse, in my estimation. I mean, I don't want to litigate whether people should have been upset and should be upset about policing in this country relative to black people in particular.
Well,
I mean, that to me is, and you can argue that the Kenosha.
What is Destiny talking about? Horse-based, I believe.
Protests were set.
His favorite animated show, BoJack Horseman.
By Blake's killing.
Mm-hmm. Blake's shooting, right?
It's a weird comparison, right? He's saying that ivermectin has other medical uses. It could theoretically, be used in certain cases on humans for very different things than what we're talking about with COVID. But that essentially people like memeing like I just did, right, is part of that disinformation. And that when you spread information on the left, even if your point might be right, you're in a way enabling the right wing to say, oh, yes, see, they say it's just horse medicine, but look at this. It can be person medicine too. And not for COVID, but for other things.
He's paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
And you could argue that it was just that, without any of the context of the protests that have been going on across the country,
mm-hmm.
and the building, literally decades. I mean, I would tell this story for years on my show when I was in straight in.
What has Destiny turned into, says Raging Butterfly? Good question. But yeah, he does seem to be like it seems reactive, right? Now, look, there could be a lot of things going on, and you never know what's going on with any content creator, including me, right? People change what they advocate for in order to get that bag a lot. And you should always look at any content creator with that kind of scrutiny, right? You know, you've got people like Chud Logic, one of the most soy SJW people that I've ever known, masquerading as a right-wing transphobe weirdo now, like, you know, literal fan of trans people if you've talked to any trans people on Twitch, and yet you wouldn't know it from his recent content, right? So people can definitely, you know, switch their lane to get that bag, and that happens all the fucking time. So, like, I don't know. I mean, it could be as simple as that, right? That seems kind of cynical to say that Destiny's doing it all to get that bag, considering that I guess he's already a millionaire. So maybe he doesn't necessarily need to do that. Maybe we could, you know, interpret what he says as being from his heart a little bit more. But there's definitely like a reaction to other content creators that seem to get his goat in one way or another, whether it be Hassan or Vosh or, in this case, Sam Seder in the Majority Report.
Entertainment, I did a sitcom called The Show, and it was a white head writer on an all-black variety show. And one of the guys I worked with was a guy named Chris Spencer. And Chris, we went back to his house at a break during shooting or rehearsal or whatever it was. And we pull into his garage in West Hollywood, and we get followed as we come in by his buddy in a Range Rover. And at that time, that was like if you were successful in LA, you had a Range Rover. And this was in the mid-90s. And the guy comes in, he's like, thank God you were there. I was being followed by the cops again for the 4th time this week, because they pulled me over 3 times to check and see if this was my car. And he said he had called the police department and spoke to a sergeant. It was like, is there a sticker I can get that says this is my car? And the cop said, are you black? And he said, yes. And he said, there's really nothing I can do for you. And so, I mean, this has been going on, well, far before that, but certainly, you know, at least in terms of our lifetime, has been going on and on. So I think you can say people should not have been upset by the shooting of Blake, and that was the only reason why they protested, and they protested on false grounds. But I mean, I don't even think that's worth litigating. People can make their own determination as to whether those protests were justified.
Okay, go ahead.
As far as the second one that you said was...
Can we move through them one at a time, I think? And then
Sure.
Yeah. So on the first one, so when I'm thinking of like how I want to deal with a particular thing, I usually try to think of like, well, what happens on the other side? I want to be able to... Have you heard of the term stochastic terrorism? It's like this idea that like if you give enough of a certain type of rhetoric.
Wait, D-Clam's is saying, I mean, normally something pretty bad has to happen before people gather. So Destiny isn't wrong. I do find it kind of interesting how centrists or sort of unpolitical people, I mean, like, you gotta see like this under the larger movement that was going on.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If we were to, I don't know, say their names, right?
Because it was so peaceful up here.
Right now,
Freaking communist invading radicals.
that would be the rest of my stream, right? Many such cases, right? And it's not, you know, the idea that people that there were missing information about a single case prior to Kenosha, I don't think really is an argument against the larger movement.
Even if you don't directly call people to violence, there's probably going to be some violence that happens. So I would say like Tucker Carlson, when he talks about the Great Replacement over and over and over and over again, and then when some kid picks up a gun and he starts killing black people or like immigrants or whatever, it's pretty obvious that like, even if I can't draw a straight line from A to B, I can see how somebody could get from A to B. So I want to be able to condemn people on the right when they give irresponsible rhetoric that leads to things like shootings or things like the January 6th attempted coup insurrection. I want to be able to say when you engage in this type of rhetoric or language, it's dangerous and it will cause people to do this. So I think for Kenosha, I wouldn't say that like an amalgamation of things led to those riots. I would say pretty clearly.
Oh my gosh, Natalie, you're like V Rising. And I'm like, yeah, what is that? right? And then it's like the game that he's playing. Natalie's telling me the information that I asked for. Yeah, that was the vampire game that he was playing earlier.
It was absolutely the coverage of the
I got you.
shooting. Jacob Blake was shot on August 23rd. There were riots that day and on the 24th, and on the 25th was the Rittenhouse shooting. That timeline of like 3 days is not an accident. It was very clearly, the video went out of Jacob Blake being shot. Every left-leaning media person in the world jumped on it, started blasting it all over Twitter, all over social media, all over mainstream media as like a poor innocent black guy that got shot in the back by cops 6 times. A lot of people still think he was killed even. I think that the
Oh my God, Callie, I feel inspired by your PFP.
Handling of that was absolutely the biggest drive of those Kenosha riots that happened in the following days.
I mean, you may have a point. I don't know. To be honest with you, I mean, I wouldn't know how to parse that out. And you can say that the coverage was poor, and that, in my mind, is in no way a mitigating factor in my mind for the actions that Rittenhouse took. So it's sort of irrelevant relative to my perception of Rittenhouse. I mean, I take it as a granted that at any given time, news is sensationalistic, and the way that our media is.
And we're back in like GDAM territory. We're back in breaking news, and oh my God, did you get something wrong when the news was breaking, and therefore your whole argument is for not.
Is organized now. It's sensationalistic, depending on who they perceive their audience to be, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there were protests, peaceful protests in that first day. At night, things turned ugly, and maybe it is the media's fault or certain media outlets and not others. I mean, but I think like the impetus to protest. It's pretty hard to say that when you're talking about a proceeding, whatever, 12, 18 months you want to say, where you've had some of the biggest protests about police shootings that the country has seen, to say that that's completely divorced from that context, I mean, I think there's a very hard argument to make. But like I say, relative to Rittenhouse, none of that is relevant to me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. And I would agree that other things are playing into it as well. Like, I'm not going to argue against police, like even the facts of the matter relating to police bias. There was that huge, like over 100 million traffic stops, the Veil of Darkness study that I think was published in Nature Human Behavior or whatever. I mean, so.
Yeah, so, 64 Peter, you're actually making a good argument, but maybe not in the way that you're thinking of. Like, I've seen this guy attack leftist after leftist, all right? What you're seeing here is the response to Destiny going after the Majority Report, right? So if what you want is less leftist, let's not even say, how did I get stuck on that? All right, so again, like drawing the distinction between leftist and liberal, right? Yeah, obviously, if you're leftist, you're anti-capitalist. Mr. Bonarelli is definitely not a leftist, but you didn't say leftist. To be fair, you said on the left. But like he's the one who shot first, right? Please, like, take that argument to him if you're a viewer of his. I'm not telling you to go into a Destiny stream if you're not already engaging in that kind of behavior, because that could be, I don't know, harmful to your mental health to have to watch Destiny too much. But if you're one of, if you're no stranger to DGG, maybe maybe say that over there. Like, right, he's absolutely. We're covering him because he's going after Emma Vigeland. So yeah, if what you want is less, less infighting on the left, which is actually what you said, not leftist infighting. I'm just like, got it drilled into my head so hard by people like Vosh complaining about leftist infighting while attacking anybody to the left of him, right? You got a kind of a similar, like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, the apple being Vosh, the tree being Destiny and DGG. But yeah, I mean, like your arguments do have a place where they really, really are pretty sound. But like Sam's not the one shooting first here today. That's not what we're seeing.
Came about with your friend being pulled over in the Range Rover, like, yeah, I mean, these are pretty unarguable. So I wouldn't disagree with that. But the Kenosha stuff being spurred on by what I would consider to be essentially fake news was, I thought, a little bit troubling. But for point 2.
Yeah, Peter, you're definitely not muted on YouTube chat. I just have a lot of chat to go over. I've got Twitch chat, I've got YouTube Shorts, I've got YouTube chat proper, so I can't always read everybody's chat. I can't always read it aloud. I do generally read, you know, if I can keep up with chat, I read what everybody says. I just kind of limited.
I hear this a lot. It's repeated a lot. I've heard it on your show quite a few times. This idea that like Rittenhouse drove over state lines, or he drove to a neighboring city. His dad lived in that city. He worked there as a lifeguard. It was like a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, that's right. You said on the left. You didn't say, you're not the one who introduced that into, like I said, I just,
I don't think I think he had just as much right to be in that community as literally any other protester there. I don't think that's.
I think the point, you know, when people say that, in my estimation, is that
also a good point. Democrats are not on the left; they are conservative. Yeah, when we're talking about what differentiates, you know, the left from the right, right? Largely, it's capitalism. That's the question. What is your orientation, you know, regarding capitalism, right? And so this is going to blow some people's mind, and colloquially, this is not how we refer to the left and the right, but realistically speaking, liberalism, okay, hold on for it, brace yourself, buckle up your safety belt, get some tea and snacks, be sitting down, being in a sitting position. Liberalism is a form of conservatism. And what does conservatism conserve? It conserves hierarchy. Class is one of those hierarchies.
It's one thing I own a bodega, or my dad owns a bodega, let's say, and I go down there and I sit in the bodega and maybe with a weapon.
But yeah. I mean, sometimes we're speaking colloquially. Sometimes we're speaking. Sometimes it's important to drill down with exactness and say, you know, exactly where that dividing line between left and right really is, and you get a skewed perspective on it on the United States, right? Our Overton window, meaning the viewpoints that are considered reasonable in the United States, is artificially truncated, and it's truncated in favor of capitalism. So whereas something like libertarianism, which Sam will tell you, and Sam has told you, and Sam has his favorite thing is to debate libertarians because he just thinks that the whole political philosophy is inherently unworkable. But that is considered like, I mean, that's the third party right now. No, I shouldn't say right now. I haven't checked the polls, but usually you'll find that the party that comes in third is the Libertarian Party, right? And it's just an ass clown philosophy. And yet that is considered more reasonable than something like social democracy. Bernie got called a radical for being a freaking sock dem, for thinking that he could maybe reform our way to equality, which I find to be a little bit of a naive viewpoint. But compared to anything else you're going to see in American politics, yeah, that's the far left. And it's like, I mean, this is going to blow somebody's mind out there, but Bernie's kind of a centrist. If you really think about it in terms of, you know, capitalism or post-capitalism being the dividing line between like left and right. Oh my God, we get an ad break.
And to protect that. And I think, look, we can't know what is.
Yeah, C-SPAN says, small lefty disagreement like whether or not it's okay for Israel to unalive over 30K Palestinians.
In Kyle Rittenhouse's, you know, mind or heart in that moment. Maybe he felt such a close connection to that community that he, you know, that's what spurred him on to grab a gun and go down there and patrol, or not. I mean, I don't know. You don't know. We can't know that. It is material insofar as, crossing state lines makes it seem like.
And welcome back, Twitch.
Further away. I don't know if I ever said crossing state lines. I think in the video that you took, my understanding of why we're here is you saw a video of mine on Twitter.
Oh my gosh, if we can't reform our way to equality, then what are you implying? Something more drastic? I don't know.
And, or through.
Look, here's what I'll imply to you, all right? I'll imply that the greatest economic reform in recent history, right? The New Deal was insufficient. If what you wanted to do was even claw back or arrest the accumulation of leverage, right, of power by capital, because what does capitalism do? We asked, what does conservatism conserve? It conserves hierarchies. One of those hierarchies is capitalism. What does capitalism do as a mechanism, right? It takes capital from the workers, and redistributes it upwards. And in doing so, it redistributes leverage upwards. Every year that we spend in a capitalist mode of production is a year where the capitalists are gaining, are consolidating more and more leverage. And so if that's the situation, and your answer is like, well, what do we need to do? Something like FDR, right? Which is considered a radical, sometimes leftist. Like the way that it's perceived is this like radical leftist notion. Oh my God, you want to do the New Deal? You want to raise taxes on people? You want to raise the top marginal rate? Maybe to like 90%? Guess what? That wasn't sufficient. Because that shit got clawed back. It only took until Reagan for that philosophy, which did actually, sort of a Keynesian economic policy did dominate for years and years and years, but not for too long. And what else does capitalism do really well? It recuperates stuff, right? Anything that might seem revolutionary at one time, which I would maintain that Roosevelt was no revolutionary, all right? He wasn't trying to attack capitalism. He wasn't trying to reform capitalism. He was trying to save capitalism from itself because he felt the actual left nipping at his heels. And that's the last time that that's happened, right? So he enacted, liberal reform. That what I'm trying to tell you is what I told Matt Bender when I debated Matt Bender, is that kind of liberal reform is great, can better people's material conditions, which I'm all for, but it's insufficient. It's weak tea.
And you reached out to me. That's conceivable, but I had very little coverage of the Rittenhouse case itself. In fact, none of the actual case.
Sure.
I think I did a video following the verdict, but it has been not so much a policy, you could say, but just like I don't watch legal cases. I just find.
Yeah. So Peter, I'm not sure if you posted this before. Maybe I said it, but no, I said that. I said that I misspoke when I brought the term leftist into that, because I'm really trying to draw that distinction really clearly between liberal and leftist, because a lot of times it gets mushy, right? A lot of time, but you're not the one who made it mushy. You're not the one who said leftist. It was my mistake in speaking, and I acknowledged that, because unlike Mr. Bonarelli here, I acknowledge my mistakes.
Not to be helpful. I didn't watch the O.J. Simpson trial. I wasn't in this business. I didn't watch the Johnny Depp and his girlfriend trial. I just don't watch trials. And I didn't watch the Zimmerman trial. I don't follow them. I don't cover them in general. because I think, that's why you have
like
trial.
a spectacle, I think. Yeah, I remember you mentioning this. It seems a little bit dramatic, and I would agree that people definitely. I mean, we've seen that with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff. That it's a sensational thing. I think there was more interest in Amber Heard Johnny Depp than Ukraine.
There's lessons to be learned in these things, but I'm more interested in, if I'm going to follow any type of trials, I'm more interested in like tort cases against corporations than I am in trying to put myself in the form of the jury.
Sure.
I mean, the fact is, it was a neighboring town. It was a different state. I mean, people are saying it to make the point that what is his investment in this? I also think that it's a point, but it's a minor one. I don't think it's a huge point. And I don't think that
Thank you for the follow.
I ever made a big deal of it. And to be honest with you, I don't watch much other coverage of anything. To the extent.
Right, let's drill down here, because I know we got a limited amount of time, and what you really want to see is the conflict between Destiny and Emma, right? I just wanted to give a little bit of a background and make a kind of an argument that this thing goes back a ways, right? And I'm amenable to the suggestion that it maybe even as far as the Michael debate, I'm not sure. But yeah, it definitely seems to be frustration at Sam that for some reason he's unwilling to express in a full-throated way, and instead feels more comfortable expressing against the likes of Jamie and Emma. We're going to hit the highlights of this. I hope you don't mind, right? This is just background, but I mean, I find it really interesting as much as, this is 2 years almost ago at this point. Come on, there's the most replayed.
It was in response to this guy's conservative media tour. Okay, I am not responsible for the nameless people that you're telling me have spread misinformation. Like I say, I don't watch other shows. I'm responsible for what I did. Now, you, in response, and again, I only know this because somebody just sent this to me a day ago. You said that I would be guzzling buckets of his cum if he was black and they were white.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so
we saw that, yeah.
Aside from the issue of whether I would guzzle buckets of cum in any scenario.
What I don't get is the random sexual aggressiveness. Where the fuck does that really?
You're creating a straw man. And listen.
I get what Destiny's saying is that he would be, I don't know, he's trying to say Destiny's morally inconsistent, that he would be full-throated endorsing Kyle Rittenhouse if he was black? I mean, that's what he's trying to say.
Because
you can hear him looking at Wikipedia, Mr. Wikipedia.
First off, I've been doing this for 18 years. And if there has never been a situation where this has taken place, the reverse.
Oh God, rotten mouse. We're supposed to be out there forming horizontal organizations, parallel power structures. Yeah. I'm not saying at the exclusion of anything else, and I'm also not trying to tell you not to do, voting as a means of harm reduction, right? I think that definitely has a place. Like I said, there's a benefit to programs, even when they are liberal reform programs, if they make people's material conditions better. I myself receive healthcare at the moment specifically because of I almost said Robama. That's the Obama from Futurama. Robama's the robot Obama. No, I mean an Obama reform of healthcare, right? I'm not against that. Please don't misunderstand. I just think that some of these things are insufficient, especially if you're counting on them to get you to where you want to go. You can't get there exclusively by riding with Biden. You might be able to hitch a ride like Marty McFly on the back of his convertible with your skateboard, to get you part of the way there. But yeah, no, it's not. He's not going to the same place, not by a long shot. And I think this year has made that clear, his policy in Gaza in particular. But no, I'm definitely not making argument against, strategic voting.
First scenario you're talking about. that may be instructive. But you would never find me ever celebrating, and particularly a guy who celebrating the killing of anybody, ever. And
well, it's not about celebrating the killing.
Wait a second, excuse me. You
said, chat, do you see what's hanging in the background here? That is the Hippy Dippy Championship belt. That is Dylan Burns' like whack panel tournament, like fake competition. That's the belt. That's the belt. He's got Dylan's like plastic wrestling belt.
Be guzzling buckets of his cum. That I'm assuming is your way of saying I'd be celebrating that person, right?
Not celebrating, but I think there'd be
excited that I would be guzzling buckets of.
You'd be praising him. That's what he's trying to say.
I think that
I would let them jack off.
That's a weird way of saying, a weirdly over-sexualized way of saying that you'd be praising. But I think that's what Destiny's trying to get at.
My mouth, because I'm so excited about what they did, and I'm telling you, I've never done that. I've never celebrated anybody killing anybody in any scenario whatsoever. I've been doing this for 18 years, 3 hours a day. If it was out there, you'd know it. So you're the one.
Ron Mass says, no, I definitely agree. I'm just feeling rather powerless, as what everyone always brings up is unionization, and I'm chronically unemployed. Yeah, no, it's like, I mean, again, unionization in and of itself is insufficient, right? America has had, you know, a way stronger union movement, and while it would be better to get back to that, and while I'm happy to see, you know, some of the stuff that the Biden administration has done as far as the NLRB, but I get what you're saying, yeah. That just putting it down to an issue of, you know, of labor actions is I would agree is insufficient. Yeah.
Who's actually doing what you accused me of doing? I didn't do it. You and I have a different opinion as to why this guy went there. Okay.
Jamie Coyle says, I think if Destiny would back off the Israel support, he would be the perfect spearhead against the right. I mean, I'm nowhere near that optimistic, but I do agree that him backing off his support for Israel would be great. Yeah.
We'll never know. This is a guy who's a fan of John Doyle, who is also like a white nationalist. We know this. But I still...
Chat, I gotta admit, John Doyle, that's the heck off commies guy. Again, another person that's before my time. I don't know that much about John Doyle. I know he's some kind of weird tradcon guy.
I still do not have any out there claiming I have some knowledge about his intent. I said he went down there to protect property.
That's right, Howard Wilson. Senior Broccolini is the world champ of kayfabe debates.
Which is what he claimed he did. That is a very generous. I'm being perfectly, you know, I'm letting him set the terms. He went down there with a gun and people got shot. I think it's a bad example for society. I think it sets a bad precedent. I'm surprised there isn't any type of civil action you could take on a wrongful death. I think it's vigilantism, regardless of who performs it, is wrong. And then I think using that to build your fame is fucking gross. And so I think the guy's an asshole.
Okay.
And so, you know, that's all I've said on these videos. And you've gone on to say, like, that a hypothetical situation where I'd be so excited, I'd be jizzling,
jizzling. He'd be jizzling. He'd be jizzling buckets of gauze. Yeah, jizzling buckets of gauze. I don't know.
Because of it, and it's like you're doing exactly what you accused. Wait, straw man.
Oh. So wait, who's the one? Wait, just a second, Destiny. Who's the one with the buckets of cum? Who's the one with the? Oh my gosh, this is getting a little.
Anyway, so these are quotes that
Sam Seder with the reversal
written down from your video. So one was, you said he killed 2 people with a gun because he killed people in a neighboring town, which is technically true in the same way that white people are becoming a minority in the United States. But I wouldn't let it
See, this is what I always say about Sam. He loves to debate. He will get down and dirty, right? And you could see Destiny basically change the subject in the face of it. So
get away with that latter statement because it's obvious what they're implying.
Could this be another reason why Destiny has so much of a petty little hate bone for the Majority Report? Maybe.
Same as the former of what you're implying. When you're implying that he's like traveling to some community that has no ties to. And you said as much in this conversation that you're like, well, I don't know why he would go down there, right? Not everybody lives in New York City, like a 20-mile away town.
Yo, Sam's spoiled for living in New York City. First he was a suburbanite, and now he's
a place that you have close ties to.
Don't do that to me. I grew up in Worcester, Massachusetts. I've spent 15 years living.
Worcester's coming back.
In a rural area.
You want to mess with Worcester?
My neighbors are cows.
Then how is it so in
Worcester?
How is it so inconceivable that a town like? Then how is it so inconceivable?
I know. The majority of people.
Worcester in the house.
I know. Own guns.
Sure, but then I don't understand how it's so inconceivable that somebody might have like a town that they closely identify with like 15, 20 miles away. I'm from Nebraska. Like that's not uncommon. Depending on how far east or west you live, like yeah, everybody goes to Omaha. Everybody goes to.
I don't know what Destiny's doing besides like highlighting what he has in common with Kyle Rittenhouse in terms of his mentality. Like, I doubt he would do anything like that, right?
Down and patrol without any training to go down there and patrol and do crowd control with a weapon.
If your community is burning and the police can't do anything, do you really think that that's that unbelievable of a response?
That you would go, that I would go down there with a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for all of those people then you would just say like let it burn.
No, I'm not saying let it burn.
No, hold on. You have to do one or the other. You can't there is no fence sitting on this one. Yeah.
If he ran up to me and said, "The town is burning. Should I go down there with my weapon?" I would say, "No, man. Don't."
Okay. And then you'd be willing to condemn any other community that wanted to protect their community if they thought it was being burned down?
God, all I gotta say at this point is it's a good thing that Destiny doesn't live, like, I don't know, outside of Portland, Oregon. Like, I feel it wouldn't take much for a chud to make that argument to him. Show him some Andy No clips. Be like, we gotta do something. Portland is burning. We gotta do something, Destiny. Get your gun.
Rolled into some all-black community with the intent, with the Tulsa...
Get in the truck.
Race rights, whatever, they wanted to roll down and burn everything down.
And only after the fact does Destiny realize there's fucking a Confederate flag on that truck.
Well, you guys should just leave. You don't have any right to protect your community. Just go.
No, we wouldn't leave. Remember now, he's still traveling there. So, you know, it's not, I'm not saying don't leave.
Confederate-stiny.
Leave.
I can see it.
If somebody comes up to me, I don't care what race they are, and they say like, you know, downtown is burning. I'm going to go down there with my gun and protect it. And I would be like, dude, you don't have any business doing that. You're just going to get yourself or somebody else killed. That's what I would say.
Okay. I mean, I guess that is.
We have a disagreement about whether or not we want to promote vigilantism with guns. For people who
cum jizzlers are going wild in his chat.
Are untrained in that situation. We have a disagreement. We have to.
It's not a matter of promotion. I think it's a matter of realizing that, like, if they're going to be
weasel alert. Did somebody say weasel?
It's binary.
What?
So you either saying don't do it, or you're saying do it. That's what you just told me.
I've always said
weasel.
Don't do it. Even in the Rittenhouse case, I think going there was stupid. I've always said the same. But
you and I are in agreement.
No, we're not in agreement, because something being stupid isn't the same as something being morally wrong. I think anytime you're willing to like risk dying for a business or somebody else's business, probably not like the best decision. But to sit there and condemn the people that are watching their town being burned to the ground.
I'm not condemning anybody.
I'm just saying vigilantism is a bad fucking idea. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Of course you're condemning him.
I'll call him a killer. Why did I do that video?
Because you were trying to show how pathetic it was, that he was upset that his life was being ruined, because you're saying, well, it's because you kill people.
Because he was on ginning up publicity for himself on right.
So yeah, never let it be said that this guy Destiny does not have empathy, but notice to which direction his empathy flows, right? Notice how easy it is to elicit empathy for Kyle fucking Rittenhouse.
Shows like Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and whoever else he can find to have him on. And he is making a celebrity out of himself because he killed 2 people.
He's already a celebrity, though. What's he supposed to do? What was he going to do after that trial? You know that his life is forever altered. It's not like he can just step back into like the shadows and be a normal citizen. Like that dude's life is going to be changed completely for the rest of.
That mistake that you and I agreed that he made, he is paying for.
No, hold on. That wasn't his mistake. There was only maybe he shouldn't. To even say that was a mistake. Hold on.
That he shouldn't have gone? Wait.
It was dumb, but the reality is he had a right to be in that community. He had a right to show up with a firearm to protect himself if he wanted to, and he didn't kill anybody in defense of property. He killed people that attacked him aggressively.
He had a right. Now, what exactly does Destiny mean by this, right? What is Destiny saying here? He had a right to show up with a fucking gun at a protest. Oh my god, FTW with the 5 gifted memberships. Romantic Goblin. Gnome Body. We've got a theme. Julianus. Tabernarius. And Yellow Scarves. And Horror Dude. You all just got weaseled. That is like 5 people who just got weaseled.
Without provocation first in every single instance, one of which was a person with a firearm.
When you say that,
I mean, I'm just, yeah, can you carry in Wisconsin? Yeah, Emmanuel, but like it's just that's what he's focusing on. He has the right. Like it's not against the law the way that the Supreme Court has interpreted the Second Amendment, like, right? That's what he's focused on, right?
It makes it sound like he was helicoptered in and just dropped in that moment where people are attacking him. He's going around with a gun. He's there because he's protecting property. But look, you can frame it in the way that you want to frame it. I'll frame it in the way that I want to frame it. You agree that nothing I'm saying is not factually correct, which is what you started out by saying. It's factually correct. It's not just.
Look, Emmanuel Montoya, I'm not your standard like liberal when it comes to the issues of guns, right? Because what you'll get from them, you know, and what you'll get from a lot of liberals is that we should enact XYZ gun policy to limit the kinds of guns that can be out there on the street. Now, I know where they're coming from, and I actually agree with that. I agree with where they're coming from, right? Because they're looking at the United States versus other countries that don't have constant, massive shooter events and saying, why the fuck can't we have nice things? Why do we got to live like this? And they're right. It shouldn't have gotten this far, but it has. There's a lot of guns. There's more guns. Am I right in saying there's more guns than people in the United States of America? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but actually, true. Regardless, there's too many guns. There's too many guns, right? Now, that being said, do I think that the police are the appropriate tool to address the fact that there's too many guns on the streets? No, they've shown time and time again that their willingness to enforce the law against people, against like black and brown people, against, you know, any kind of marginalized identity versus somebody that's not is way, like, that's how laws get enforced in this country. So the effect of such like gun legislation, I think, in the United States would actually be to take it away from people who actually need, you know, firearms to protect themselves, and to spare, you know, those who are considered, you know, that these people don't have a problem with these people having guns, right? So, you know, we're in a bad way in the United States. We're in a really bad way. But yeah, and we are absolutely brain broken when it comes to guns. And like but it's kind of like a problem that occurred years and years ago when the gun lobby, when the gun industry, the people selling these fucking, you know, murder machines took over the NRA. The NRA actually used to be about like gun safety and stuff like that, right? It hasn't been that way for a really long time, and it got really fucked up. And our Supreme Court is our like judicial branch is really fucked up. Yeah, America is brain broken on guns in so many ways, but unfortunately, I don't think that the cops are the way to address that. So yeah, it's really, I don't know. Is that a confusing enough take for you?
That it's horse paste. I'm saying it's horse paste, and it's also in different doses for other diseases. Ivermectin is used, and you don't like the fact that I'm saying it technically because my emphasis is this guy made a shitty mistake that ended up in costing 2 people their lives, and he now is going out and monetizing it. It's fucking gross, and you know.
Oh my God, no!
And monetizing it. It's fucking gross. And you and I can
Where were we? Oh my God, chat, I fucked that up. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to make one more point and I hit the wrong button. Now I forgot what I was even trying to say. Oh yeah, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I will say that, like, you have 2 amendments, the first 2 amendments of the American Constitution, right? That ostensibly the First Amendment may be a little bit more important, but effectively, the Second Amendment has taken over from that, right? And there is an interaction between the First Amendment and the Second Amendment that is very, very negative, right? In terms, and you can see it with people taking a gun to a protest. This is the example of how the fox of firearms gets into the hen house of free speech, right? Do you really have free speech in a situation where, you know, somebody can menace you at your protest with a gun?
Protecting property. But look, you can frame it in the way that you want to frame it. I'll frame it in the way that I want to frame it. You agree that nothing I'm saying is not factually correct.
Is this about where we were?
By saying it's factually correct. It's not just that it's horse paste. I'm saying it's horse.
Here we are. Okay.
And it's also in different doses for other diseases. Ivermectin is used, and you don't like the fact that I'm saying it technically because
the magic hour sun looks like a glittered downpour. Yeah, it kind of does.
Emphasis is this guy made a shitty mistake that ended up in costing 2 people their lives, and he now is going out and...
Emmanuel, having guns at a place where you're protesting, right, is to say that you can protest, you can exercise your right to free expression, but your fucking life is in danger while you do.
Monetizing it. It's fucking gross. And you and I can disagree on that, but nothing I'm saying is factually incorrect.
And think about it, right, with one Kyle Rittenhouse, which is what we had, and people got shot. Imagine that multiplied and on either side of it. Can you imagine what kind of events could happen at a protest given enough firearms in the area, right? Now, like I said, I don't have an answer. I don't have a solution. I don't think that, taking, the cops taking away people's guns and we know exactly like whose guns they would go for first. I don't think that's the solution. We're kind of fucked on in this regard, but like, remember how we got here. It was very much through the gun lobby
whatsoever.
It's not just
my opinion, Stephen.
It's not just, hold on, Sam, this is such a...
You pretended, you came up with a hypothetical accusing me if it was a different race that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling
buckets of cum.
Buckets of cum.
If I said that George Floyd died after being arrested for trying to buy something with counterfeit money with fentanyl in his system, do you think that that's okay to say? Even though factually everything I just said was correct? Or would you say, well, hold on, the framing here is a little bit dishonest? Because if you say that, you know what, that's fine, it's all factually correct, then I guess we agree on everything. That's fine, you can just say whatever you want, I guess. As long as you're picking the right facts and they don't happen to be incorrect.
That George Floyd had fentanyl in his system?
Yeah.
And that's why he died?
He died with fentanyl in his system.
So
could have been enough.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know exactly what he's comparing. What about what Sam just said? Is he comparing to like a right-winger saying that George Floyd died with fentanyl in his system in order to imply that it was the cause of death was not what we all know the cause of death to be?
OD maybe.
What exactly did Sam say that was that dishonest?
Don't know 100%.
I mean, I think we know the coroner's report.
You know the coroner's report, but we don't know 100% how much fentanyl contributed to him dying. We know that he got arrested there because he was, I think he was trying
Oh shit, he is going there.
Counterfeit money.
We know what the but for was, right? The but for was the knee on his neck. But yes, he did have fentanyl in his system. I don't think that's a reason to die, to be killed.
Sure, I'm not saying it's a reason to be killed. But if I were to only report on those types of facts, which a lot of conservatives did, even though it's all factually correct, I still think you'd have an issue with the framing. Much the same that I have an issue with your framing when you're saying he went to go and protect stores because somebody might steal some Skittles, and he killed 2 people with his gun to protect some stores. They weren't just Skittles that were on fire.
The thing is, like, from what I've heard, like, the right-wingers won't just say, like, what Destiny said. He died with fentanyl in his system. They will say that they will literally say that he died of an overdose. That's the argument that he's talking about. Like, right? I don't hear the, framing that he's using. Like, they don't have a problem with just straight up lying.
He didn't kill people protecting stores. He killed people that tried to kill him.
I mean, the minutia in which you're taking issue with,
I'm saying, yeah, Emmanuel, that in this case, right, this is an example of the Second Amendment and its interpretation by the judicial branch of this country, and the way that the gun lobby has run roughshod with our legislative branch, the way that our executive branch has been cowed and intimidated by, what was at one point a juggernaut in American politics, and still effectively is, as far as our ability to, sort of pass any legislation, regulating it. It's, few and far between, right? I'm saying that effectively we have a Second Amendment that functions as a giant fucking asterisk on the First Amendment. You're right to free expression in its most basic form, that of a protest, is foreclosed upon by, some chud's right to, do his own protest by open carrying, by brandishing a fucking weapon at a protest. Yeah. It's limited by that. That's how, that's how the judicial system has interpreted things, right?
My issue with someone saying that George Floyd, had fentanyl in his blood, to the extent that I take issue with that, has to do with their intent. And their intent in that is to underplay the idea of police brutality and the way that Black people are policed in this country. Your issue with my intent is that I'm not giving a fair enough shake to a guy who killed 2 people in self-defense because he was in a place, because he made an incredibly stupid decision, because he wanted to protect property, and he's going out and monetizing it. I am perfectly willing to accept that I am framing it in a way that makes that point that he is an asshole for going out and monetizing it, and that I'm framing it in that way to make that clear to people.
It's so funny that the thing that they take away from this argument is the buckets of cum. It's so funny that it's still the Destiny fans talking about the buckets of cum. And in my, I don't know, I feel like Sam has effectively like reversed the flow of that sticky, viscous fluid away from his own. It's like one of those shows where like the hero and the villain blast each other with a laser, and the laser's like meeting in the middle, it's like there's this like ball of energy where their lasers are hitting each other, and it's like goes like shh over here, and then it goes like shh over here. That I feel like it's like they both kamehameha each other, and now Sam's kamehameha is like Destiny shot first, right? Sam's giving it back to him, dealing those buckets of cum right back to Destiny.
Blanket against
Sure.
that. And
my question is, how does it taste, Mr. Bonarelli?
Next time I talk about Kyle Rittenhouse is just because he's doing this tour. So it's not my fault. Now, listen, Christy Todd Whitman once told me that the reason why the conservatives don't buy into climate change is because the liberals are so uptight about it. I mean, if this guy is going to go and
who is Christy Todd Whitman again,
and go out and monetize and become a celebrity because of this stuff, I'm sorry. I think he's an asshole. There's really not much else to talk about.
All right, let's see what else we got here.
An ad.
Before we get to...
Media, they need to be a legitimate media company. And how do you establish that? They had a criteria. Have they produced films in the past? Have they produced media in the past?
Armed people have the right to protest too? You don't see a difference between a protest and an intimidation? Is that what protest means to you? Is that where we've come to?
Have they had an operation where they have tried to make profit on the...
Like your free expression is the nozzle of a fucking gun? Is that how brain broken we've become in this country?
There's a way to establish whether you have a business or not.
So then you're saying that the better route to go would be any time any company wants to advertise on FCC airwaves, 30 or 60 days, depending on if it's a primary or a federal election, that all of those are going to be challenged in court, and then the onus is on the person trying to exercise their First Amendment right. They need to go before court and they need to prove to some arbitrary threshold, because it is going to be challenged a million different ways. Well, hold on, my company has actually produced 4 or 5 films. Oh, okay, well, what about the fact that your company was just acquired by somebody else? What about the fact that your major shareholder that just bought the company 45 days ago is somebody that isn't involved in that? Okay, well, that's it, or whatever. Like, there are a million different ways there are.
It's too bad we don't have timestamps, because I got the feeling the topic has changed here.
A million different ways that case could go, and the idea that every single time somebody wants to advertise about a political issue leading up to an election, the U.S. courts are going to be the ones to decide whether you're allowed to exercise that First Amendment right or not. Hold on, you're talking a lot. Okay, I agree with you that we might.
Truth.
I agree. No.
Yes, ignoring the existence of an apparatus to make that measurement that existed. In fact, that's why they were challenging that system.
Sam, okay, hold on. I don't understand why you're pretending like it's such an easy test to figure out. Like, oh, well, we have this, boom, 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 and now we can decide. This is going to be something that's going to be argued. It's like fair use. This is going to be something that's going to be argued in front of a court every single time it comes up. The incentive is going to be there for people to take something. You can't do that. You guys haven't made enough of these films, or your films have all been propaganda, or you guys got funding from this conservative person. You're not a.
Are we talking about? Oh my God! I feel like there was like a Hillary Clinton documentary that came out around the time of the 2016 election. I know there was something with John Kerry that was questioning his Vietnam record. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, it kind of seems like we've
media company, you're just a propaganda outlet. Like, these kinds of accusations are already made between super PACs and PACs. And
from. Now, all this is moot now because the Supreme Court made a much bigger ruling than they needed to. In fact, John Roberts, who had wrote the initial brief, was going to do a narrow one. He was convinced by the other members of the court, the right-wingers, to expand this and attack the entire McCain-Feingold law.
We're talking about campaign finance? Are we talking about the judicial takeover by the right wing? This is 2022. So I mean, like, I think this is, oh God, it might be right around the time of the Dobbs decision. I can't remember. It wasn't last summer. It was the summer before.
Existed, and so it's gone. And my point is, you can argue that there's no way for the law to determine, any type of application as to whether something qualifies as one thing or another. It happens every single day, all across the country, by millions of, not millions, by tens of agencies across the country. But if you want to think that can't happen, that's fine.
Wait, what is tested across the country by tens of?
I didn't know what that court case was about, and Stephen, you didn't know.
Okay.
You didn't know. You didn't understand it. You didn't understand. That the ruling was far greater than it
obviously the ruling is far greater than just the particular case, or we wouldn't be talking about super PACs, number one. Number two, I'm sorry, I don't believe that you knew the facts of the case. If you're willing to let the caller walk you through what was the narrow part of the case, and neither of you seem to...
it's always great when somebody takes Sam to task over like a segment with a caller. That's my favorite.
Any idea where you were walking towards before the guy revealed this is Citizens United? You're like, oh, and then you like completely...
So now, there's a lot going on audio-wise, right? I get the feeling that Sam's got a noise gate on whatever kind of Zoom call he's on, right? So when you're hearing him sort of break up a little bit, right? That's his noise gate. Now, there's something else going on audio-wise too, and that is either that Sam is getting muted here, which I can't tell for sure. He's peeking through a little bit. It almost makes me think that Destiny's got what I've got, which is a audio side ducking chain. I don't do a lot of debates, all right? But if I did, I would have to think about, maybe for fairness, turning off my my side ducking, right? This is a thing that takes whatever's coming, you know, on my whatever audio is coming on my desktop, and it quashes it down in accordance to how, you know, how much audio I'm putting out on my microphone. So yeah, I mean, like, that's a
go about it multiple times.
I don't care who you've talked to about the outcome of the case. That's
because we are seeing Sam's voice disappear when, you know, we're not just getting like the clash of their voices, right? We're getting kind of a muting effect on Sam, but
different than the facts of the case. There are how many people have talked about Roe v. Wade without being able to name, like, tell me what a substantive like right is, or tell
right
me
there, or
tell me like how, like, the difference between Casey and Roe. Like, a lot of people don't know any of these things, but they talk a ton about these cases. Like,
irrelevant, because they didn't even decide on the facts of the case. They decided on the constitutionality of McCain-Feingold, and that.
Anyway, McCain-Feingold discussion.
Supreme Court exists to determine whether or not a law is violating the Constitution.
So now we're on the Supreme Court.
Necessarily, every time they make a decision, they are interpreting or adding or taking away from the interpretation of the Constitution. That's what the Supreme Court does.
They will often take cases just because there's an argument between different circuit courts on statutory meaning.
Sure.
Which is not the Constitution.
Are you saying you don't love it when people's audio sucks cheeks? I mean, look, there is an issue with Sam's audio, but the reason we're not hearing what Sam's saying is because of Destiny's audio. And I'm not necessarily saying that Destiny's done this like on purpose. There's a lot of reasons to use sidechain ducking. You know, like, I find it useful for reacting to content. I used to find it useful to talking over music until chat decided that they didn't like me having music at the beginning, and I can adapt.
Okay. All right, look, there might be statutory cases where
understands if you have any lawyers in your audience
that want to argue with you about Citizens United.
Yeah, get Pisco.
You're just going to know that you don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've talked to.
Oh my God, I feel like Pisco's had that feeling many times, although I shouldn't speak for him.
A lot of lawyers over this, but if that's your takeaway from this, that's fine.
All right, well, I think this was healthy.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I love talking to you. I hope you don't hate me. Regardless of the cum-guzzling accusations, I get a little fire line, but...
It was really more just, I was more offended about the idea that I would be of somebody shooting somebody.
Gotcha.
Megastar says, this is about people being less than property. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation, everybody, okay?
All right, appreciate it.
Bye.
Take it easy. Bye.
Jesus Christ. Does that live up to your expectations? Something I noticed when
Okay, so yeah, there we go. This is so we saw the, you know, little bits and pieces of the Michael Brooks debate. We watched the Rittenhouse debate against Sam Seder. We're working our way here, right? This is where he goes off on Emma and the rest of the majority report, but mostly on Emma. See, we watched through that. That's my video. What? Okay, let's see. Is there anything I'm missing here? Oh God, I guess we got to check in on with this, right? So when we're talking about Destiny versus Emma, we do have this VidCon debate. We also have a round table with Ro Khanna, although I'm guessing maybe there was like less contentious. Reacts to Emma Vigeland telling Sam Seder her oh, okay, so here we go. We're gonna watch a little bit of this horrible audio. Are you ready for some horrible audio, chat? Progressive voice is a clown? Well, I mean, we're done with the progressive voice. You're talking about Sahil though. That's like I feel bad because I always
think it's important that
I always accidentally say progressive voice when I mean progressive victory. Progressive victory is the Brianna Wu super PAC that boysh, Destiny, and others have been associated with, right? Brianna Wu is all kinds of sus and has been just getting completely decimated on Twitter lately. Not an interesting story really to bring you though, but just so you know, like everybody hates Brianna Wu. But yeah, here's our infighting and bridging divides. Wait, I thought we had. Oh God, yeah, like I ended up finding more videos of Destiny shitting on the Majority Report than I even expected. Wait, I feel like there was one. Am I missing a video? I feel like I'm missing a video here on my Destiny Emma Vigeland. Let's take a look at this. Got the live panel. That's what I've got up right here. Yeah, and then Destiny Reflects, we've got that. I really thought there was like a shorter video. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We got it. We got it. Okay, so this is I think the issue. This is where we know that they clashed. Let's take a look and see if we can find this.
I agree that at the end of the day, like we're just talkers, but I mean, like,
I want to bring people on my platform that are actually doing the work, that are on the ground, that are advocates. That's the role that I see.
Impacts. I think of the University of Washington saying that they're not
in society.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think anybody would have as much of a problem. I mean, some people will still argue over optics or whatever, but if all of the vitriol and ire were aimed at people like Steven Crowder or Tim Pool, I mean, I think people would complain probably a lot less, because I think a lot of people on the left feel that rightfully so, a lot of these guys deserve it. And a lot of those guys throw it at people at the left all the time too. You know, it's hard to be nice to conservatives when, you know, their largest TikTok accounts are obsessing over outing.
Anyway, let me just give you the clip. We'll start off with this. This is, they're talking about Jesse Singal, which has been a matter of a lot of contention. Now, background on this, right? Steven is apparently friends with Jesse Singal. Who are we talking about? We're talking about like a journalist from this weird little paper in Seattle, right? That seems to, even though it's like a lefty alternative weekly, for some reason it spins off a lot of you know, strangely conservative people. Jesse Singal is one of these people, right? Jesse Singal is the most anti-trans, not a transphobe that you could even imagine, right? But Destiny, he's fucking based. And so Majority Report, I don't know if this had I don't think this had happened yet, but since this debate, they had a caller bring up Jesse Singal. Jesse Singal complained about how he was portrayed. They brought Jesse Singal on. They weren't super interested in having a nice conversation with Jesse Singal. They just kind of brought him on, and they sort of like Demon, you know, the way that Demon Mama handled Relly Grocio Shong. Pretty simple to, oh my God, now I'm getting recommended Brianna Wu videos. What the fuck? No, not by her, but about her.
Whenever there are these slight divides on the left, where these people, instead of being able to engage in critical conversation and defend our rights.
So you're talking about somebody who only attacks like trans rights as a slight divide on the left.
So the ways that would, you know, be best to defend them, we end up just outing them and saying we're not going to have these conversations anymore. We're not going to. We're above debating, you know, trans women in sports. Or we're above debating whether or not all of white supremacy, you know, ruins all of society. We're above debating Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, no, we are. Okay, no. Let me put another spin on that. We are below debating trans women in sports. We are below debating standard of care for trans kids. Because guess what? I'm not a sports scientist and you're not a sports scientist. These things have been decided by groups like the International Olympic Committee. And when they looked at the issue in depth, their conclusion was that it would be more unfair to not allow trans women to participate in women's sports, right? You know, in terms of standard of care, that's been designed by medical professionals that work with trans kids. So we're not above talking about that. We're actually below that. This is stuff that takes expertise that you can't gain from fucking Wikipedia, Destiny. And I don't think, like, you know, I probably know more about sports science than most, having, you know, studied it a little bit, but I don't think I'm competent to do that too. I mean, these are like the best people in the field that make these decisions, right? And this decision was made in like the early 2000s. Like, this is settled. We've got an answer for it from experts. But what assholes like Destiny and Jesse Singal want to do is politicize medical or scientific questions. And that's fucked up, right? Not only is that a waste of political capital, right, which you want to be using on issues that you can actually change in a positive direction, it's an invitation for every fucking bigoted chud to weigh in on, well, I don't think it's fair that boys have been playing with girls. Never mind the fact that they don't even realize we're talking about people that have been undergoing, like, you know, HRT for years and years and years. We're going to let Billy Bob decide whether it's fair for trans women to participate in sports. Yeah. Fucking bullshit.
Any type of abortion or affirmative action. I think not only do we lose the ability to strengthen the arguments on these sides, where we have to argue with people in the middle or people in the
It's a huge waste of your breath, and it's not even just a waste of your breath. It's actually deleterious. You are more likely to end up with worse policies when you politicize a medical or scientific question, a question that takes a certain degree of expertise to like yeah, let's politicize global warming. See how that worked out for us. Oh shit, it didn't. Oh shit, the planet's fucking cooked because we've invited we've turned this into like a political question rather than what's the consensus of climate scientists?
People do have to contend with because we all live together, like they're not. We also lose the ability to kind of strengthen our own positions and have our own path forward where we're more research backed, we're more academically focused.
Oh, yeah, Bilo's got I'm not sure if I pronounced your name right. Bilo has a question about Destiny sitting so far away from Vosh and Emma. Look, it'd be easy for me to say because he's a Sigma and he doesn't play by their rules, but that's not true. It's actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's because this panel was scheduled to be Destiny, Brianna Wu, Vosh, and Emma Vigeland. And Brianna Wu claims to have, gotten sick prior to this. Some other people think that it might have had something to do with some bad press that she ran into, and she didn't want to, sort of weigh the whole panel down with, the controversy that she had, the fucking dog shit that she had stepped in. She didn't want to track in the dog shit. But I mean, I can't give you a firm answer on why Brianna Wu's not here. But I do think that the missing space between Vosh and Destiny here was supposed to be occupied by Brianna Wu. Brianna pay to play Wu, right? That's what she does with her limitless supply of money, is puts herself on a panel with her favorite political pundit figures.
More honest with our arguments, because instead of actually testing the metal of any of our arguments and fortifying them and reinforcing them, we end up just outing somebody for simple disagreements.
So poor Jesse Singal, he got outed for a simple disagreement.
And I think we're seeing that that has had drastically horrible real world impact.
So when I say that this guy reeks of intellectual dark web, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's not coming from nowhere. This is not me being a hater. This is not
I think of the University of Washington saying that they're not going to walk back a positive headline under trans studies. I think it'll look bad. Or I think of like all of the fighting that the left does.
Yeah. Wu had COVID supposedly. I mean, maybe, sure. I mean, I'm not going to say that she didn't.
I mean, particularly people like with Jesse Singal, who writes a lot of articles about trans-related issues, rather than people being able to engage with any of these issues honestly, with good arguments and to, reinforce arguments or attack the other side, it just instantly becomes an outing of whatever, trans...
Mr. Borelli needs to stay in his lane.
Whatever you can call the other person, and then you just kind of move on and forget about it.
But Singal is transphobic, and
Yo!
He can have liberal and progressive opinions on other things, but his opinions are transphobic. So
Yeah, we kind of got robbed here not hearing Brianna Wu's terrible take on Jesse Singal.
You can make claims about individual opinions, and no one's saying like you're never allowed to vote Democrat again, Jesse. You're out of the club. But that those opinions and over focus on the sister myth and things like that is a transphobic impulse. I think that it just makes people principled and clear-eyed.
Now, Chad, unfortunately, I wanted to get more into, this kind of debate here. And we do have a Chud Logic video. Speaking of people that are weighing in to a question that they have very little understanding or expertise on, a question that nobody really needs to hear their shitty point of view, right? We got Chud Logic talking about the Cass report, responding actually to the majority report. I wanted that in this stream, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I will try to get to it, right? Because this is definitely, look, I don't want to cover Chud too much. All right. We have a history together in terms of content, right? And, I don't want that to be a reason to pay too much attention to what he's doing over there on his drama stream, right? But when he steps out of his lane, I do notice, all right? And I feel like, him weighing in on trans issues is just, I don't know how to describe it. I'll try to get to it. I'll try to get to it because I'm sure the British Ewok, yeah, Chud Logic, aka Shadiversity.
So looking at somebody like Singal, how would we say that that's like a transphobic person? Somebody that clearly aligns with most left-leaning things, is clearly in favor of most forms of trans therapy. Is it because he takes a critical look at some research that we...
I bet even Vosh probably has a better take on this than Destiny, right?
Just write him off as transphobic?
Well, I don't think that I don't know. I don't think that the analysis of the sister myth from his end is in good faith. But I mean, I'm not here to debate Jesse Singal.
What is the sister myth?
The fact that there's this overwhelming number of trans people who are desisting and that doctors are pushing this onto people. I think that what you cover is just as important and what you choose to focus on is just as important as what you say. And he overemphasizes these case-by-case claims that undercut the
Shadiversity, equity, and inclusion. That's a good one, BCAT-K.
So I can agree that it's important to focus on what you decide to cover. I think that can be as important as how you cover something. But I mean, at this point, Jesse's beat is essentially writing about trans-related issues. I find it unfortunate that on the left we've decided that if you take a critical look at trans stuff, which is, for better or for worse, been like the national discourse for the last 2 years because Republicans have no other platform, that we're not allowed to have somebody that focuses on, the reality that there are some people that desist. There are some people that get on these medications that maybe don't need to be. Instead of even being able to look at that, we say that type of focus is inappropriate. But if you want to talk...
Vosh could have been the best of him, Destiny, and Hassan if he wasn't such a degen. Yeah, not the terminology that I'd use, but I think I get what you're saying there. I'm not sure I agree though, right? Yeah, the short stack goblin thing, the horses, the geckos, there's a lot of shit that's fucked up about Vosh that came out after Foldergate. But I swear to God, like, he is also a bad take machine. In some ways, like, I don't know, like, look, Chatter, you're allowed to, think what you want to think. And just because I might have a different take doesn't mean that I think, I think like less of you, right? But I would say that he's more like the worst of Hassan and Destiny. Just from my perspective, right? As somebody that's and in some ways defined a lot of my career as a streamer in comparison to Vosh's takes, right? A lot of the videos that I've had that have had traction are takes of Vosh's that I've disagreed with.
About like police killing unarmed black men, regardless of what the numbers there, we can have a hyper fixation on that, such to the point that we even.
And yes, I covered the horse thing too. Before anybody asks, I know that's what you really want is the deep dive into Vosh and his horses and his short stack lowly goblins, but we covered that too.
Cover these stories in dramatically incorrect ways that leads to additional rioting or other downstream bad consequences.
The coverage is commensurate with the fact that black people are much more likely to be killed or abused by police, and that is why there is that emphasis. Trans people.
Oh no. So good question though, Bread Bro. The fourth guy there is Jesse Singal. He's not. I guess it's a moderator. I don't actually know who the fourth person is. Let's see if it says. Let's see if it tells us. Yeah, it'd be nice if Destiny's videos look sometimes he doesn't list the person that he's debating because he doesn't like them and he doesn't want to necessarily build the person's career. But wait, what do we have? Progressive Vic, Vosh, Emma Vigeland, Brianna Wu. Yeah, it doesn't say who this is. I'm gonna guess it's a moderator because I don't remember. But I could be wrong.
There's a study in pediatrics. 90% of kids after 5 years who socially transition continue gender-affirming care. The very small amount who return to their birth gender or whatever that they were assigned at birth, that's like something like 3-ish%, and there's no real surgery involved there. That's usually kids under the age of 10 before hormone therapy has even started. So my coverage of trans issues is proportionate.
So what's really annoying about the desister myth, right, is it sounds like detransitioner, right? To a lot of people, it sounds like we're talking about detransitioners, right? So detransitioner is somebody who, I don't actually know, has undergone a social or medical transition and then decides that that's not the right choice and detransitions, right? Desister is different, right? If you, at some point in your childhood, put on clothing, let's say, that was considered not appropriate for your gender assigned at birth. And then later, when they check up with you again in the story, you're not trans, you're a desister. And I feel like that's a lot of people out there. Yeah, kids like to play with things. And they're not checking on wait a minute, what does society think about a boy wearing this particular sparkly tiara or something? They just put it on, right? In some of the studies about desisters, right? Some of the studies that Jesse Singal will disingenuously will disingenuously cite, that is what we're looking at, right? And that has got next to nothing to do with trans people.
The amount of kids that are actually transitioning and happy with their transition. For me, I think that that's my responsibility as opposed to focusing on edge cases, because I'm not a journalist in the same way that somebody writing for the Washington Post, the New York Times is. I'm somebody that is covering what I think is important, and its emphasis and the emphasis that I choose to focus on is hopefully aligned with the proportionality.
Oh, nice. Afroponics didn't do yoga today, so I'm doing it here instead. First day I skipped it. That's pretty good. You're keeping up with your training better than I do. I need to be kickboxing.
And I would agree, and I would say the same thing. I don't generally cover a lot of desister stuff too. I don't even really like talking to desisters, which I think is fair for a variety of reasons. But the issue here isn't what you choose to cover. The issue is deriding somebody else's transphobic because they want to cover it. And we can say until we're blue in the face that, oh, well, the data points in one direction, and like clearly all of these people are completely wrong. But then you look across Europe where they have stopped some of these trans treatments, and then you look at in the United States, there are some stories that come out that are questionable, and people in the United States, especially parents, will look at these stories and will go, okay, well, people on the left say that it's all fake. A whole bunch of people seem to be disagreeing, and the only people that want to have these conversations are people on the right. On the left, you can't even talk about it because people like you will say, oh, well, those people are transphobic.
Why the right this is where the left can learn the lesson here. Why they're so effective at essentially having a very high floor for political engagement.
There are some stories that come out that are questionable, and people in
He's literally appealing to anecdote. Have you heard of my friend Shapeshifter? Like, right? It's literally like, well, no, I saw a detransitioner once. Destiny, you gotta be an anecdote Andy. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to gender swap Destiny. An anecdote Andy about this too. Look, that we get enough of that from like Anna Kasparian.
On the left, you can't even talk about it because people like you will say, oh, well, those people are transphobic.
Why the right this is where the left can learn the lesson.
Ooh, yoga bar.
Why they're so effective at essentially having a very high floor for political engagement with their base is that they activate people on such visceral local levels. If you're going to your school board meeting to yell about genderqueer being in the library at your school and you're running for your school board, you're voting Republican in state races, you're voting Republican in federal races, you're organizing. Like, they understand how to make the politics so personal that in the end, like, your crazy uncle is screaming at a teacher or a superintendent as they drive out of the parking lot, right? Because they've become so radicalized by what the Rights Project is. The left doesn't have like reactionary impulses that they can instill in their base to do the same thing, but that is something that we can improve on when you make politics personal to people's lives. They're much more likely to be activated in a variety of different ways. So in terms of my advice or something I'd like to see, that's something I think we share, Vosh.
I feel like it is astounding to me to think that the left doesn't produce that type of vitriolic reactionary behavior when we just came off of the largest riots in the history of like the entire United States with the whole BLM stuff. To say that we can't activate people on a local level is astounding to me. I think we absolutely did activate people on a local level. But the problem was that the influencers and the leaders in charge, instead of pointing towards good policy decisions, I think when it comes to being an influencer, being a voice, being a speaker, sometimes it becomes more of an exercise in ego, and then all the horrible things that come along with that, virtue signaling, infighting, excising people that we don't like, standing in front of big crowds, collecting a lot of money and doing nothing. We get all these people together, we get them riled up.
Again, we see, what I dealt with Destiny, which I would characterize as stolen valor, right? Of being excised, of being marginalized, right? The idea of that he's talking about when he's referring to cancel culture. And, he's basically implying that Jesse Singal, I believe it's pronounced, is a victim of cancel culture. I've heard him put himself forward as a potential, saying that Demon Mama's coming after me. She's trying to cancel me. We got to stop her. We got to stop her. And it's like, Destiny, what's more likely to happen? Demon Mama stopping your career or you stopping Demon Mama's career? That almost happened. Literally, it was only like through the intercession of Vosh. It was only through Demon Mama becoming, essentially like a Vosh White Leaf franchise that she even survived the onslaught that the Destiny sent at her. So it's hard to hear him like say this bullshit.
Writing, but then what are the policy aims behind it? Like, we have the same problem with Occupy Wall Street. What were the policy aims of that? There was nothing. Like, corporations aren't people in what a tax sense? It didn't make sense. The same thing with the BLM stuff. Like, what was the...
It doesn't make sense to somebody that's got their head up the ass of capitalist realism, that's for sure.
What are the policy goals after that? some people, sad enough, actually tried to fight with certain policy goals. I remember 8 Can't Wait was one of those, and so many people on the left made fun of those where they're like, oh, this 8 Can't Wait isn't blah, blah, blah. We need to abolish the police. We need to defund the police. Every place where they tried that, it basically failed and everything was reverted.
Do you see how he says abolish and defund in the same sentence, right? Like, almost like he can't imagine a police force without a bloated budget, allowing them to essentially repurpose military-grade equipment for law enforcement, for urban law enforcement, right? Rather than taking that money and redirecting it in a way that might leave you with a society that's got less crime to begin with. No, he can't imagine that.
Like in a year or two.
The failure of destiny is a failure of imagination.
I think that the left can activate people on a local level. I think they've done it. We all just watched them do it for an entire season of rioting. I think the problem is we just don't point at effective policy goals. Because I think, really, it relates back to the first question. It feels like sometimes when I look at people on the left that do online politics, it feels like it's an exercise in ego flexing and financial free.
No matter how grave the failure of destiny, to imagine outside of capitalist realism, right? It's nowhere near as the gravity of the failure to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, the ad break that happens to you every hour at the top of the hour. If you're seeing those 3 minutes of ads, there's a reason for that, and there's a way to get out of that, possibly, right? If you've got Prime, you've got a free ticket out of the top of the hour ad break. All you got to do is hook it up to Twitch and use a Twitch Prime subscription to get out of it. You can also get out of it for $5 if you've got $5. If it's not, if you're able to afford that, or possibly through the kind, generous gift. Oh my God, Baked Riemann Zeta. Welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. Good to have you here. Yeah, we're in the middle. We're not in the middle of, we are just about there. We need to be there, right? Because I'm running out of time. I'm turning into a pumpkin any second now. Going over Destiny's attack on the Majority Report and specifically on Emma Vigeland. He's made a target out of Emma Vigeland. He's going after her in a number of ways. We've covered this before in terms of him catching her in, getting something wrong, and then himself getting something much more egregiously wrong later on in that VOD. But now we're going to take a look at what he's had to say about her more recently. So we're almost there. We're watching. This is the clip from, I never watched this. This is the VidCon thing from last summer. Progressive Victory. Brianna Wu put this together, and they got Emma Vigeland, Vosh, Destiny, and some others out here on this panel at VidCon. Terrible audio. And this was the confrontation between Emma and Destiny. So we're trying to track down kind of like where this came from, where this unfriendly rivalry, at least on Destiny's side, in terms of how weirdly aggressive he's being at the Majority Report, where this came from, and just try to trace it back to its source. And we have some candidates for that source, right? He had a pretty rough debate with Sam over Kyle Rittenhouse. He also had a debate where he absolutely got embarrassed by the likes of Michael Brooks. Now, Michael Brooks is somebody, he's not going to be able to debate again. So, I mean, maybe this could be responsible for the way that he feels about the Majority Report, the way that he's, but what I've noticed is specifically, he doesn't target Sam, even though Sam, I mean, except for with the buckets of cum comment, right? That's its own can of worms, right? But he's mainly targeting people like Jamie Peck and people like Emma Vigeland as far as Sam's associates, right? That's what he complains about when he's talking about the Majority Report. So we're almost at the point where we're ready to hear Destiny and what he has to say about Emma Vigeland, which is not great.
These types of like clout building activities, rather than what are the things that I can do to activate my audience to go to a local election and vote. Being anti-electoralism is not going to get your people to show up at the polls. Or what are some actionable policies that I can get my people to support, like banning trans votes?
Yeah, but vote shaming is also not going to get you the results that you want, right? It's actually antithetical to what you want people to make strategic decisions, right? And telling them that they should love Joe Biden and that they're fools for not supporting him is generally not a way to get more people to the polls, right? I don't think it's actually helpful.
That's a lot easier to do than saying we need to usher in the new era of anti-capitalism, or we're not going to do anything until we have, it's not even 15 an hour now, it's like 20 or 25 an hour that people push for. I feel like we're just so bad at having realistic aims for our policies, and then we're so bad at activating people on an electoral sense, because every single problem that we talk about is like the entire world. Like if you look at the right, you look at people like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson, what do they say? Go to the gym, clean your room, be misogynistic, okay? These are things that any of us do. Very easy. And every single part of your life. And then what are people on the left saying? Well, we have to fight against white supremacy, capitalism.
I feel like there's something about that crowd that just reminds me of the scene in Fear and Loathing. Have you ever seen this, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? The loosely based on the life of Hunter S. Thompson and his literary work. It's they're at they're two hippies essentially at a police convention. Right, they've already, kind of done a terrible job covering the sporting event that they went out there to cover for Rolling Stone, and have found a reason to come back to Las Vegas for another weekend, and that is the narcotics officer convention that's going on in there. So they're sitting there like high off their asses on uppers, downers, laughers, screamers, etc., in a audience of cops that are listening to some jackass nerd go off about, no, you're junkie, no, you're dope fiend, your life may depend on it, you will see that his hands are crusted by semen from constantly jacking off. And he's just like making like the worst jokes in the world, and the crowd is like just laughing it up like that. I don't know.
And whatever other like grand narrative, anti-LGBT, like it's always these grand external problems that an individual can take absolutely no control of their life over.
So yeah, because it's Destiny's channel, he's gonna get the last word.
And I think that we need to do a better job at aiming people in realistic directions towards good evidence-backed policies.
All right, never mind what Vosh had to say, I guess. Anyway. Okay, so there's one video that I want to see if we can touch on really quick, and then we'll go straight to the to Destiny, tearing into Emma. Here it is.
In the
weird channel.
Creator of digital discourse, Destiny, the erudite architect of online rhetoric.
The erudite architect of online rhetoric
engages in a dissective dialogue regarding an
Is this like an AI
action with Emma Vigeland, as dissected by Sam Seder on the Majority Report.
I can't tell if this is like based on actual video or if it's like AI generated.
Wait.
Okay, so he's reacting to Emma Vigeland telling Sam Seder of her experience. So she did this panel, and they talked about it on the Majority Report. That's what Destiny's going to be reacting to. So we're kind of killing two birds. I know this is reacception, chat, and I know that some people don't like that, but we're also killing two birds with one stone here. And then we're going to get to the,
your trip.
The clip that I've been teasing you with this whole time. We're going to get to that clip.
Down to that VidCon.
Yeah.
I didn't see the whole thing, but I did see a clip of a video where I want to defend you in forgetting Destiny's name. But first off, it's just weird to be talking.
I'm kind of digging this reverb.
Somebody whose name is Destiny.
To be honest,
but it took me a long time, and there's been many times, honestly, where I have forgotten his first name because people just refer to him as Destiny.
I thought he had blue hair.
He did.
He does have blue hair.
Well, not when I saw, and I don't think
part of the thing that sucks about this like who are you game is that like half of it is like a gaslight, so it feels really stupid to engage with it seriously. The only reason why I lean towards the idea that she did know who I was, I hate even seriously engaging with this, is because I felt like at that point I think we'd been fairly cordial, I felt like the way that she said she didn't know who I was so unbelievably forward. Where I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I fought with all of you guys before. I don't even know who you are! And I was like...
God, I wish we had to... If we had time, I'd go back and see what he's talking about, but...
It felt like one of those things like, maybe you legitimately...
Got like 30 minutes left.
Legitimately didn't remember me. Or legitimately, you have no fucking idea. But I feel like, why would you say that so loudly? And I think she did...
And I still haven't played Fallout New Vegas.
Twice. Or it might have been 3 times. And I'm like, are you okay? I don't know. I thought it was cringe, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Ever heard him speak, so I was just a little... I was confused, so I'm sorry. I saw that too. But
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Who Are.
You know,
People were very, very mad about it.
Zika clipped you all shaking hands at the end of the stream.
Yeah, I saw that, but yeah, it was funny. I was, I guess, supposed to wrap it up, and I didn't know how to do it, but oh well.
Left Reckoning guy.
Chat, we are spreading those weasels.
Remember your name.
Yeah.
Left Reckoning guy.
Spreading them far and wide.
Whatever
my name is.
Whatever your name is.
Last night, or not last night, on Sunday, patreon.com/Left Reckoning, we talked with the Vanguard boys, Gavin and Zach, about different primary stuff, Green Party strategy, what we look for in candidates and messed candidates versus real candidates.
Wait, is that the whole of their commentary on it or whatever?
That sort of stuff on patreon.com/Left Reckoning to get access to that.
All right, folks, see you in the fun half.
Sorry.
All right, folks, 646-257-3920. See you in the fun.
Okay, wow.
It's a fun half, Destiny. Haven't you ever had a fun half before? Oh, that's right. Your fun half divorced you. Oh, sorry. I will shut up now. I don't usually make jokes about people's personal life. I actually apologize for that. That's
I was, I guess, supposed to wrap it up, and I didn't know how to do it, but I'm sorry. I saw that too, but you know.
That's so loudly, and I think she did it twice, or it might have been 3 times. It was cringe, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
I mean, it's so personal. It's so petty.
So I was just a little. I was confused, so I'm sorry. I saw that too, but you know.
People were very, very mad about it.
Zika clipped you all shaking hands at the end of the stream.
Yeah, I saw that, but yeah, it was funny. I was, I guess, supposed to wrap it up, and I didn't know how to do it, but oh well.
Left Reckoning guy.
So
Remember your name.
Year.
Yeah.
Left Reckoning guy. Whatever
my name is.
Whatever your name is.
Last night.
Is he divorced more than once? I'm not sure.
Not last night. On Sunday, patreon.com/Left Reckoning.
Yeah, I'm a little spicy, aren't I, Shakespeare?
We talked with the Vanguard boys, Gavin and Zach, about different primary stuff, Green Party strategy, what we look for in candidates and messed candidates versus real candidates.
Wait, is that the whole of their commentary on it or whatever?
He's like, wait, why are they talking about Left Reckoning? Are they still talking about me? Talk about me. Talk about me, Destiny.
Why the fuck did Emma keep saying that they aren't important and are nobodies when the whole point... I mean, like, if you're trying to steelman her position, she's trying to say that, like, streamers aren't the important people, it's the organizers. But it's like, I know that people in my subreddit were going super story, like, no, she was just trying to say that. But that's also a retarded statement, because, like, if you want to get that reductive, I mean, organizers aren't important either. It's the people that they're organizing, right?
Oh my god, you're so close, Destiny. It's almost like it's not about me. It's about us. Almost there.
Like, does it matter if you're the leader of 20 people that are going out and feeding the homeless? No, the leader doesn't matter. It's the people feeding the homeless. But then it's like, do the people feeding the homeless matter? Isn't it the people preparing the food? Like, it's like it's a stupidly reductive statement. Leaders are obviously important.
This is like Tim Pool, like resentment. Yeah, she wouldn't go out and have sushi with the boysh.
Yeah, leaders are obviously important. I don't know why you would say that, like, nothing... Well, I do know why. It's a way to, like, simultaneously have, like, all of the benefits of being an online content creator while shirking all of the responsibilities. Like, bro, I'm not even important. I don't even know. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, yeah. I can have 2 things connected to my speaker?
The nuances of this cybernetic ballet become the canvas upon which Destiny paints a tapestry of skepticism, examining the interplay of memory, interactions,
poetic,
and the peculiar dance of online personalities. The crux of Destiny's reaction revolves around Emma's admission to forgetting his name, a seemingly innocuous lapse that becomes the focal point of cerebral contemplation. Destiny, in the vein of Patrick O'Bahiagban's labyrinthine verbosity, navigates the intricacies of Emma's explanation, casting a discerning eye on the plausibility of such an oversight.
Is this a parody? I don't know. It could be ChatGPT. I don't know. Either that or maybe it's just a mega fan.
In Destiny's
Maybe this person loves Destiny so much that it makes them write poetry.
Historical realm, the peculiarity of Emma forgetting his name takes center stage.
You are talking about a man so locked into his ego that the biggest thing, the first thing that he mentions is like, oh my God, she pretended like she didn't know who I am, but of course she knows who I am. Everybody knows who I am. How do you make that into like this was a subtle and sublime intellectual expression of destiny was like how does that become your epic poem?
To simply as destiny within digital realms, finds it incredulous that one could overlook a moniker so prominently associated with him. The curiosities depend as destiny reflects on Emma's potential recollection of him with blue hair, a detail that adds a surreal layer to the narrative. The verbal
It could be a parody. It could be a parody.
Continues as destiny acknowledges the Who Are You game, a masquerade of memory.
I would just hope their music isn't copyrighted.
And recognition. Yet, Destiny, the sage of...
Wait, no, this is not AI, right? This is like...
Streaming Coliseum, leans
video.
Towards skepticism regarding Emma's professed ignorance. The digital chessboard unfolds, with Destiny postulating that Emma's denial might be a
I might just have to follow this channel.
Calculated move.
Like if they've got more like this.
Dance of misinformation in the virtual agora.
The virtual agora!
Scrutiny
the virtual agora!
Extends to the cringeworthy nature of Emma's repeated claims of not knowing him, an observation that becomes a...
I love how we got virtual agora in one sentence and the MR is the fucking cringe. And then the next one.
Symphony of irony within the digital amphitheater. In his cerebral exploration, Destiny dissects the performative aspects of Emma's denial, laying bare...
Like it sounds like an AI voice, right?
Theatricality inherent in online interactions. Destiny's approach to dismantling the binary framing is...
It's either AI or it's got some really weird EQ on it.
A linguistic surgeon wielding a scalpel.
A linguistic surgeon wielding a scalpel?
He dissects the notion that streamers and organizers exist in mutually exclusive realms, arguing that both roles are indispensable components of the digital ecosystem. The suggestion that
I don't know, chat.
more significant than the other crumbles under the weight of Destiny's nuanced rebuke, an eloquent dismissal of reductive oversimplifications that fail to capture the intricate dynamics at play.
What are all these scenes? I mean, they're meant to be like, B-roll or
The narrative takes a cerebral turn as
they're just meant to be eye candy.
Delves into the psyche of Emma Vigeland.
Oh, hell yeah.
In his verbal tapestry, he unfurls the possibility that her stance...
It's basically the boomer equivalent of Minecraft parkour.
On the hierarchy of roles is not a genuine...
Although this is not a hard parkour.
...belief but a strategic alignment. Destiny suggests that Emma might be strategically positioning herself to enjoy the benefits of being a content creator, reveling in the perks and popularity, while deftly sidestepping the accountability that often accompanies the role of organizers.
Like, this feels like intellectual ASMR somehow.
This strategic alignment...
Like, I don't normally get anything from ASMR, but my neck is tingling.
As Destiny posits...
Anybody else?
...transforms the discourse into a digital chess match.
A digital chess match!
...maneuver within the virtual arena.
The virtual agora.
Exploration into the motivations behind Emma's
B-A-N-D
of complexity multifaceted dimensions made in the public arena.
T Bandit.
It becomes a subtle expose of the intricate interplay between
what is that one?
Branding,
okay, these aren't letters, are they?
And the realities of accountability. The unraveling of this digital chess match is emblematic of Destiny's intellectual dexterity.
His intellectual dexterity!
Historical analysis transcends the surface of statements.
Dexterity!
Peering into the underlying
motivations
that shape public discourse. Destiny's contemplation serves as a reminder that the digital realm, far from being a monolithic landscape, is a complex ecosystem where individuals navigate the intricacies of reputation, influence,
One in chat if you think this is chat GPT.
And accountability. In the final strokes of the
I mean, this is not Destiny's gameplay, but
the audience is left with a
wait, Destiny's what kind of crush?
Influence and accountability. In the final strokes of Destiny's linguistic brush, the
linguistic brush. He's like a painter.
Residue, a recognition.
Wait, what kind of residue?
Accountability. In the final strokes of Destiny's linguistic brush, the audience is left with contemplative residue.
He's definitely stroking something with a contemplative residue.
Reputation, influence, and accountability.
Oh my god, I gotta take this all in.
Strokes of Destiny's linguistic brush, the audience is left with a contemplative residue, a recognition.
Contemplative residue.
That the digital chessboard is not merely a stage for ideas, but a battleground where strategic alignments and nuanced motivations shape the narratives that reverberate through the virtual corridors.
Wow.
Destiny's dismantling of binary framing and his exploration into the psyche of Emma Vigeland become not just a commentary on this specific interaction, but a testament to the layered complexities that define the ever-evolving landscape of online discourse. As the verbal odyssey concludes, Destiny, the
verbal odyssey,
linguistic intricacies, leaves the audience with a contemplative residue.
Contemplative? Wait, didn't we already get the contemplative residue?
Not merely an episode of online interaction, but a reflection on the performative nature of the digital amphitheater. Destiny's analysis, in the spirit of Patrick O'Brien, navigates the labyrinth of online intricacies, a reminder that the
it's kind of repeating itself.
Is not merely a canvas for content creation, but a stage where the dance of personalities and ideas unfolds in intricate patterns of recognition,
my
and the
God.
play of rhetoric.
Yes.
Conservatives want is
no, wait.
Theater of digital discourse, Destiny.
What conservatives want is for
what is this one?
To get away with essentially eliminating the
I don't know if we have time for this, but this is called Destiny Reveals Insane Family Wealth of Majority Report host. I think he goes over this in the clip that we're going to watch too. I just don't know if we got like less than a half an hour before I turn into a pumpkin, and we don't want that to happen. We can't let that happen. We got to get to the main point, the main attraction. There we go. It's right here.
Okay, Sam Seder. I have been informed that Destiny is very, Sam, by the way,
are you ready?
A little bit of charity. It wasn't always like this with the guzzling buckets of cum and all that type of stuff. We were friends once. We did an interview. I said you looked good for your age. I couldn't believe how old you are. A little bit of charity, man. Anyways, I've been informed that Destiny is very angry about this tweet. I've interrogated this person who tweeted it. I don't tweet there. Claims he was mocking Kane's expression because I thought it was...
Isn't Destiny a father? Yes and yes. He's a father to one or more children, and he's also a father to all of DGG, including Vosh.
Funny.
He's Vosh's daddy.
And am considering further disciplinary action. Oh, wait a second. Sam, I take back everything I just said. He was... You know what, Sam? Good on you. You know what?
Wait, hold on.
Wait, am I wrong?
Wait, hold on.
I thought he was... Oh, God. I thought Sam was firing someone because they talk shit about Destiny. Is that not what's happening?
You know he wouldn't do that. You didn't like him. He doesn't even know what the original tweet is.
So yeah, we read this earlier, right? It's just like, I don't know. They were being silly. Destiny got mad. Sam responded very dismissively, although not in a hostile way.
I don't know what the original tweet is. I mistweeted.
So this is the original tweet. They just say, "Ha."
Is that Destiny's daddy? No, I think this is his friend. This is his friend Dan. We were trying to figure out if it's a guy named Hark Dan, who I know he used to do content with back in the day, but we're not sure. It could be Hark Dan.
Good one, Destiny.
It could be some other Dan.
And then Esteban goes, "Oh, hey, more commentary without critiquing anything of substance, just to signal to your audience how ideological aligned you are." Based.
Yeah.
And then that was the...
Okay, I've been informed that Destiny is very angry about this tweet. I've interrogated the person who tweeted it. I don't tweet there. He claims he was mocking Kane's expression because I thought it was funny. I've reassigned. So is he being facetious?
Well, there's a follow-up too, if you want to just cover that one too.
Sam, you got me. and I don't appreciate that. I feel like I was very charitable to you, and to get me like this with so
got debated
sarcasm.
There's
That's unfathomable. Unfathomable.
There's another reply.
Another reply. Good. What does he say?
He says, want to make it clear, I did not watch this video and I don't care about this video. However, I am aware that some people and their audiences can get very, very sensitive if they see their image or the internet handle used in such a way. If asked to delete, we will happily oblige. Steven, you going to ask for it?
No, I don't care. They're good.
I mean, you did respond. You seem to care a little bit.
So wait,
ask me to delete it.
there's a third voice. That voice is Lycus.
Obviously, it's a bad faith caricature of who I am, but I don't give a fuck. It's fine.
I'm really
Or
sorry.
Lycan?
Sam and you were fighting.
Does it seem Lycan?
He's pretty funny. Nice guy.
He's a funny guy. Just dog shit
Why
politically.
did this all happen? What was the first strike in the?
We know now. We know.
Is that right? No.
I think it's just the people that he works with are just.
But what did he do? What was the first thing he did?
I just don't like.
I mean, look, the first strike might have been Michael. The first strike might have been Sam in that Rittenhouse debate. He does seem to really have a lot of smoke for Emma and for Jamie, so maybe it's just misogyny. I don't know.
Well, he characterized his conversation we had in such a retarded way. It's unbelievable.
Well, yeah, I'm asking. What was the?
I don't remember, but I just remember it might have been the Rittenhouse thing. But the way that he characterized my side of the argument was so unfathomably bad.
Uncharitably.
Yeah, it was horribly stupid. Yeah, especially given the thing that upset me the most was how bad faith he recalled it basically, and how gentle I was in the conversation with him. It made me want to. I should have just laid into him for how horrible his argumentation was on all of it. But
it's just really weird after all the film that we've watched. Destiny saying that I was so nice. I was just trying to find, right. Michael was nice to him. Sam was fairly friendly and gentle with him, right? Him characterizing himself this way is a little bit off.
Yeah, I mean, I've debated Destiny on I think he was he went Rittenhouse. He was mad that I was critical of calling Kyle Rittenhouse a killer, even though Kyle Rittenhouse is a killer. That is not a controversial statement.
Oh my god.
Okay, then what were you mad about?
Is that really his takeaway from our conversation? He just thought I was mad because he said Rittenhouse killed people? Obviously, he killed people.
He also said Rittenhouse was an asshole. Right? Which part do you disagree with?
What is he? Why would he?
Rittenhouse was wrong. Rittenhouse is a killer. Rittenhouse is an asshole. Rittenhouse is getting, is a celebrity who became famous for killing people in a situation where a gun should have never been brought to the.
Summarize our conversation that way.
When you kill somebody, you're a killer. Now, I didn't say that he murdered anybody because he was not found.
Yeah, that's right. Chad Alpha, Krybed Benskity. I can't even pronounce anything anymore.
And he was not found to have.
Murder's not just a legal term, it's a moralistic one as well. Murdering is generally the unjustified killing of somebody. You don't believe that Rittenhouse was justified in killing those people, you would call him a murderer. Maybe he didn't use the word murder or not, but what a weird semantic point to argue on. Obviously.
Well, I mean, if you want to argue on the point that Rittenhouse was right to take the gun to the protest and kill people, go ahead, Destiny.
Our disagreement was.
You can tell us what you think about dipshit protester. It should be done with dipshit protesters while you're at it too.
Wasn't on whether or not
go ahead, get banned off more platforms.
Rittenhouse was a killer or not. It had to do with whether or not he was justified in his actions, or whether we thought it was self-defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that stuff sucks a little bit.
It's such a weird cut. I would never do this to somebody. If I was editing your video, right? If you were, say, a streamer and you needed a video edited, right? I would never cut back to you while you're licking your lips. Okay? That's just not, wow.
I don't know. Why
he's not paying his editor enough.
You think just no charitability given to you either out of ideological, or do you think it was more
everybody hates Destiny?
So he knew his audience was against you, so he just had to take a chance.
Probably ideological.
Really? So he just completely was not willing to see.
It's weird because his tweet seems to imply the other answer.
That they're it must have been on the Rittenhouse thing that this all fell apart.
That was the big one, yeah.
Yeah. So he was just not willing to even remotely bend on this at all.
Which is fine. I don't care if he bent it or not. He wasn't willing to. But I just didn't like the summary of the conversation after. It was so stupid.
That may have been the start, the summary of the conversation
Probably. I mean, I made strong comments towards them.
Yeah.
Buckets of cum. Buckets of cum.
Yeah, I remember the buckets of cum thing. I mean, that probably put the nail in the coffin, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. There's probably still a way. I like to think that there's always a path forward.
Not with the people.
I feel like that's the kind of statement that you get made from somebody who doesn't agree with you if you pay them enough money. Like, their disagreement with you will turn into that. If you're helping them out, if you're giving them a platform, right? That is what disagreement sounds like.
Your mom ever tell you you are who you hang around? When you hang.
Why is he wearing his hat indoors in case he is attacked by a crocodile, right? There's I don't know. There's a lot going on here too, and I've seen a few videos that are from this location, and in some of them he's eating stuff that, like, I don't even know what it is. I don't know if he's eating sardines or just, like, this is a weird thing. People come and bring him stuff, like he's getting, like, he's got somebody waiting on him hand and foot.
Kids at school. You ever say stuff like that?
Yeah, of course.
He surrounds himself with the worst of the worst.
Who are the worst people?
Emma Vigeland is probably one of the
Are they in Miami?
people in media.
Why?
She's done more
There we go.
women's representation in politics than any other horrible person that's existed in real life politics or on the internet.
Yeah, anybody that's existed in real life politics or on the net, nobody's done more to hurt women than Emma Vigeland. Just like no one's done more to hurt trans people than Demon Mama, right?
In the history of all of political commentary. My
right,
God.
Go on.
She's just profoundly stupid.
You think that she's low IQ?
Yes, and factually wrong and philosophically wrong, and just like everything she says is just unbelievably stupid.
Is she actually low IQ?
No,
or
she's
is she
not
just
low IQ. She's probably decently smart.
Okay, so she's smart. She just completely
just ideologically captured like crazy.
This guy's having to function as Destiny's therapist.
And like, do you think she knows it? And
I can't tell with these people. I have no idea.
That's the real defining.
He's drinking a Moscow Mule. Oh wait, is that like a ginger ale or ginger beer with like a little extra
factor? With some of these people,
little vodka.
You feel like they know that they're wrong.
Emma knows more about the NFL than Destiny, possibly.
But their bag depends on it, so they could keep going that direction. And I feel like I can identify, not that I'm going to right now, some people that are like that. Meaning, hey, I'm on the path. Like, I work for Russia now, basically. Like, that would be, and like, that's okay. And everything I tweet moving forward will be pro-Russia and everything else. Like, there's people on that path, and they probably know that. The question is, do you think she believes what
Destiny can make this wild buckets of cum hypothetical, but Sam makes a slightly reductive summary of Destiny's fifis. And reductive summary of Destiny's argument, and his fifis are hurt. And Sam is therefore an idiot, and so is everybody that. But notice how, like, his beef seems to be with Sam, but he's going after Emma, and he also mentioned Jamie, I think, too.
She's saying, or do you think that she is jumping through a lot of hoops?
Yeah, what is this? I work for Russia now? Is he trying to call them tankies? What was he trying to say?
I think
they
believe
it.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
communist invading radicals. Welcome in, communist invading radicals.
So if that's the case, if she genuinely believes it, can you really take issue with that?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Because
that's the people that would be most interested to talk with, the people that actually have strong convictions.
No,
really.
Those are some of the worst people to talk with.
Interesting.
The most interesting people to talk with are people that have strong convictions that match the amount of research and work they've done to arrive at a position. Those are the most interesting people to talk to. They've done none of that work because factually they're incorrect on almost everything. Philosophically, they're inconsistent on everything. And so that's the worst type of people. There was like that thing came up where Norman Finkelstein is probably transphobic because he's an old dude, but who the cares, I guess. But in their show, Emma went on some huge rant where she's screaming and she's like, I don't care what the science is on trans people. We need to accept them no matter what, even if they're better at sports. You need to fucking accept trans people. I'm done with the scientific arguments. But then when Norm gets brought up, they're like, oh, this guy probably doesn't like trans people. She's like, well, he's old, LOL. And it's just like, what? Like the double.
I think the point with Norm is that he's kind of busy Like, right, Norm will talk about like cancel culture, right? In fact, that's a funny thing that they had this exchange between the two of them. They had this debate, and the one thing that they probably kind of agree on, like cancel culture, did not come up. Yeah, like I've never hidden the fact that Norm is a complicated historical figure, and although there are some issues that I think Norm is incredibly based, there are some issues where I think that Norm is incredibly unbased. But right now, there's a genocide going on, and that seems like what,
standards on literally everything they talk about. Her treatment of that
Mr. Borelli needs to lay off the Vyvanse.
white woman and like
Just a little.
incident.
The Karen
When,
bike
yeah, the
incident?
whole
The bike Karen.
bike thing was unfathomably
What happened
stupid.
in that situation?
My understanding by the end of it was that the black people there were probably
What's unfathomable is how emotional that you get about this situation. The point of the situation, what happened, right, was that a dispute over a bike turned into a white woman being like, help me, look at these black men that are around me, somebody help me, right? Which is dangerous to them. They shouldn't have had their lives put in danger regardless. But he's going to say, but actually bike Karen was able to, technically the bike was hers at the time, right?
trying to scam the city bike by holding a bike.
They're gonna scam. Oh my god, yeah. We got to see it through that lens. They're scamming the city. Look, it's a system that people use in different ways, right? They thought that they could hold on to the bikes, take a little break, talk to each other, and then get back on it. Maybe technically somebody while you're doing that can punch it into their phone and they can get the bike. So yeah, but right, he's gonna use that to justify these kids' lives being put in danger, because that's what Bike Karen was doing. But
all the normal ones are taken out. You can get an electric one cheap. She came by. She was off work. She wanted to take a bike and leave, but they were saying, well, no, that's still our bike. But it wasn't actually, and all the receipts seemed to point to that. And everybody blamed this white woman because I think she started like either calling for help. I think she just called.
Yeah, she did. She acted like she was being physically menaced, right? And she's the one trying to come and get the bike. Now, right or wrong, whatever the fucking rules of the the e-bike is, which I don't know, and probably Destiny doesn't know, and probably most people don't know, and possibly the kids holding the bike did not know, right? It's not worth putting people's lives in danger, and it's definitely kind of bullshit to cry wolf like that, right? Don't act like you're in a dangerous situation when you just want the bike.
For help. I don't know if she called for the police. I think she called for help, and people were like, oh, she's trying to get these poor black disadvantaged youth assassinated by the cops in New York City by calling for help for no reason.
Mm-hmm. That is not an entirely unlikely result of this, right? And you ask yourself, is it worth it? Was it really, did she need the bike that bad to put people's lives in danger?
Because she's trying to steal their bike. I was like, would you really? That's a lot to read off of on that screen interaction. But the people that were involved in the other end of that bike thing, I think they raised didn't they raise over $100,000?
I think she had some kind of PR person working for her, right? I think her lawyer literally went and conducted a PR campaign for her. So I don't know what they did in terms of a GoFundMe, but
on GoFundMe or whatever for their cause.
That's impressive.
Oh, it was her saying for Cleopatra. Cleopatra was black, right? And the reason why she knows that is do you know what continent Egypt is on? I almost killed. I'm glad I had no ammo in the house when she said that, because I almost killed myself.
Okay.
That's how unbelievably stupid that comment was.
Yeah, we're all so fortunate.
Okay.
We're all so fortunate that was the case.
Yeah. Did you watch Dune 2?
Truly.
Yes.
If you watch Dune 2, Dan, it's hard to miss how much it's.
The point wasn't fucking Cleopatra's ethnic background. It was a question of can a black woman play Cleopatra? According to Ben Shapiro, no. That's an affront.
About the Palestinian struggle and blah blah blah. She made a tweet about that. I hate her. She's the most.
You can't even tell us what you're talking about. You can't even tell us now. Granted, making I don't know how you make a tweet about Dune, and relate it to Palestine. That doesn't sound great. But you can't even explain what you're talking about. You might actually have me on that one.
archetypical, like, I'm a white person that came from the richest neighborhood, I think, in the country. I think it might have been the wealthiest zip code in the country. Her grade school is like a $50,000 a year tuition, like first grade. Like, it's unbelievable.
So he's kind of doing something similar to her that he does to Mike from PA. From time to time, Mike from PA will talk about Destiny. Whenever Destiny finds a clip of Mike talking about him, he goes through this whole thing about. And with Mike PA, there's Mike from PA. I don't really know, the history of him. Like, he may have a point on some things, but it's essentially like almost like a dossier. Okay, not necessarily. Okay, I'm the last one that should be accusing other people of having dossiers, but I just mean that he seems to keep all the stuff, all the clips close at hand. Right? To kill the messenger whenever anybody criticizes him. So, yeah, whatever.
I hate everything about
Remind me not to be your enemy anytime soon.
This guy is being nice to you because of some reason other than him agreeing with you.
Being my enemy is about being genuinely one of the worst people ever to have a voice in politics.
Gotcha.
Every time I Google these issues, it is your subreddit that comes up
Good.
first.
We talk about it. They're horrible.
Okay, well, there we go. There you have it. Now, look, I've been talking about playing Fallout New Vegas for like the last week. I have the game. I kind of want to play it, but I always end up using up. Yeah, I've got like literally 3 minutes left here. I'm trying to think of what to do. Do people want to watch me play this? I mean, it's okay if you're like, we like you for politics. You're probably not that good at Fallout New Vegas. I've already seen it. I've already played through it, right? That's fine too, right? Probably easier that way. But I do want to play it at some point. If people want to watch me, if I do play it, it'll probably be like this, right? We'll play it on YouTube on the gaming channel, right? We'll also cast it on shorts on the main channel, on this channel, right? So it'll be on shorts here, and then it'll also be on Twitch. So, whichever one of those ways. But I think I need to I've got literally 3 minutes left, so I'm going to have to make some kind of move really quick to end at least the YouTube stream. You're here for it? Okay, so I might try to come on later. How about that? See, like, the easiest way to do it with the biggest number of people would be to spam my, it's called More Comment Chick. It's called More Comment Chick. Somebody find that link. Mods, find that link and spam it, okay? And everybody follow me over on More Comment Chick. That's where I'll be streaming it on YouTube. I've got I've got 1 minute before I turn into a pumpkin, so I better quit this stream. But I am going to try to come back as soon as I get my food ready and stuff. We're going to try to make it happen tonight. So if you want it, it'll be here. If you don't, it's no harm, no foul. I totally understand. I am mainly your politics chick, and I don't have to be your video game chick too, although I will try. I will try my best. Anyway, much love to everybody. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for everybody out there supporting me in whichever way you choose to support me. Whether it's through super chat, super stickers, through memberships, through gifting memberships, through subs, through bits, through anything on Twitch, or even the links down in the description for PayPal, CashApp, and Patreon and Throne. Much love, and I will see you later, and I better not turn into a pumpkin. Let's